Localization is the process of adapting content to suit the language, culture, and preferences of a specific target market. We've been using Crowdin to localize the freeCodeCamp curriculum and articles. In this course, you'll discover how to use Crowdin to streamline your translation processes, enabling you to effectively reach a diverse international audience. By embracing localization, you can significantly enhance user experience, broaden your market reach, and ensure your content resonates with people across different cultures and languages. Estefania teaches this course. She is an amazing instructor who also runs the freeCodeCamp.org Spanish channel. If you speak Spanish, I encourage you to check out that channel.
If you're new to the world of localization, this course is for you. Hi, I'm Estefania, software developer and course creator for freeCodeCamp. We will dive into the world of localization. You will learn how to translate resources and software on Crowdin, a localization management platform with all the features and a free plan that you need to get started. But why is localization so important? Translating and adapting your content and your platform is essential for reaching a global community of users, right? But there are many details, phases, and tools that you need to know to get started and to reach that final translated platform. Where do you start? This course is here to help you understand all of this step by step. It's for everyone who wants to learn localization. Whether you have a technical background or not, or whether you're an individual, a team, or an organization, this course will be helpful for you. You can apply these principles to any project that you need to translate. That's why we will start from the basics. My goal is to take you from zero knowledge of localization to working knowledge and actually being able to translate a website and manage a localization project or team on Crowdin. This is our roadmap ahead. We will start by looking at freeCodeCamp as an example of an organization that is currently managing a localization project worldwide and how we are approaching this task. From there, with this context, we will dive into the fundamentals of localization, including important terminology, phases, and roles. This first part is based on theory, but that theory, I promise you, will be super important when we reach the practical aspects of actually localizing and Crowdin, our localization management platform. We will create a Crowdin account and we will go through the most important features of this platform to get started as an individual, team, or organization. This will be an in-depth overview, and by the end of the course, you will know Crowdin in detail. We will also cover how to integrate Crowdin with external services and platforms like GitHub and Google Drive, and how open source and educational projects can get a free license for Crowdin Enterprise. The last part of the course will be focused on actual development. You do need to have some basic React knowledge to follow along step by step, but only the fundamentals should be enough to understand what we're doing. We will create a basic React app using the React I18 Next framework. Then we will be able to switch the language of our React application and localize the text on Crowdin. Plus, we will see 4 techniques and tools for translating a website, including Crowdin's Visual Studio Code extension, GitHub integration, JS translation proxy, and Crowdin in context for organizations. When you complete the course, you will know the theoretical and practical aspects of localization. Are you ready? Let's begin. Localization is waiting for us. freeCodeCamp.org is an example of an organization, an open source project that has embraced the concept of localization for reaching a global community. Our coding curriculum is available in many world languages, including English, Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, Portuguese, Ukrainian, and Italian. Actually, if you go to our website right now and you click on this little icon at the top, you will see a drop-down menu with these languages and you will be able to localize the platform automatically in just a few milliseconds, and you will be able to learn to code in your native language. That is the power of localization, opening the doors to everyone around the world without any language barriers. Our community is also actively working on translating freeCodeCamp into many world languages, including Bengali, Dutch, French, German, Hindi, Korean, Swahili, and many more. We have many world languages available for localization because our goal is to reach a global community. So we have these languages enabled and available in our localization platform. We also run localized publications, YouTube channels, forums, and other resources. But this is a group effort. This is an amazing effort made possible by the amazing freeCodeCamp community and the members of the freeCodeCamp staff. Because our localization process has one main goal: to remove any barriers that could prevent someone from accessing the education they need and deserve. That is our goal, and that should be your goal if you're planning to localize your product or resource. Remove any barriers and let people or users or your community come to you and learn or enjoy your product without any barriers. One of the key features of our localization effort is that it is performed by humans for humans. Our process is focused on what matters the most, our amazing community of learners who wake up every day around the world excited about learning new skills. We believe that language and cultures should not be barriers for learning. Knowledge should be accessible worldwide. That is why we started this process and why we will continue our localization effort. One of the key aspects of our process is that it is managed and run by humans for humans. Translations are written and approved and checked by our amazing community and staff. Because, let's be honest, usually anyone can tell when a translation has been generated automatically. We can detect it, we can see it. It's much more literal. It lacks the clarity, and sometimes it feels disconnected from the context and the original tone of the text, which can take away from the meaning of the text or the original message of the content. Human translators are much better at adapting languages and translating sentences in a way that sounds more natural in different languages and cultures. At freeCodeCamp, we have an amazing community of contributors who dedicate their time to translate and check our translations, and an amazing team of staff members who oversee the process with the goal of publishing high-quality translations for learners. Since we launched our localization effort, more than 2,000 translators and 60 proofreaders have helped us to accomplish our mission. If this sounds interesting to you and you would like to join freeCodeCamp's translation effort, please find our contribution guidelines in the description. During this course, we will also talk more about our localization effort and how we are specifically using our translation or localization platform to achieve our mission. But managing such a large project with a worldwide community of contributors might seem complicated, right? How can we accomplish all of this as a non-profit organization? You will get answers to these questions during the course. We will cover this from the perspective of a non-profit organization, but the principles can be applied to any localization process that you need. We will cover all the fundamentals of localization. Specifically, we will talk about localization on a platform called Crowdin. The course will start with general localization concepts, the process, and the different steps and roles that you can have in a localization team. After that, we will talk about crowding for beginners, all the fundamentals of how you can localize a resource or platform in crowding. And then we will talk about crowding for teams and organizations, because if you are representing an organization, you will very likely have to work with multiple team members. How can you organize your tasks? How can you assign tasks to different members? That is possible in crowding and in localization tools in general, so we will talk about them in more detail. And we will also talk about crowding for developers. This part will be a bit more technical, and we will talk about different features of crowding that developers can use to automate and improve the efficiency of the localization process. Are you ready? We will also talk about how to localize a website, because that is usually one of our main goals when we create a website, right? If you're trying to reach a global community, your website should be localized. And you will learn how to do that in crowding. And you will be able to apply all these general principles to any localization process that you need to complete. Awesome! So let's start the localization fundamentals section. We will talk about the key concepts and the key phases and roles of the localization process. So let's begin. Great, so now let's start with an overview of the fundamentals of localization. and the steps that you will need to take to make sure that your platform can be used without any language or cultural barriers. Specifically, we will cover the concept of localization and everything that localization involves. We will also talk about translation and how translation can be a bit different from localization. And we will talk about proofreading, which is another phase in this process. It's very important, and we will talk about it in just a moment. We will also talk about the most common file formats that you will find in a localization process, so you're familiar with them and you know what they do and what type of data they contain. And we will talk about the phases and roles of this process to make sure that your project runs smoothly. You can have managers, you can have translators, proofreaders, and more. So that is basically what we will cover in this part of the course, the fundamentals. What is localization? Localization is defined by the Cambridge Dictionary as the process of organizing a business or industry so that its main activities happen in local areas rather than nationally or internationally. In the context of products and services and platforms, localizing something really means adapting that to the language and culture of a specific population. This also applies to software products, and our course will be focused on localizing software products because they need to be adapted to different cultures as well, and we will see how during the course. Software also needs to be localized, and the platform that we will be working with, Crowdin, is a software localization platform. Why is localization important? Let's say that you are an organization with a global community and you keep your resources in English. What will happen with these communities that, let's say, do not speak English? Well, then you will be closing access to those communities to your platform or service. And if you're an education platform or an organization whose goal is to reach as many people as possible around the world, then you will need to create that global community of learners who are interested in your platform, who can find it helpful and who can spread the word about your resources. Now, localization is a bit different from translation. You might be surprised to know that this concept is actually broader. The Cambridge Dictionary defines translation as the activity or process of changing the words of one language into the words in another language that have the same meaning. So notice the key part of this definition. Translating is just changing the words while keeping the same meaning. It's very helpful but a bit limited because when we translate something, we want to say exactly the same thing in a different language. However, localization can go beyond that. Let's say that you have a file in English and you want to translate it into Spanish. What do you do in that case? Well, you translate it and you say the same thing in Spanish. Localization can go beyond just translating the words. It can adapt the content better to another culture or country. When you work with resources in English, you will usually find like feet, inches, and those types of units for measurement, for length. But in Spanish, we typically use meters and centimeters. So converting that will be helpful for your users, readers, and viewers. Another example would be adapting the colors here. Let's say that we have a website for a particular population and we have this pinkish color. But let's say that you've done some research and you decided to adapt the website into a different color. That is also an example of localization because you are translating your content, but you're also adapting it to fit the local culture better. What are the types of resources that you can translate? Because we're talking about translating resources, right? When we talk about translation, we usually think of a text document, right? Like a Word document or something that has text on it. And that is a very common application of localization, but the term is even broader because you can localize or translate many different types of resources. Spreadsheets, websites, games, even scripts and movies. Podcasts or videos with voiceovers or by translating their subtitles or even localizing the subtitles if you would like to use local terminology. When we create resources, we will work with many different types of files, and text combined with video is also very common in localization projects. Localization is not limited to text format. We will focus on software localization during the course, but I just want you to know that there are many different types of resources that you can translate and localize. Let's talk about common file formats that you can work with in a localization project. This will be a very quick overview, I promise you, okay? There are many different types of files, but I carefully chose those that are most common for you, okay? First of all, we have text files, plain text files with the txt extension. They do not store any images or non-text characters. Then we find comma-separated values or CSV files. Here we are going to store text, but the values are going to be separated by commas. Each line will represent a record in your data, and this type of file is commonly used for data exchange. The file extension is .csv. Then we find HTML files. They are mostly used for web development. They have a file extension of .html, hypertext markup language, and these types of files represent the structure and content of a web page. They can be opened in a web browser. JSON files are also very common to store data. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, but it's actually independent from any programming language. This type of file stores key value pairs, and it is commonly used for data exchange, especially across the web. After that, we find Markdown files to create formatted text. It's a lightweight format with a specific syntax that is commonly used to write software documentation and blog posts, but its applications go even beyond that. We also find portable object files. Portable object files are more specific for the localization process, commonly used for writing multilingual systems. GetText is used by development engines like the Unreal Engine. And XML is also very common, extensible markup language. These files are used to store, share, and reconstruct arbitrary data. You can represent the data in an arbitrary way that fits your needs. It's commonly used to exchange data over the internet, and it's very important for localization in particular because many localization frameworks use XML. For example, Android. And we also find these types of files, XLIFF files. The file extension is exactly that, XLIFF. This stands for XML Localization Interchange File Format, specific for localization. It's an XML-based format. It's used to standardize the way localizable data can be passed between localization tools. And we can also see this. XLSX files. They are usually used to store data in spreadsheets. We also find REX files. Well, we can pronounce it like this, or RESX files. This is the file extension. It's an XML resource file that is used by .NET applications for storing resources that can be localized. And this is something that you might be familiar with. It's more standardized and it's not specific to localization. It's PDF files. It's a portable document format. It has a consistent format across software, hardware, and operating systems. So it's very helpful. You will always see the same format when you open a PDF file, independently of where you open it. Awesome, and now that you know more about the localization process and the files that you can work with, let's talk a bit about continuous localization. Continuous localization involves localizing a product continuously, as it is updated or expanded in an agile product development cycle. It's often used to localize software products. With the traditional localization process, we would, for example, write a book, then we would translate it, and we would have the translated version, right? And that could happen once every few years when we make some updates or changes or we have a new edition. But now, with the software industry, everything has to be faster because we're constantly updating the software and changing things in our user interface and in our content. That will be a continuous process. That is what continuous localization is all about. Continuously localizing the product as it is updated, and in this case, the product would be our platform. Great, so now that you know exactly what localization is and how it is applied in the software industry, we can start talking about some key localization concepts that you should know. Localization terminology. You will come across these terms very often in the context of translation and localization. Here we have internationalization. Internationalization is defined by the Cambridge Dictionary as the action of becoming or making something become international. In the context of localizing a software product, it also involves adapting the user interface for working correctly with other languages and making sure that it is ready to be translated. After that, we find the term culturalized. Culturalized is defined by the Merriam-Webster dictionary as deriving from or imposed or conditioned by culture. So culture here plays a key role because every culture has different traditions and vocabulary. Culture can play a key role in how communities embrace different products, campaigns, and platforms. So understanding how to adapt them is very important to succeed, and you will usually want to get the advice of someone who is very familiar with the culture that you're trying to target. Pseudo-localization is another very important term, but let's start with the prefix pseudo. The pseudo prefix is defined by the Cambridge Dictionary as pretended and not real. Pretended. And that is exactly what pseudo-localization is all about. We have the prefix over here, pseudo-localization. It's like a fake localization process. The process of creating fake translations that act as placeholders for the real translations of a product or platform. But right now you may be asking, why would we ever need to use fake translations? The answer is very curious. We use these fake translations to check if our software is ready to handle multiple languages even before the translation process begins, because remember that usually you will have a budget. Before you even start to work with that budget for the localization itself, you can check if your software is ready to be localized with this process. That is very curious, I know, and it's a very important step in this process that you may have not considered before this moment. One specific example of this would be checking if a language that tends to have shorter or longer words works well with our current user interface. Because some words may be longer and some words may be shorter. How does the UI adapt to those changes, and will that work correctly? If you check on freeCodeCamp's website and you try to change the language in this little icon at the top, you will see all the options in the drop-down menu, and after you click on them, you can see that the user interface still works with different languages, even if they have different symbols, if they're longer, if they're shorter, and that is also part of the pseudo-localization process. After that, you translate the terms and you actually translate the platform. But it's very important to make sure that the UI works correctly. Another example is making sure that the user interface is ready to handle right to left languages, like this one. Some languages are written from left to right, like English or Spanish, but other languages are written from right to left. How is your user interface handling this? Is it prepared to handle that? Will you localize your product into this type of language? Those are common questions that you should ask yourself even before you start translating your software. And pseudo-localization can also be helpful to find any strings that may still be hard-coded in the project's source files. Because when you start translating your project, you may need to move your strings to a specific resources file where you keep all the translatable strings. But if you keep some strings that are still hard-coded, they will not be translated and you will have that small issue in your user interface. So pseudo-localization can also be helpful to spot those cases. That is the ultimate goal of pseudo-localization, checking if everything is ready to start translating. Awesome! Let's talk about machine translation. Machine translation is defined by Amazon Web Services as the process of using artificial intelligence to automatically translate text from one language to another without human involvement. We will talk about this term in more detail during the course because the localization management platform that we will use to translate our resources has this feature which can save us a lot of time. However, these are usually not perfect and they will have to be checked before they are approved. The process of generating machine translations is like this. You upload your file to the platform of your choice, and then the platform in their servers or in their infrastructure will start running a specific process with artificial intelligence. Here we have the little bot. This is representing the artificial intelligence. How cute. Once that process starts, it will try to translate your resources automatically, and you will have a translated file as a result. However, usually when you use machine translation, the translations are not as accurate as they could be if a human translated the text. So these translations will have to be checked. However, the automated process can save you and your team a lot of time because instead of writing all the text, you will just be reviewing the translations and actually making the changes. Crowdin, the platform that we will be working with, has this feature, and I will show you how to create machine translations for your project. Great, so now you know more about machine translation, and now we can start diving into translation memory. Yes, they are very similar in their acronyms. We have MT or TM, and that is something that you should note. They are very similar, however, they are very different. Please, after we talk about these concepts, take a moment to understand their differences because we will see them very frequently, and they can be confused. Translation memory is basically a database that stores segments of your resource. These segments can be sentences, paragraphs, or sentence-like units, like headings, titles, or elements in a list that have previously been translated in order to aid human translators. So we will have like puzzle pieces, the individual translations of sentences or different segments of our resources that we can combine automatically and review before we actually approve the translations. But we will have them there in a database, and we can make sure that we are being consistent in our translations. Because what happens when you upload a file or resource to a localization platform or tool? Usually the tool will divide your resource into many different segments that we call strings. When you see the word string in a localization platform, that means a small segment of your resource. That would be a file or a text file or any type of file that you uploaded to your platform. When you upload your file to the platform, the file will be divided into these strings, right? The string will be translated by your team or yourself if you are handling the translation process, and after that you will have a translated string. The translated string will be stored in a specific database of the service that you choose, and that is how you gradually create your translation memory. And then your translators can reuse the translations made by other translators to make sure that they are being consistent throughout the team. That is great, right? So after that, you can just take the string from the database and use it in your new translation. It might not be exactly the same. You might need to adapt it, but it will save you or your translators a lot of time. We have the database over here. Using the translation memory is helpful for saving time and for ensuring that you are being consistent while you translate the terminology. And here we have what I was mentioning a few minutes ago, the difference between TM and MT. These are acronyms that you will find very frequently in the localization tools of your choice. We will find them frequently in Crowdin, and you will find them often as acronyms, so it's very important to differentiate them. TM is translation memory, it's the database, and machine translation is MT. This is the automated process of creating the translations, and this is the process of storing the translations in a database. Please take a moment to understand this difference because we will find them very frequently. TM is translation memory, and MT is machine translation. Awesome, and Since we are mentioning artificial intelligence with machine translation, that takes me to this concept of large language models, LLMs. You might have heard about them. They are very popular right now with the rise of ChatGPT and other similar models and chatbots. But what is an LLM? A large language model is a deep learning algorithm that can recognize, summarize, translate, predict, and generate content using very large datasets. A large language model basically takes a huge dataset and it learns from that dataset. It learns to recognize, summarize, translate, predict, and generate content based on the dataset it was trained on. So when you talk to, for example, ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gives you an answer to your prompt, that is an answer generated automatically, but it is based on the information or dataset that the model was trained on. That is exactly what powers these tools right now, like ChatGPT and other chatbots that you can chat with to create content or to find answers to your questions. These terms are fundamental if you're looking to dive into translation and localization, and you will also find tools with artificial intelligence that are used exactly for this process. Because artificial intelligence is really changing how we translate and localize our resources. The foundation of these models is called neural networks that work like the neurons in a brain, generating different networks that process the data and generate a result. So these are terminologies that you will find very often. I just want you to be familiar with them before we find them in the platform. Another term that is super common and that you might be confused at first when you see them is numeronyms. Numeronyms are words that use numbers to represent an abbreviation. For example, in the localization context, we find this, L10N. That is a numeronym that represents the word localization. The number 10 stands for the 10 letters that we have between the letter N and the letter N. Over here, we have 10 letters. Since it's a very long word, people tend to abbreviate it and they write the numeronym here. But it's important to be familiar with this in this context. And over here we have an even longer word, which is internationalization. And it's very common to abbreviate it like this, I-18N. The number 18 stands for the 18 letters between the letter I and the letter N at the end. Sometimes you may find the letter L over here in lowercase or in uppercase. But capitalizing the L is often helpful to distinguish it from the letter I that we have here, because with certain fonts they can look very similar. Great, so now that you're familiar with these concepts that are fundamental for the localization process, let's talk about proofreading. When you translate something, after that translation process comes the proofreading process, the proofreading phase. When you upload a resource to your platform, the resource will be divided into multiple strings, right? The strings will be translated. And after they are translated, they have to be approved by someone. That process of approving the translations, checking if everything is correct, and also making changes if they find any inconsistencies or spelling mistakes or typos is called proofreading. If they find anything, if the proofreaders find anything that shouldn't be there in the translations, they can just modify it and make sure that you are providing the best translations possible for your users. So we can define proofreading as the process of checking, updating, and approving the translated strings. Translating and proofreading are two different stages of the localization process, and we will look at these processes in more detail. You will learn the steps involved and the different roles that team members can have to make sure that your content is localized correctly. The role of proofreader is one of those key roles in the process. And speaking of phases and roles, let's talk about the different phases and roles of the localization process. What steps are required for localizing a project? Where should you start? Here are the steps to help you answer those questions. After you decide that you want to localize your platform or project, there are many steps that you should follow, or at least questions that you should consider. First of all, let's start with step number 1. Defining the scope and the goals of your localization project. Before you start to localize any file, basically, it's important to take a moment to analyze these two aspects of your project, the scope and the goals. You should ask yourself questions like, who is your target audience? What are you trying to achieve? How will you reach your goals? Do you need to localize all your project files or just a few? Or do you have to create a new resources file to keep all your strings? How will you localize the resources? Will you translate the resources yourself if you're bilingual, or will you find a team to help you? Into how many languages would you like to localize your product? What is your available budget to start with? What is the timeline for your project? Are your goals realistic given your current budget? If you're an organization, will you involve your community in the translation process, or will you hire a team to help you with that? Will you use automated tools like machine translation? These questions are essential if you want to be successful. Defining clear and realistic goals can be very helpful for avoiding any unexpected challenges during the process. You should write down your goals and make sure that you have a key outline of the steps that you will need to take to start, execute, and complete the localization process before things get more complicated. Planning from the start is the key to success. Now, step 2. After you have all of that planned, it's time to create the actual source files that will be localized. Source files is just a term that we use to refer to the files that you will localize, the original files in your project. Having a clear initial idea of the complexity of a project will be helpful later on in terms of time management and budget required. Remember that planning is essential to save you time and resources. If you have a very simple project, then your course of action will be very different than if you have a very big project with many different thousands or millions of strings that you have to translate. The complexity of the project will change your roadmap. So analyzing that is also very helpful. You should also evaluate how many times you will need to update the resources. Will you use a traditional translation process where you translate and then you just update the project every once in a while, or will you localize your product continuously? What type of tool do you need if you're going to localize it continuously? Those are questions that you should have answers for at this stage in the process. And after that, step 3 is preparing your product for localization. This is especially true for software products, and this is very technology specific. The tools that you use to internationalize a React app, for example, may be very different from the tools that you use for an Android application, or an iOS application, or even a game. However, the approaches and concepts that you will use are essentially the same. If you are developing a web application, you will need to implement multilingual routing. Routing just means that you want to take your users into the specific part of your application where they can choose and see the content in their preferred languages. To do this, you have two options because it's very important for them to choose the right language and go to the right part of your website where they can access the resources in that specific language. For that, you will need to implement routing. First of all, you need to choose how you're going to represent that in the user interface. And that is another UI consideration that you should be aware of. But to actually implement this, you have two main options. You can either add the language code as a subdomain in the web application URL like this. Here we have, for example, the French subdomain for this website. Or you can also add the language code to the URL. For example, you can have it like this, French. Language codes are also very important in the localization process, and that is something that you might want to check as well when you start localizing your product. There is a standard worldwide for how you can represent different languages with 2 or 3 characters. Like here we have French, Spanish is ES, English is EN. And that type of abbreviation is also important for the actual implementation of this routing process. These options are recommended for search engine optimization purposes. So if you want to rank higher in search engines, you should implement multilingual routing with one of these options. Your software should also be able to handle and display any adapted numbers, dates, and currencies, since localization may also involve adapting them into different formats for different cultures. Let's say that you are creating an e-commerce app, and you want to accept payments in dollars or pounds or euros. You will need to adapt your user interface to show that specific symbol for the currency that the user has selected. Those are considerations that you should be aware of before you start the process and when you're making sure that everything works like you intended. Also, date formats are very, very important. For example, here we have a very different way to represent the same date. If we are writing a specific date in the United States, like this, we can see that in the United States, the day is written after the month. But if we go to a different country, like let's say Uruguay, the day is written before the month in a date format. That is the most commonly used format in different cultures. So this difference in how we actually represent the date is key to avoid any errors or misunderstandings in how the web app that you're developing or the platform that you're developing will be used by your users. So to avoid any misunderstandings, date format is also super important to check. Another application is exactly what we were talking about here. If you are accepting a payment in US dollars, you will have to write the symbol, the dollar symbol. But here, if you are taking a payment in pounds from United Kingdom, you will need to show this symbol in pounds. How will you handle this in your user interface? That is another very important aspect of internationalizing your web application. Another important aspect of preparing your software for translation is making sure that you are including the necessary context for your translators. Why? Because many internationalization tools just create the resource files where we keep all the strings, but they created with only one key value pair for each piece of text. They associate each piece of text in the source language in the original language to its corresponding translation. But it's also very important to make sure that the resource files of your project include some contextual information of the content and elements around them. To choose the best translation possible, try to include as much context as possible in your resources, in your strings. And finally, another aspect is that your application should be able to handle pluralization correctly, because different languages may have different numbers of plural forms. Some of these features may be available with the software development kit that you're using, but you may need to add some of them using third-party libraries. And that is always important to consider and check first. However, since it's very technology specific, that is something that you will have to research about for your specific application. Great, so that was step 3, internationalizing your software and getting everything ready. If you analyze the scope of the project and you decide that you cannot complete it by yourself, then it's time to assemble a team. You may hire a team, or if you are a non-profit organization like freeCodeCamp, you can also use crowdsourcing to ask your community to help you with the translations. You might be surprised by the number of generous and kind members of your community who will be willing to help you achieve your goals. With freeCodeCamp, we are involving our community in a translation effort. Once you have your team or your community, you can start to assign them roles. And that is another key aspect of the localization process. We will talk about roles specifically when we start diving into crowding, but let's see a brief overview of these roles right now. Translators use the localization platform of your choice to translate the resources. Proofreaders review, edit, and approve the translations. Developers work on more technical tasks. They work on integrating the tools that you choose to automate the localization process as much as possible. Developers can help you and your team to save a lot of time by automating tasks that are repetitive and that can be optimized. And finally, project managers coordinate the tasks of the project to make sure that the localization project moves forward smoothly as fast as possible. Awesome! Let's go to step 5, which is actually choosing the localization tools. After you have your team and you know the roles that they're going to have, you can start to choose localization tools. Choosing the right localization tool can be essential for reaching your goals. In the world of localization, there is a type of tool called Localization Management Platform. This type of system is designed to help you automate repetitive tasks with the goal of optimizing your team's workflow. Humans will still play a key role in the localization process, but with the help of a translation management system or a localization management system, they can reach their goals much faster. Usually these systems can be integrated with content management systems to import content automatically from other platforms, such as blogging platforms, for example. Let's say that you are creating a publication and you want to translate your articles. If you have a localization management platform to work on, you can usually integrate that with a content management system of your choice and keep your content translated by importing your resources, then localizing them and exporting them as the translated versions. With the proper integrations, translation management systems can also check if there have been any changes in the source files and import new content automatically to start localizing it. So that is a key aspect of data exchange between the localization management platform and content management systems. A real-world example of this process is right next to us. freeCodeCamp translates its resources on Crowdin. When a file from freeCodeCamp's curriculum changes, the new content is updated automatically in the system, in Crowdin, in our project, so contributors can translate it and publish it very quickly. Automating this process can be very helpful, especially for large organizations with different projects and files. That's the advantage of using a localization management platform. Now it's time to translate the resources. Usually these platforms will divide the source content into what they call strings. We already saw that concept, right? Strings. There are parts of the original text that you can translate, save the translations, and the software will take care of storing and combining them in the correct place in your file. After you have those resources translated, then it's time to proofread them, which is one of the most important phases of this process. Proofreaders should check if the translations are accurate, if there is a better way to adapt them to a culture or language. They can check if there are typos or misspelled words and if the correct format is being used. They can edit and approve the translated strings and approve the strings once everything is ready. All those small details really count for the user experience, so this step should be taken very seriously. And after the resources and the translations have been proofread, it's time to export the localized resources. If your project is small, you have the option to do this manually. But if your project is more complex, you can choose to automate this process with different integrations like we mentioned on your localization management system. For example, Crowdin, the platform that we will be working with during the course, has integrations with different platforms, including GitHub, Google Drive, Google Sheets, Dropbox, MailChimp, WordPress, and so on. It has hundreds of integrations that you can add to your project to synchronize the content automatically. If your translations are ready and approved, for example, in the context of GitHub, and you set up a GitHub integration, the translated files will be updated automatically in your project's repository. You can even configure where the translated files will be stored. That is the importance of integrations. And after you have everything set up, after exporting that automatically or manually, Your project will be translated, but you should still check for changes, because projects and platforms can evolve over time. Files can change as you add new features and content. And this is especially true in the context of freeCodeCamp because we add new content and update our existing curriculum on a regular basis. Awesome! So now that we covered all the localization fundamentals, we can start talking about crowding fundamentals for localization projects. We will talk about crowding, you will see how we are applying all of these concepts in this particular tool. So let's continue! Great, welcome to the second part of the course. Now we will dive into crowding fundamentals. So let's begin. Crowdin is a localization management platform that can be described as a cloud-based solution that streamlines localization management for your team. That is exactly how Crowdin defines the platform. Crowdin can be used by individuals, by teams, or by organizations. We will talk about the different features, and some of these features even overlap between teams, individuals, and organizations. We asked the founder of Crowdin how he would describe crowding in 5 words, and this is what he said: continuous localization for modern companies. So that is what crowding is for. You will be applying your knowledge of localization on this platform, and you will even learn how to localize a website with Crowdin's services and integrations. The main goal of crowding is to expand the potential of agile localization. Agile localization can be defined as a process in which localization is incorporated into an agile product development cycle. A cycle in which a product is constantly being updated in an iterative approach. So you launch your product, you get feedback, you update it based on the feedback, and that process is repeated in a cycle continuously. In this context, the word agile is being used to describe the localization process. The translations are continuously added and updated as the product changes. However, constant updates also require constant management, teamwork, file uploads and downloads and exports, platform deployments, and so on. The process could become very complicated very quickly if your team does not have the right tools. But with a localization management platform like Crowdin, you and your team can save time and accomplish your goals more efficiently. That's the ultimate goal, to localize the product as quickly as possible as it evolves. That is the cycle that we are referring to here, and that is exactly what freeCodeCamp does. Now, let's talk about the advantages of crowding, why you could choose crowding as your localization management tool. You can connect with external services through integrations to automate part of your localization process. You can store translations on their cloud-based services and grant access to team members and contributors from all around the world with different roles and permissions. You can also generate machine translations automatically when a resource is created and ask translators to check and edit them to save time. Your team can also check the quality and format of the translations with Crowdin's quality assurance, spell checking, and proofreading features. And you can also generate reports, create custom workflows, assign roles and permissions, invite new members, and more. So, as you can see, it's a platform that will make the localization process much easier for you and your team. Crowdin has a free plan. That is what we will be working with during the course. Sometimes we may see some features that are specific for organizations. Since freeCodeCamp is a non-profit organization, we have a different plan that Crowdin offers for nonprofits. But for individuals who want to start localizing their content for free, all the essential features are included, like unlimited public projects, 1 private project, 60,000 hosted words, 1 integration with an external service, features for translators' efficiency, and unlimited translators in the public projects that you can have. That is a free plan. For open source projects and educational institutions like freeCodeCamp, Crowdin has special licenses. If you want to use Crowdin for an open source project, sign up for a free account, set up your project, and send the Crowdin team, a request. Apply for an academic license if your project has educational purposes. Each granted license will include an unlimited number of projects, strings, and members. So if you're an educational or open source project or institution, you can contact that team, specifically for open source and educational projects. Let's talk about important terminology for working on crowding. Strings. We talked about them, but now let's define them formally. Strings are smaller segments of the original text from your file that can be translated and saved individually until all the translations are ready. They are combined to generate the localized version of the resource that you need. That is important to keep in mind. We also find the term source language. The source language is the language of the original resource. For example, freeCodeCamp's source language would be English, since our curriculum and documentation are originally written in English. We also find target language. This is the language that our resources are translated into. It's important to know the differences, source and target. A project could have multiple target languages, okay, like freeCodeCamp, or you could have only one target language if you only want to translate your resources into a specific language. We take the source language and we translate it into the target language. QA checks stand for quality assurance checks. These are automated tests that check if the translations have the correct format and spelling. Crowdin has many QA quality assurance features that can help your team find and fix potential errors, and they're essential for the proofreading phase of the process. QA stands for quality assurance. That is very important. And then we find the term glossary. Glossary is basically a database of important terms in your project with their corresponding meanings. Why is a glossary helpful? Well, it gives your translators more context about a specific term, and it helps them to choose the most accurate translations for a particular word. Great, and then we go to screenshot. A screenshot is a picture of what you can see on your computer screen at a particular moment in time. If your localization management platform supports this, you can upload screenshots and associate them to specific strings to give your translators more context of where the specific string appears on your platform or resource. And after that, we also find crowdsourcing. We mentioned this before, but now we're going to define it formally. Crowdsourcing is a localization practice based on community cooperation. It's basically engaging your community in the localization process. freeCodeCamp's translation effort is an example of crowdsourcing. We also find pre-translation. It is an automated technique to translate your project automatically using machine translation or translation memory when you upload your files. Remember that we talked about machine translation and translation memory before, right? We defined them individually, but now we are applying both of them. We are combining them to form a new term called pre-translation. We can either take the translations from our existing translation memory or use machine translation to translate new terms. But the important thing here is that it is an automated process. And we also find integrations. Crowdin has hundreds of integrations, and we will cover some of them in the course. They are connections that you can make between Crowdin or the localization management platform of your choice and other applications or services. You could have an integration with GitHub, Google Drive, Google Sheets. And finally, the last three terms that we're going to define here are more technical in nature for developers. But it's important that you, even if you're not directly related to the development aspect of the process, it's important that you understand what they are. First, we find webhooks. Webhooks are automated messages that an application or platform will send to another application or platform when specific events happen. Basically, what happens with a webhook is that you have two applications. Let's say that something happens in one of those applications. When that happens, you will be able to communicate between the platforms and through webhooks run a specific process to handle that event. And finally, we will talk about the concept of an API. An API is an application programming interface. This is a more technical and development-oriented term. It's basically an intermediary software that allows two applications to communicate with each other by sending information, following specific protocols and rules, of course. Crowdin has an API that can help you to integrate localization into your development process in a more automated way. And those are all the most important concepts that you will need to know to get started with crowding. So let's start diving into crowding, and let's go to their main website, crowdin.com. We will see how you can create a crowding account, and we will start translating a file. So I will see you in the next part of the course. Great, so after this detailed but super important introduction into the fundamentals of localization, now it's time to dive into practice and actually start working on crowding. So let's see how you can create your crowding account. The first step is to go to crowdin.com. This is where you can access all the resources, tools, and products of crowding. Crowdin is an example of a localization management platform. Like we've been talking about, we see continuous localization. You're already familiar with this concept. And you can see that crowding is mostly focused on software localization. But we will also see examples of other resources, like translating PDF resources to illustrate all the basic functionality. And then you can apply these tools and principles to other types of resources, like mobile apps, games, websites, and other types of products. After you land on crowdin.com, you will see this green sign up button. You click here, and then you will be taken to the register page. Start your localization journey with crowding, and here you will see two different options: crowdin.com, which is selected by default, and crowding enterprise. Crowdin.com is where you can create a personal crowding account for a small team, and crowding enterprise is more oriented towards organizations. If you register for Crowdin Enterprise, you can create a new organization, like for example freeCodeCamp is a non-profit organization. And Crowdin has special plans for nonprofits, for open source projects, and for educational projects. And they can create an organization for free, and you can also try it for free for 30 days. So let's see how you can register here for crowdin.com. First of all, you will need to write your email to sign up for a new account. Then you will have to enter a username, a password, and you will need to agree to the terms and conditions and their privacy policy. You will also see a check by Cloudflare over here. So let's do that. I'm going to write my email over here, and then I'm going to choose a username. Let's say Stefania Demo. After I do that, I will need to write a password. Once I see that the password is strong, I can still make it stronger. Let's just add something else here. Okay, great. Now it says that the password is secure. Secure should be your target because it will give you the highest protection against any type of unauthorized sign-in or someone using your password. It's always preferred to reach this level of security. So let's just agree to the terms and conditions. And let's create our account. If you're already a member and you're already registered for crowding, you can click here to log in, okay? So next time when you are logging into your account, just click here and you will be able to enter your email and your password. So let's create an account. Awesome! This is the main dashboard or the main screen that you will see when you create your account. You will see that you will need to verify your email to be able to reset your password, receive email notifications, and enhance security. So let's just go to my email and let's confirm this before we actually start to dive into the different elements that we have here, because crowding is very powerful. If I go to my email over here, I can see that I have an email from Crowdin, excited to have you on board. Welcome, Stefania Demo. Thank you for trusting Crowdin with localization. To secure your account and receive email updates about the activities in the projects you create and join, please confirm your email by clicking the button below. Here, I'm going to click on this link, and that will open a new window, and I will see this. Thank you for verifying your email. And now I can just close this confirmation message, and now I have a verified crowding account with a verified email, so everything is ready to get started. Right now, I am on a free account, so we will see all the features that we have available. If we go to Crowdin.com, again, landing page, and we go to pricing over here, we can see that they have specific plans, and what we're going to cover in the first part of the course is related to the free plan. They have a free plan to start localizing your content for free with all the essential features for translators included. Unlimited public projects, 60,000 hosted words, one integration, features for translators efficiency, and we will talk about many of these features in the course. We also see one private project, and that is great because we're going to work with one private project during the course, but you can also create unlimited public projects. And you will also be able to add unlimited translators in public projects. Just note that users on a free plan donate their translations to Crowdin's translation memory. Remember that we talked about translation memory, where it's like a database of all the strings that have been translated in a project that you can reuse. Well, when you use the free plan, you donate your translations to Crowdin's translation memory so they can help others to reuse those translations. And after you have your account already created, let me show you how you can log into your account again if you sign out and then you want to log back in. You just go to Crowdin.com, you click on login over here. And in Crowdin.com, you just need to enter your email. And this is the email that I use to register. And this is my password. I'm going to log in. And now Crowdin is asking me if I want to stay logged in. They can remember your session, so you wouldn't need to log in as often. You can choose to do that or not. It's definitely up to you. You will see your username over here. Not now. And voila, we're back at the dashboard, the main dashboard. If you want to log out of your account at any moment, you just need to click here on the profile, on your profile image, and go here to log out. That will log you out of your account, and then you can log back in. Awesome, now you know how to create your account, how to log out, and how to log in again whenever you want to work with Crowdin. Great, and now that you know how to create a personal account on Crowdin.com, let's also check how you can sign up for a Crowdin Enterprise account in case you are representing an organization like freeCodeCamp, a nonprofit organization, or another type of organization, and you want to try Crowdin Enterprise. To do that, you would just need to click here on Crowdin Enterprise, then enter your organization name. This will be the URL of your organization on Crowdin. So here you could have, for example, freecodecampdemo.crowdin.com. After that, you will need to enter your work email here, your username and your password, and agree to the terms and conditions and the privacy policy. You will need to follow a similar process to verify your email like we did before, and after that, you will have your organization ready. If you want to enter an existing organization, just click here, and you will be able to enter your organization's URL. For the course, we created a demo organization, freecodecamp course demo.crowdin.com. And after you enter the URL, you just click here on continue, and you will be able to log in to the enterprise with your email or username and your password. You can also get a magic link to sign in without actually entering your email or password. But let me show you how this works and what you would see once you're inside your Crowdin Enterprise account. I am going to write my email and my password. Crowdin is asking me if I want to stay logged in. We can remember your session, so you wouldn't need to log in as often. So we can choose to stay logged in or not right now. You can choose either one of these options. Then you will see Crowdin's logo, and over here, this is the main dashboard that you will see for a Crowdin Enterprise account. You can see that it is very similar to the dashboard that we had for the personal account with a few differences, and we will be covering them during the course as well. We will see how you can use Crowdin from the perspective of an organization or enterprise. Great, so let's continue. Now let's see how you can actually activate your free plan on Crowdin. Currently, you can do this by going to crowdin.com and then pricing. If you click here on pricing and you are logged into your account, as I am here in my Stefania demo account, you will see this, plans for everyone. And over here, you can see the free plan. You can also see your current account usage. Here, you may find that you're using some advanced features. And if you don't see the option to upgrade to the free plan, then it might be because of this and you may need to remove some advanced features that you may have used during the trial. But to activate the free plan, you just go here and you should see this button but highlighted in green. If you click on this button, then you will be activating your free plan and you should see a confirmation message. The confirmation message should be similar to this one. Get started with your free Crowdin plan. Create unlimited public projects and invite translation agencies or your community to translate. Remember, you go to pricing, then you click on this button, which should be green, to enable it. If you don't see this button as an option, then you may have some advanced features enabled. In this case, you can have up to 3 file formats, and that is included in the free plan. But if you see other things here, under this category, this may be preventing you from getting your free account. So make sure to remove them and then click on this button. Great, so now let's see how you can customize your profile. One of the first things that you might want to do after you create your Crowdin account is to customize your profile. So let's do that. After you create your Crowdin account, you might see this short message and survey that you will only see once after you create your account. It says, "Welcome to Crowdin, we're glad to have you on board. Let us know you better so we can customize your experience." How would you describe yourself? Here you can choose one of these options: Localization Manager, Developer, or Translator Proofreader. You can also specify how you would describe yourself here by writing a brief sentence. And then you can click on Submit, or you can just close this short survey. You can answer it or close it. It's totally up to you. So for now, let's close it. And now we can see the dashboard like you will see it after submitting the survey. Great, so once we have that ready, it's time to do one of the first things that you will probably want to do after creating your Crowdin account, which is customizing your profile. To customize your profile, you just need to go here and click on the small profile image, which will have your initial there. It's at the top right, and then after you click on it, choose Settings from the drop-down menu, like this. In your settings, you will see many different tabs, but the first one is Profile. In your profile, you will find many different settings over here. But let's talk about them in detail. First, we find your profile picture. You can drag a picture here or select a file from your file system. You can also remove your current image. This button will be enabled when you customize your image. Then we find general information, like full name, your first name and last name, your username, which you can just change whenever you need to. Of course, if it's not already taken by another Crowdin user. We also see our email. This is not publicly visible. The email will be used for account-related notifications, like password resets, project activity updates, and invitations to projects. You can set up an additional login method to have an alternative for accessing your account. And here we have an option to connect that to protect your account. That is recommended. After that, you can also write your company, your job title, and pronouns: he, him, she, her, or other, or prefer not to say. By default, you will see this marked. I will choose she, her. And after that, you will see About Me. You can write a brief description of yourself, and that will be shown publicly on your profile if you choose to make your profile public. We also see Crowdin language, English. Here you will see your time zone. It might be customized. You might need to choose it from the drop-down menu, and you can filter. Like, for example, Montevideo. From Uruguay, we can see it over here if we need to choose it. But you can customize this like you need to. Then the time format is either 24 hours or AM, PM. the time format that you will see in Crowdin. And here we have a list of preferred languages. By default, you will see English, but you can also add other preferred languages. Let me show you how you can add Spanish, for example. If you write Spanish here, you can filter the list to all the items, list items that have the word Spanish. I'm going to choose Spanish in general over here, and after you check the checkbox, you will see that language appearing over here. And here you can mark a language as native. Are you a native English speaker? Then this should be selected. Are you a native Spanish speaker? Then this should be selected. Okay, you will see that it is saving your changes automatically over here. And what happens if you just want to remove a language you selected by mistake or something like that, and for some reason you want to delete it? Just click on it like this and you will delete it from the list. Awesome, right? You can also just search here, but filtering the search list is always super helpful. And the options are very specific. You can choose the language from a specific region or country. So you have English from Puerto Rico, you have English from Japan, you have English from India. So it's very specific and you can customize this to fit your needs. After that, we also see a new option, Appearance. You can select how you want Crowdin to look. Select a single theme or sync it with your system, automatically switching between day and night themes. You can choose light theme, dark theme. This is the dark theme. Let me show you this, the dark theme. Or you can make it match the current theme of your system. In this case, I have a light theme because I'm recording this during the day. So it might be helpful for your eyes if you just sync it to your system. But for now, let's just keep it in the light theme. And finally, privacy. This is very important. You can hide the projects and activity tabs from displaying publicly on your profile page. If you check this checkbox, you will make your profile private. By default, it's not private. So you should be aware of this and go here immediately if you don't want your projects and activity to be public. And finally, the last option is deleting your account, but you will see a shiny red button over here because deleting an account will immediately delete all the projects created under your account and all the associated data. Deleted accounts cannot be restored, not even by the team, apparently, based on this message. So be completely sure that this is what you want to do when you press that button, delete account. Awesome, now you know how to customize your profile. Here in your account settings, you will see other tabs like account, notifications, API, security log, OAuth, and beta features. Let's just have a quick dive into these options so you can see them. Your account tab has the option to change your password. You can also have your security keys over here, which are physical devices that add an extra layer of security to your online accounts. You can register your security key here, and you can also enable two-factor authentication to increase your account's security. You can click here on Enable to enable it. And you can also create SSO connections. Manage the accounts you have linked to your Crowdin account. These connections allow you to log into Crowdin with a single click, and remember that you have the option to log in with your Google account, your Facebook account, GitHub, X, and GitLab account. And here you see a list of devices that have logged in to your Crowdin account, and you can revoke any sessions that you do not recognize. So this is for your own protection, and it's a great feature. You can also choose to revoke all the sessions if you need to. After that, we have notifications, where you can customize all your notifications. Slack integration, product updates, notifications. You can set up a custom channel for the notifications, and these are your global notification settings. You can send notifications for users and roles, integrations, new strings, language progress, API integrated vendors, content issues, mentions, tasks, messages, discussions, and API notifications. You can choose whether to send the notifications in-app or by email. And if you just deselect this, you will be deselecting all of them at once. But if you enable this, you will be enabling all of them. And you can also disable that by email as well. or you can enable and disable them individually. That is great. You can customize it to fit your needs, and we will talk about these features in detail during the course. After that, we also find the API, because Crowdin has an API that developers can work with. The Crowdin API version 2 is a full-featured RESTful API that helps you integrate localization into your development process. You can create personal access tokens for authorization when working with the Crowdin API, the command line interface, some of the integrations, and plugins. Here is where you can create a new token, if you need to. You have your personal account security logs, all the login events, and all the events related to your account. You also have OAuth applications. You can create OAuth applications to access the Crowdin API, and here we have some beta features that you can choose to enable if you would like to try them, but they are experimental and still in development, so they are not quite ready for production. They may change, break, or disappear at any time. You can enable this if you would like to participate on that beta features testing process. Awesome! Now you know how to customize your profile, and we talked about your account settings. So let's start diving into the practical aspects of Crowdin, and let's create a project. In the next part, we will create our first project in Crowdin. Great, so now that you know how to customize your profile, let's create a project. We will do that from our profile page. If you're in a different part of the platform, like your account settings, you can go back to your profile page by clicking on this small profile image at the top right, and then clicking on your username here, the first item that you can see in the drop-down menu. Yes, you can do that, or you can also click here and go to Home. This is your home page. This is where you will see all your projects. You can explore other projects. You will also see your activity, your account activity over here in the Activity tab. To create a project, you have two different options. You can either click here on the green Create Project button, or you can click here on this gray button. They are both equivalent and they both take you to exactly the same page. So let's click on the green button, since this is usually what we see first, and that will take us to a page where we can fill in all the necessary information for our project, like our project name, our project address here. This is the URL where we can find our project. It must be unique. If your project has multiple words and you write those words here in the project name, they will be connected here. So let's see this, freeCodeCamp project demo. You can see that as I type these words, the project address is filled in automatically, and the words are connected by a hyphen over here. That is very helpful because URLs cannot have spaces, so they have to be connected by hyphens. And this URL has to be unique. If this URL is not available on Crowdin, then you will see a warning and you will need to add some variation to the URL. You will also see project privacy settings. If the project is public, it will be visible to everyone. You can restrict access to specific languages after the project is created. That is for a public project. But by default, the project will be private if you don't change this option. A private project is visible only to the invited project members, and we will see how you can invite project members in the part of the course where we talk about teams and collaboration. For now, let's keep our project private, since we have a free account and the free account includes one private project. After that, we find the source language. Remember that we talked about the source language. The source language will be English. We're going to translate a PDF file to show you all the basic features, for now all the basic features, and the PDF that we will be uploading will be in English, so that will be our source language. If you click here, you will see a list with all the available source languages that you can choose from. You have very specific options. So let's say that you want to filter the list by Spanish. You can filter the list by Spanish, and you also see Spanish specific to each one of these countries. Or you can also choose Spanish in general. So that is great, you can filter the list. And after you choose the source language, you will need to choose the target languages. You can have one target language or multiple target languages, and Crowdin gives you that option to customize your project to fit your needs. You can choose as many as you need. You just need to check their checkboxes and they will be added. So let's say that we want to create a demo project with a target language of Spanish, Japanese, Italian, Portuguese, and we also want Portuguese Brazilian, and Bengali as well. Let's just choose these languages to show you that you can select multiple target languages and you will see them added to this list. If you want to remove all the languages at once, you can clear the list here by clicking on this trash can, or you can also remove them individually by clicking on the language. Let's just remove Spanish, and that will remove it. We can add it again if we need to, no worries. You can also sort them alphabetically or sort them by popularity. That is very helpful, and it will also apply to your search. Another great option that you can use is that you can pre-fill the list with the top 30 languages that are most popular on Crowdin without having to select them manually. So if you're starting a project and you want to use crowdsourcing and you want to start translating your project to the most popular languages, this option will save you some time. You can also create custom languages as well. That is another amazing feature that we have here on Crowdin. If we click here on custom languages, we will see the option to add a dialect. Initially, you will not see anything because there is nothing to display. We don't have a custom language, but if you do need to create a custom language, you can click on add, and then you will be taken to this dialog where you can write the name of the language, choose if it is a specific dialect of another language. You can see the language code on Crowdin, how that language will be described with a specific code. You can also write a 3 letters code and a locale code. An example would be like English but from Great Britain, if it's very specific to a region. After that, you have text direction, because some languages are written from left to right, while some of them are written from right to left, so you can choose the text direction for the custom language. And you can also select the plural form. Different languages have different plural forms. You can read more about adding custom languages if you click here, and you will be taken to Crowdin's documentation where you can learn more about these settings. But it's great to know that this option is available. Let's check our settings before we create the project. Project name, freeCodeCamp project demo. Project address is freeCodeCamp project demo. It will be a private project, and we can change this later on if we need to, but for now we're going to make it private. We also have the source language in English, and we're going to choose 6 target languages. Great, so after you have all that information ready to create the project, just click here on Create Project. Or if you decide that you don't want to create the project, just click here on Cancel. And now let's just create the project. We click here, and we see project created successfully. Over here, great. If you choose to create a private project, when we create our first project, we will see this message. This is the current state of Crowdin at the moment. It might have changed at the time when you are taking the course, but right now we see this message of the trial expiring in 14 days. But this is a trial of the premium features in Crowdin. After the trial expires, we should go back to a free account with the features that we saw: 1 private project, unlimited public projects, and a maximum number of hosted words, which was 60,000 words. So you will still keep your free account after the trial expires. Great, so now we have our first project in Crowdin, freeCodeCamp project demo. Of course, it will be empty at first, but don't worry, we will take care of this in just a moment. We will be uploading a file and we will start translating. But first, let's have a quick tour of this project and the different tabs that we have over here and how you can find all the information you need for your project. We will do that in the next part of the course, so I will see you there. Awesome, let's have a quick tour of the project so you know everything that we have available here. First, we can see the name of the project over here next to our username. Here we can see the privacy of the project. It's private, otherwise you will see public here. You can create one private project and unlimited public projects with a free account on Crowdin. You can also see the project over here on this sidebar, where you can find a list of all your projects, and you also see the option to create a new project from here. That is great because it is available here. You don't have to go to your home again once you have this on the sidebar if you need to create a new project. After that, we find several different tabs. Let's go from left to right. We start with the dashboard tab. In the dashboard tab, you can find all these elements. Let's talk about them. First, you have a filter to filter the list of languages that you chose. Here you can see all the target languages that you selected when you created your project. We see Bengali, Italian, Japanese, Portuguese, Portuguese Brazilian. I also selected this to show you that we will have them as independent languages on the dashboard. And we also see Spanish over here. For each language, you will have a list item with specific information. In this bar, you will see the progress of that language. You will see them being filled with green and blue bars, and they represent the percentage of the strings that have been translated and approved for that specific language. Right now, if we click on them, we see that there are no files to display, but we will take care of that when we upload a file. Next to them, we also see the details of the project. We see the source language, English, project members, 1 right now because it's only me, words to translate, 0. The project was created 2 seconds ago. Yes, that was really fast. And the last activity was 8 minutes ago. The quality assurance checks that we talked about in the slides, remember when we talked about important terminology for crowding, we saw quality assurance checks. Right now, they say that there are no issues. Of course, we have no files, so there are no issues. And we see the managers. The project manager is currently my account. I am the project owner. And we will see how you can assign different roles to different team members in the course. And you can also contact me here on this link. So that is very helpful as well. Here we see a tool to search. This will filter the list of languages. So let's say that I want to find Spanish here. I just write Spanish and it will filter the list to show me only Spanish or other variations of Spanish, local variations. If I write Portuguese, I see Portuguese and Portuguese Brazilian. This is especially helpful for many target languages. For example, freeCodeCamp has more than 30 languages, more than 30 target languages available for translation. So for our organization's project, this feature can be helpful. We can also choose how to sort the languages. Sort them by default, order, alphanumeric order, completed first, or uncompleted first. If we want to see all the completed languages first, we choose this option. All the languages that still need some work first, then we choose this option, or just sort them alphabetically, alphanumerically. And here we can see them in a different presentation. Instead of showing them as a list like this, we can also choose to show them like in a grid, which is a more graphical option. I personally like this a lot, and I like the fact that they include specific flags or the language code. It's very visual. So you can choose the option that you like the most. Here we also find pre-translation. Remember what we talked about? Pre-translation. Yes, we find it here. Pre-translation can be done via TM or via MT. Remember the difference between these acronyms? Yes, everything that we saw in the previous section with the slides is coming back to us. We see TM, which is translation memory, the database of everything that we have translated before. We could use that for the pre-translation, or we could do that via the machine translation, which is like an automated way to translate your files, and then of course you would need to check the automated translations. But you can choose which method to use for the pre-translation. And here you can go to the editor to start translating. But right now we don't have anything to translate, so let's not go there yet. And you also have the option here to enable notifications. Global, mentions only, or you can also mute project. These are the different settings. You can experiment with them and see what works best for you. That is what we have on the dashboard tab. For the sources tab, we have another set of tools. This is where you will see a list of all the files that you can translate. Right now we don't have any files to translate, so we can use one of the following options to upload our source files. We have the option to upload files from our device. They also support zip archive, so that is also helpful in case you have a zip file. You can use sample files from Crowdin to explore how the platform works. We can set up an integration with the repository or other supported systems as well. And we can invite developers to help us with the project setup. So we have everything we need here. We're going to upload our file from our device in just a moment. We can see our files, or we can also check our strings. Right now we don't have anything to display. We will have them when we upload the file. We can also group our files into folders. Here we can see that we can create a new folder and we can create a new version branch. And we can add a file. This is equivalent to clicking here to upload file, okay? And we can create strings vault or set up an integration like we have over here. So we just have multiple buttons to do exactly the same, but they are both helpful. And here we also have the trash can icon in case we would like to delete some of them. Great. Then we go to translations, the translations tab. In translations, we have the option to upload existing translations, and we will talk about that in just a moment. We can also download our translations as a zip file. If we select a language, one of our target languages, then we can just build them and download them as a zip file. We can also create target file bundles, but this is a bit more advanced, and we can also set up over-the-air content delivery with Amazon Web Services and other services that you can use for this. But this is a little bit beyond the scope of the course. You can always learn more about these features on the Crowdin knowledge base. In the Screenshots tab, we have the option to upload screenshots to provide translators with more context. This way you can significantly improve the quality of the translations because, for example, if you're translating a website and you have some strings on your website, you have some text, you might want to take a screenshot of the specific part of the website where the strings are displayed, and that will give them some context to provide the best translations possible. Here we have the Tasks tab, where we will see tasks that we have created for the project. We will talk about tasks when we reach the part on teams and collaboration. Tasks are very helpful in Crowdin, especially for project managers and for making sure that the project runs smoothly. Here we can also find the Members tab. Right now I am the only member of this project, but if you are planning to add multiple members, here you will see a list of members. You can search members by name or username. You can filter them by roles. You can assign them different roles, of course, and we will also talk about that, but you can filter them here. And you can filter them by language as well. If you select one or more members of this list, you can also choose to contact them, or you can also delete them. In this case, I am the owner, so it cannot be deleted, but you can also delete them, and you can invite members. Another key thing that you might miss because it's right here to the right, very apart from the filters, is this option. If you applied some filter like this and you just want to clear it, you can click here on clear filter and all the filters will be cleared. And if you have multiple pages, you can just go through them here on these arrows. After that, we find integrations. This is where we can add integrations to our project and we can filter them. Reports will show us reports of our project. We will also see them in more detail, but right now we don't have enough data because we do not have any files. But in the projects, you can check the project status, the translation cost, top members as well, top members of your project. And here we can find the activity. The activity for this project right now is just one item. I created this project, and we can filter that by specific types of activities like project builds, project setting updates, source strings updates, translation activity, comments, and issues. We can also filter the activity by languages. For example, we could check for source string updates in Italian, let's say. And we could also filter the activity by user, if you would like to check the activity of a specific user in the project. And if you need to clear the filters, you always have that option here. Great, we just have 3 more tabs. One key aspect of teamwork that will make your project run smoothly is communication, and that is what discussions are for here. We can create new discussions with this button, and we can mark them as open or closed and filter them by language or by author. The discussions are very helpful to discuss or talk about anything related to the project that you think should have input or feedback from multiple team members. You can do all of that within Crowdin. You don't need to go to an external tool to do that. To create a new discussion, you just click here on New Topic, and then you write the name of that topic, the title. You choose the language related to the topic, or you might choose not to specify the name if the topic is not related to a specific language. And then you just ask a question or start a conversation here, and this supports styling with Markdown. So you can use Markdown, you can add bold text, you can add headers, and that is very helpful to format your text appropriately. You can write it here, and if you need to preview it, you can preview it. Let me just write this something like heading 1, and in Markdown we create a heading with a hash symbol, and if you want to preview it with the final format, you can just preview it over here. Great! After that, you just create the topic and you will see it in your list of discussions. And over here we have some additional tools like the command line tool, the Crowdin API, webhooks. We talked about webhooks, which are like messages that are warnings that we send when something happens in an application. That means setting up a notification for key events in your project. And you can also translate your web application with a real-time translation preview with Crowdin in context. And finally, we reach the project settings. Talking about the project settings, let's dive into the settings that you can customize for your project. There are many settings, and we will go through them in detail, so we will do that in the next part of the course, so I will see you there. Let's dive into the settings. And talking about project settings, let's dive into the settings that you can customize for your project. Here we have our freeCodeCamp project demo. You will find different categories of project settings, including general, privacy and collaboration, languages, quality assurance checks, translation memories, glossaries, and different options for your content like importing, exporting, labels, parser configuration, and file processors. Some of these settings are more advanced, but let's have a general overview of what you can customize. First of all, by default, you will be in the general settings. The general settings include the project name, the public description of your project, and branding. For example, you can set a custom domain for your project. To get an access to the custom domain name, you need to create a CNAME DNS record in your hosting service, and only the HTTPS protocol is allowed. Here you also have the option to invite a developer if the developer is the one who is going to be creating the custom domain. You can also set a project logo by uploading an image with these formats. It can be a JPEG image, a PNG image, or a GIF file. And after branding, we find the badges. You can choose to display badges to share the localization progress of this project via a badge image. And this is a preview of the badges. You can embed badges on your website or readmes so your app fans can see the localization progress and help you with translations. Currently, the badges are disabled. Okay, but this is a preview and you would see the percentage of the progress of your project over here. And the last option that you can see in the general settings is the option to delete a project. But be careful with this because deleting the project will permanently delete all the resources associated with the project, including any uploaded files, translations, approvals, and etc. Deleted projects cannot be restored, so be really careful with this if you choose to click on this button. This is for the general settings. Then we find privacy and collaboration settings. You can set the project's visibility, like making the project public or private. A public project is visible to everyone. You can restrict access to specific languages after the project is created. And if you choose to make your project private, it will be visible only to the invited project members. And we will see how you can send those invitations in just a moment when we reach the part on team and collaborations. After that, you can also see some privacy settings. This was the visibility, now we go to privacy. You can choose to enable or disable all of these options, like task-based access control. If you want to allow offline translation, this is selected by default. If you want to allow proofreaders to access hidden strings. If you also want to allow project members to manage glossary terms or show machine translation suggestions connected with the machine translation engines that you choose. They will appear as suggestions in the editor if you have this option enabled. And the last category here are notifications. Notifications for translators when there are new strings to be translated, if you want to notify project managers and developers about new strings, and if you want to notify project managers and developers when a language translation or proofreading phase has been completed. Those are important notifications. You can just enable them or disable them by clicking here on their checkbox. Great! That is for privacy and collaboration. Now let's go to translation settings. First, we find languages. Initially, when we created the project, we chose a source language and a target language. But here we can change that and even add custom language codes. If we change the source language, that might cause a plural form mismatch, according to Crowdin for imported strings. If your new source language differs from the initial one in plural forms, it's recommended to update the source files accordingly, okay? So that is recommended. You can choose it from this list that you have over here. It's quite comprehensive. You will find the language and specific local variations of that language for specific countries. You can also change the list of target languages. Remember that we selected 6 languages here, right? You can just delete a language if you need to and save your changes by clicking here, or you can also add new languages by selecting them over here. It's basically the same component or element that we saw when we created the project. And if you just want to remove all the target languages, you can click here. Awesome! Now that you know how to change these languages, let's go to QA checks. Remember that QA checks automatically highlight all the possible mistakes in the translations prior to their approval. They're very helpful because detected issues will appear in proofreading mode, and your proofreaders can check them and fix them if necessary. This is where you can customize what you want to check automatically. You can check for empty translations, length issues, tags mismatch, spaces mismatch, variables mismatch, punctuation, character case, special characters, basically anything that can go wrong when you try to translate a string. Any typos, any mistakes, like incorrect translation issues or spelling or typos, or also making sure that you use the terminology consistently with the correct translation for specific glossary terms. You can enable or disable each one of these QA checks for your project, and then you just need to click on Save to save your changes. And over here, next to each one of these checks, you will see the type of warning or error that you will get for these issues that are detected in your project. For example, if the translation exceeds any predefined length limits, you will see an error here, but you can also change that to a warning. Error would be the highest priority for those issues, and warning would be something a little bit of a lower priority. Awesome! And you can also disable all QA checks simply by clicking here. This is a faster way to do that if you just want to disable or enable all the quality assurance checks. This one will not be selected by default. You need to select it and enable it manually by clicking here, okay? And after that, you just save your changes and voila, here we have them, right? Great, they are very helpful. And another thing that is super helpful is a translation memory. In the translation memory settings, you can enable auto substitution. This feature substitutes the non-translatable elements like tags or HTML entities or placeholders in translation suggested by translation memory by the ones that are used in the source text. This improves translation memory suggestions and allows pre-translations. Translation memory suggestions for dialects, you can also enable that. Show the primary language translation memory suggestion for dialects if there are no dialect-specific ones. So if you have a specific language and then you're working with a dialect, if you don't have a specific suggestion for that dialect, you will also see the translation suggestions for the general or primary language. That is very helpful. You can use global translation memory as well to give translators access to the Crowdin global translation memory, which is a huge vault of existing translations contributed by previous projects. Remember that with a free account, you are donating your translations to Crowdin's global translation memory. So that is great. You can also reuse what other people have translated before. When this setting is enabled, all translations made in your project are automatically committed to the Crowdin global translation memory. You can also choose the translation memory match context type. These are a little bit more advanced and you might want to take some time to dive deeper into them. We're just having a quick overview here, so let's just check these ones. At the bottom we see some penalties. Penalties are basically used to decrease translation memory suggestion match percentage based on specific conditions. So with translation memory you will see suggestions for a translation, but some translations will have a higher priority and some translations will have a lower priority based on how well they match the original phrase or string. You can also assign some penalties to that match percentage based on these criteria. That is a more advanced feature, but you can also change that in the settings. And you can change the assigned translation memories for your project. This is something that you might want to use more often. And it basically allows you to change the translation memories that you will be using in your project. By default, you will have your project's translation memory based on what you have translated for the source files of your project. But if you have other translation memories for other projects in your account, you can also choose to use that for another project and share them across your projects. That is super helpful, and you can just select which ones you would like to assign to your current project in the settings. And you can also assign them priorities. So you will use the suggested translations from the translation memory with the highest priority. We will talk more about translation memories, more specifically during the course, but for now, just know that this is where you can customize everything related to translation memories. And over here, you can also find glossaries. Remember that a glossary was a set of terminologies with their definitions, a glossary term. And this is where you can manage your glossaries for your projects in the settings. If you had multiple glossaries, you can choose them or select them from this list. You would have several glossaries, and you can choose which ones will be used for your current project, like this. This one is selected by default because it's your own project's glossary. We're in that project right now. But if we had multiple projects with multiple glossaries, we could reuse them or assign them to different projects, and that is great because we will be saving time. Awesome, and now let's just check the last category, which is content settings. These are the settings for importing and exporting files and strings and source files. They basically help you with your workflow, like working with source strings, how you want to handle duplicate strings, like you can save time by translating all duplicates with the same translation and hiding these instances from translators, but this can affect accuracy. Okay, so you can choose what to do with duplicate strings. You can also configure how you want Crowdin to count words in your project, like automatically if you want to consider the tags or if you want to skip the tags. Once you change the option, only the newly uploaded words will be counted according to the new settings. And if you change this option, the new setting that you choose will be saved automatically, okay? Because right here you can see that we don't have a save button, but your changes will be saved automatically. If I, let's say, change this to count tags, and then I go to another category and I go back, you can see that the change was saved automatically, even though we don't have a save button right here, just to give you that tip. And then once we go to export, we can also see that we can save context information in the files. We can skip any untranslated strings if we want to. This is not enabled by default, so we can enable it. We can skip untranslated files once we are exporting our project. We can export only approved translations, and we can also automatically fill in regional dialects from the primary language. So, for example, untranslated strings in regional dialects, like for example Argentine Spanish, will automatically include translations completed in the primary language, for example Spanish. And now we go to labels. Labels are very helpful because they can add context to your strings and organize them by different topics. They can also be useful when you want to search for specific strings because you can filter strings by their labels. You can add the labels to your strings here in the settings in the labels category. Let's see, if you want to add a label, you just click here on add label. You write the title of your new label and you click on save. And then you will be able to add the label to your strings. Let's just check what happens. Demo label, and let's save this. Now I see my new label over here and I can edit it or delete it. If I edit the label, I can just change its title. And if I want to delete it, I can delete it over here, delete the label, yes, delete it, and I don't see it here anymore. But when I am using the editor, I can assign that label to a specific string, and that can be helpful. And finally, the last two options are a bit more advanced. They are parser configuration, to configure how you want Crowdin to import and export selected file types depending on your needs, like this. Let's say, for example, that your file is in this format. Let's say that we have a markdown file over here. We see these extensions. For a markdown file, this would be the set of extensions. And the API type here would be this for the markdown file, MD. You can edit this to change your parser settings. You can see markdown parser settings. You can enable content segmentation, use custom segmentation rules, exclude code blocks, and these options are more advanced, okay? They are a bit beyond the scope of this course, which is covering like localization fundamentals, but I do encourage you to dive deeper into this because it can be very helpful, as well as file processors, which allow you to customize processing for the supported file formats. Great, these are all the settings that you can customize for your project in Crowdin, so you should have a good idea of what you can customize for your project. In the next section, we will see a quick review of how you can delete a project in Crowdin. I will see you there, and then we will actually start to upload files to our Crowdin project, and we will start translating with the translation editor. I will see you there. Great work! Now you know how to customize your project settings. But let's quickly review how you can delete a project in case you ever need to do this in the future. Here, we just go to Settings, then General, which is selected by default, and we go here to the bottom where we see Delete Project. If you click on this button, you will be deleting the project permanently, and you will be deleting all the resources associated with the project, including any uploaded files, translations, approvals, etc. And this cannot be undone. Deleted projects cannot be restored. So be 100% sure, please, when you click on this button. Now it's time to start working with our files, and so for that, we will upload a file to our Crowdin project. I will show you how to do that manually for now, since we're covering the basics. We will upload a sample PDF file with text and images, and you will see how Crowdin extracts the strings and how we can translate the strings in their translation editor. So I will see you there in just a moment. So let's continue. Now we're in the Settings tab, right? But we need to go to the Sources tab to upload our files. In the Sources tab, you will see this. Of course, it's empty because currently we have no files to translate, but we can use one of these options to upload the source files. We can choose to upload files. We can also upload our files as zip if we need to upload multiple files. We can use crowding sample files, and that is helpful to explore how crowding works if you want to use these samples at first. You can also set up the integration with your repository. We will talk about integrations when we reach the part of the course for developers, because you can integrate crowding with your, for example, GitHub repository with the GitHub integration and import your source files automatically with your GitHub integration. Right now we're going to focus on how you can do this manually since we're covering the basics. And you can also invite a developer to help you with the project setup with this option. Right now we will be uploading a PDF file. A PDF file with some text that I took from a freeCodeCamp article. This will be our demo file. I will use this to illustrate how crowding takes a file, extracts the strings, and it can also work with files that contain images. So I think this will be a nice example. Let's upload the file by clicking here. You can also choose to add a file by clicking on this button, and these are more advanced options. Okay? So basically you would be clicking on add file or upload files, and you can also create a folder here. Let's upload a file. Welcome to freeCodeCamp. I'm going to open this file and you can see how it's being uploaded. Yay! So it might take a few seconds to change while it's being uploaded and processed, because remember that crowding has to extract the strings and divide the text into multiple strings, and you will see this blue progress bar here. You will need to wait until you see a confirmation that your file has been uploaded. If you click here or you go to any of these tabs, based on my personal experience right now, you will lose the progress that you have for that file. So just stay there until the file has been uploaded, and voila, over here we can see that the blue bar that we had here while we were uploading the file now changed into different options that we have here for our file. And we can also see that we uploaded a PDF file, but that was converted into a different file format, docx, which is like the Word format that we use for Word files. That is something that will happen when you upload certain types of files. Crowding will convert them into another format to make it easier for the platform to process the individual strings. But when you export them, you can choose how you want to export them. And over here we see the number of strings that we can translate. This particular file has 22 strings with a total of 212 words. If you hover over this number, you will see the number of words. And you can also see the history of file updates here if you click on the option in the revision column. You can also choose to update the file by uploading a new version. That can be helpful if the file has been modified somehow. And you can assign priority. For example, here we have that the file has a normal priority. What happens if I click here? Well, I make it a high priority file. It will have a high priority. If not, it will have a low priority if I click on it again. And if I just click on it a third time, I will go back to a normal priority. That is helpful to categorize files by their translations priority. For example, you may choose to translate the files of your landing page before you actually translate files deeper in your website or your platform. And over here we can see a drop-down menu when you click on the ellipsis, and we see these options. We see add file, we see new folder, we see create strings font, settings, download source, rename, and delete. If you click on rename, you can just rename your file. Here I could just change it, and if I click anywhere outside of the name, I save those changes. And if I need to delete the file, I just click on delete. If I click on settings, I will see the file settings, and that is interesting. This is not the project settings, this is the file settings. Let's dive deeper into these settings. File details. This is the title as it appears to translators. You can show descriptive file titles to translators. For example, you can just assign a more readable name like this one instead of the original file name that may be abbreviated or written in a specific format in your application. This file title is only shown in the user interface in Crowdin and doesn't rename the actual file, so when you export your translated files, you will still get the original name. And here we can see different settings about the resulting file after translation export. This is the file name or full path in the resulting archive, using the placeholders listed below. For example, the source file can be resources.resx, but before integration into an application, it should be named like this. So you can use these placeholders like the language, the two-letter code, the locale, and you can use the placeholders in the name of the file like this, and that value, like the language, will be replaced in the name of the file. That can be helpful to automate the process, especially like in software projects where you need to have different names for your files in different languages. You can just add the two letters code to differentiate them and use them in your file path. That is very helpful. This is an example for Android projects like this. You can see how it's using the placeholder Android code and the original file name here and other types of projects. You can also change the parser configuration, like clean tags aggressively, translate hyperlink URLs. This is also helpful if you are localizing the URLs as well. You can translate hidden text, translate hidden rows and columns in spreadsheets, and for slides, you can import hidden slides and import the nodes in your slides, which can also be helpful if you added some extra nodes to a presentation. And you can enable content segmentation and use custom segmentation rules. These are more advanced options, but in the Languages tab, you can also change file target languages, because you can customize this for each file as well. Let's say that you don't want to translate a specific file into Spanish. You can just disable this for that file and click Save, and you will not see that file in the Spanish category of your project. You can also disable all languages if you don't want to translate it at all, or you can select specific languages like this. For now, let's keep all languages. If we read this warning, we see that it is recommended not to hide duplicates in the project when disabling languages. Otherwise, duplicate strings in this file may not be available for translation. And finally, context. In this tab, you can add any contextual information that will help translators to understand the source text meaning. Context will be visible for translators in the editor, and it also supports Markdown, and that will be helpful for your translators. Great, so after you configure all of that, you can just click Save or Cancel, or just click on this X here to go back. And now you know what the file is about. We uploaded the file, and now if you need to upload a second file, you can just click here on Add File, and you will see the option to choose a file from your file system. This is how you can upload a file manually. Remember that we have an option to automate this through Crowdin integrations. Specifically, the GitHub integration is one of the most popular ones because you can automatically synchronize the files of your project when you add new strings that have to be translated in Crowdin. That is similar to what we do at freeCodeCamp with our open source project. So now that you know how to upload your files to Crowdin manually, let's see how you and your team can actually start translating. We have the file in Crowdin, so how do we actually translate it? That is what we will see in the next part of the course. I will see you there. Once your file is uploaded, it's time to start translating. You may start translating the file yourself if you're going to complete the task yourself, or you can ask your team to start working on the translations. You can assign specific files to your translators and proofreaders with the tasks feature that we will talk about when we cover crowding for teams and organizations. They're very helpful and you can find them here on this tab. But for now, let's assume that you're translating the files yourself so you can also be familiar with the user interface. To start, you just need to go to the Dashboard tab where you will find all your target languages. Then you need to select the target language that you will be translating. From this list, I will choose Spanish for this demo. And after I click on Spanish, I see the list of files for the project. This is the original source file that we uploaded in the Sources tab. You will see this file regardless of the language where you click on, right? Because if we go back to Sources and we check the file settings like this, we will see this. Languages, and right now we have all the target languages selected. That is why we see this file in all the languages. But let's say that we just don't want to translate this file into Spanish. We can save these settings, file updated. We go back to Dashboard and now we see that there are no files to translate. You can also do this and choose which languages should be the target languages for specific files. You even have that granularity in the settings and permissions. Great, so let's add Spanish again. And now let's go back to Spanish. And here we have our file. We see that we haven't started translating or approving our strings. We have 212 words as to-dos for translations and approvals. So let's start that process by clicking on the name of the file. You can also filter files here. If you have multiple files, you have a very long list of files, you can just filter them right here. To start translating the file, you just click on the name in the corresponding language, and that will take you to the heart and soul of crowding, the translation editor, which is an amazing tool that you will be using daily if you're going to work on crowding. When you enter the translation editor, you will see these tips, like how to view which strings require translations. All the source strings are listed on the left sidebar, and colors denote their status, and icons next to them denote comments or issues created for these strings. You can see if strings are untranslated, partially translated, or translated, and the same statuses apply for approval, partially approved, approved, and hidden. If you see a string in gray, that is a hidden string. You can also collaborate on translations in real time. Use context to make relevant translation. Remember that we were able to add some context in the file settings. That is helpful for translators. And we can preview our translated files. We can also make translations from any device because Crowdin has supported mobile view for the translation editor. So you can translate on the go. And we also have some different views. We will see them in action when we start translating this file. We have the side-by-side view, and we also have another view that is very helpful to translate multiple languages. Great, now that you know your way around Crowdin's translation editor, you can start making translations. You can also check their knowledge base or chat with the team. So we're going to close this, and now we are in the translations editor. Remember that when you upload a file, Crowdin takes the text from that file and divides it into strings, which are like the basic units of a localization process. This process may require certain format conventions based on the type of file that you are uploading. In this case, we uploaded a PDF file, but we are working with a docx file, which is like a Word file, and therefore we can work with the strings individually. Now that we're here in the translation editor, we can see the main layout. This is called the comfortable mode in the Crowdin translation editor. We see that we have 4 main sections or areas. We have the left sidebar over here, we have the middle top area over here, we have the middle bottom area over here, and we have the right sidebar. Let's see what each one of them does and what it has. Let's start with the left sidebar over here, and let's go from left to right. The left sidebar shows you all the strings in your file and a preview of your source file. You can also enable, if you want to see this text translated once you save and approve your strings. That is helpful to see a preview of the file in the target language. You will find helpful tools for the translation process here at the top. You can search for something in a file. Let's say that I want to find the word certification in my file. What do? I just write it here and I press enter. And that will take me to strings that have the word certification. You can see that this string has the word certification. This string also has the word certification. I'm pressing enter here to jump from the current string to a new one. And over here we also see certification, but certifications, but that also matches our search. And if we just continue pressing enter, we will go back in a cycle. That is helpful to find strings that have a specific term or something that you want to find in a particular file. Then we also find this tool to load the basic list view. If you click on this button, the preview will change to this. This is a preview of all the strings in the file without actually previewing the file with the original layout and the images. It's basically like a simplified version where you can only see the text that Crowdin extracted from the file. You can go back to the previous view by clicking here in the list icon. Then we find this, which is to highlight untranslated, translated, and approved strings, because you can see that the strings here are highlighted in red because they are not translated yet. If we just disable this option, we see the file as it was presented originally without any highlighted strings. We can enable or disable this. That is very helpful too. You will see different colors for strings with different status. Then, as the third option here, we see show the translation preview. What this does is that when you enter your translation over here for a particular string like this, you click on it, you will see the string here, and then you will write your translation over here. You will see the preview of that translation being replaced here automatically. So you will have a preview of your file in the target language of your choice. That can be helpful, but you can also disable it here if you need to. And then we also find a scale toggle option and an option to add a string. Okay, now that you're more familiar with this left sidebar, let's go to the middle top area. The middle top area is where you can translate a string. You just need to select it from the left sidebar and the string will appear here, will be replaced here in this area where it says source string, like this. Just click on it and it is replaced here automatically. Then you can enter your translation over here. Let's say that we translate it like this. Bienvenidos al currículo de freeCodeCamp. Let's translate it like this, let's say. Here we have the translation, and this is what I was mentioning just a few seconds ago, that we have a preview of the translation that we just wrote here. If we want to disable this and just see the original string in the file preview, we can disable this option or enable it to see the preview again, like this. If you toggle this option, you disable it and you enable it again, you might not see the preview unless you make a change. Okay, this is something that is currently happening to me in the platform, so if you ever get that, then you just need to know that you just make a change and you will see the preview again, like this. Just delete a character and write it again. And since you have your translation already written over here, you can also use these helpful options from the toolbar. You can copy the source. This is helpful in case you have a long string and you just need to make some translations in a few words, or you just need to use a large portion of the original string. Then you can just select this and copy the original string over here. That can be helpful when you have, for example, tags or elements that don't have to be translated, and you can just copy them without writing them yourself. But we don't have that right now, so let's go back to our translation. You can also clear the translation by clicking here. That will save you time. And the third option is to go into text selection mode. Let's click here and let's see what it does. If we click on this option, you will see that the translation memory and machine translation suggestions that Crowdin is giving us for that string are like in a different color, right? They are like in a dark gray. That can be helpful to just select a piece of the string. Let's say that instead of writing this final part of the string, I just want to copy and paste it from this suggestion. This gives me the option to select it from here, just copy it and paste it next to the word, like this. That can save me some time as well. If we don't have this option enabled, then you will not be able to select the text individually from these options. You will only be able to replace the entire translation one by one. So that option can be very helpful when you need to just take a part of this suggestion, copy and paste it. Awesome, and over here on the right we find the string length, specifically the length of the source, which is 37 characters here, and the target 41. So in Spanish, writing this text or translating it like this is longer. And sometimes for the user interface of, let's say, a website or a web app, you might want to set a character limit, and you can use these numbers to give you an idea of their length. Great, so now that we have this, we are going to save our translation by clicking on this button. And after we save it, now we see that it's highlighted in blue. It is highlighted in blue once you have it saved. And you will automatically see that you go to the next string. The next string is replaced here as the source string, and you can just continue editing. Here you can also see if there is some context for that string. You can edit the context and just hide the context if you don't need it. But you will automatically go to the next string. If you want to go back to the previous string, just click on it like this, and you can always modify your translations. You will also see the history of translations. You will see this translation that was saved, who saved it, my username, and when it was saved, a few seconds ago in this case. Over here, we also see some options. We see 0 because in Crowdin, when you have a project with multiple contributors, contributors can vote different translations. They can vote to select the translation that they think is most accurate. In this case, we have 0 votes, but we could have a vote, and usually in the case of freeCodeCamp, we also suggest choosing the translation that was most highly voted by the community, because usually that tends to be most accurate. Then next to the right, we also see Approve. This is a button that only proofreaders or project owners or anyone with like administrator access has access to, because this will approve the string for the proofreading phase. So translators who only translate in the platform and don't proofread will not see this option. But you will be able to approve your own translations, even though it is recommended to make someone check your translations before you approve them. And here we can also see if we can delete the suggested translation and some additional options, but right now this option is grayed out, so we don't have any additional options here. This is what we call the middle button area. The Spanish translations, the translation memory, and machine translation suggestions. And you can also see translations suggested from other languages. Right now we don't have any, but we could. You can always resize these columns, okay, if you need to. This is something that I also think that it would be important for you to know. You can resize them. They have a maximum width, but you can resize them. And another thing here in the top middle area is that you can go to the next string by clicking on these arrows, go to the next or the previous string. You can also edit the string over here, the original string, and you have more options like hide string, from the translators, copy the string URL, copy source skeleton, translation history, and you can also view the string in context. These are all helpful functions that I suggest going through if you have the time when you start diving into Crowdin more deeply. Great, so now last but not least, we have the right sidebar. This is where you can write comments, search for the translation memory, search for terms in your glossary, add new apps, and find the apps that you added through the Crowdin store. You can choose the tool that you need to use over here in the right sidebar, to the right of the right sidebar. First we find the comments, then we find the translation memory, then the glossary, where you can search for specific terms, and you can also see some the file context that we were able to add in the settings. Remember, this is the context for the file. And you can also add new apps, and you would see their small icons over here. To write a comment, you just need to go to the first option here, comments on the sidebar, and write your comment on the text input field at the bottom. If you click here on new comment, let's say that we have demo comment, you can also mark the content as an issue if you need to. If this is an issue with a string or with a file, you can mark it as an issue, and you can categorize the issue. Is this a general question? Is the current translation wrong? Is there a lack of contextual information? Is there a mistake in the source string? You can choose any one of these categories for the issue. For now, let's not make this an issue, and let's just click here to send the comment, demo comment. After you send the comment, you can also edit it like this and save the changes. Let me just, to make a change, remove the period at the end, edit it, and you can also delete it over here. But let's just keep it for now to have it as a sample. And that's basically how comments work. Now, if we go to the second option, we can see search translation memory. With this tool, you can search translation memory for previously made translations and reuse them to ensure consistency. Here you have some help like excluding words from the search, using quotation marks to find the exact combination of words, typing an asterisk to find words where the end or the beginning may be different. You have some examples, typing a plus sign, and here you have some examples, so you have many different options to choose from. But let's just search for the translation memory for welcome. Let's see what we get here. Welcome. We can choose where we want to search. Search in source or search in target. Where do we want to search for this word? If we search in the source language, then it would have to be in English. If we search in the target language, it would have to be in Spanish. Search option. We can also choose a numeric equivalence or guess the translation. Translation memory results here give us this. Okay, the translation that we just submitted over here, this was saved to the translation memory of our project. So we can just use it right here. And that would also appear here in the translation memory suggestions. That is how translation memory works. And in the third option, we find terminology, which is the glossary. We can manage our glossaries by clicking on manage, and we can just go here to the settings and assign different glossaries or create new glossaries. We can work with the glossaries in this option in the right sidebar. We can also search for terms here, and we can add a new concept here by clicking on this option. In Crowdin, adding a new concept can be helpful for the glossary. We will talk about glossaries in more detail, but for now just know that you can add a concept and a term for that concept to your glossary, and you will see them here in the list. And finally, the file context. Right now we don't have any, but let's just add some context to show you how this works. Let me go to my project, to sources, and remember that we had that in the settings. In the settings we find context. Let's just write something like demo context so you can see if this is updated in the translation editor. Let's save it. The file was updated, and right now if we try to see this in the translation editor by reloading the editor again, we see this demo context. Amazing, right? We are getting the demo context that we wrote in the settings, and this supports markdown formatting, so you can just add any context that your translators will need to translate the file accurately based on specific context, like where it's located on your website or web application or Android application, basically anywhere. If you add a context, you will also see this, like a little warning here, warning sign that says file has context provided for translators. Context can be edited in the file settings modal. The modal is what we were just configuring here in the settings. Great, and if you click here on the plus sign, you will be taken to the Crowdin store where you can add apps and integrations. You will be taken to the Crowdin store where you can add apps and integrations for your projects. We will talk about integrations and how you can add them during the course. There are multiple free apps and integrations. We will talk about them in more detail during the course, but just know that you can add them to your file and project from here. Great, another thing that you should know about the translation editor here is that if a string is hidden, like this number over here, which is the page number, you will see this tag hidden in the source string. You don't necessarily have to translate it, and that will not be available for your translators. If you want to mark a string as hidden, you can also mark it here, hide string, so your translators won't translate it. And another great thing that I would like you to know about these tools is that Crowdin mentions that if the term that you search for in your terminology tab in the glossary is not available in the actual project's glossary, the system will show you Wikipedia explanations. So let's write programming, for example. The term that you're looking for has no matches in the project terminology, but Crowdin is super helpful and it will give you this Wikipedia definition. It will give you more context about that term in the target language and in the source language. So that is very helpful. It will also give you like related concepts that can be helpful to give you more context about the term and how it should be translated. So it is very helpful. Even if you don't have it in the glossary already, you will be able to understand it without leaving the translation editor. That's great for productivity. Awesome! Now that you know more about the translation editor and the user interface, right now remember that we are in the comfortable mode. So let's talk about translation editor modes in the next part of the course. We will see how you can customize the layout in a way that fits your needs. Because Crowdin has 3 options: comfortable mode, side-by-side mode, and multilingual mode. They're all very helpful, they're different, so we will see them in the next part of the course. I will see you there. The translation editor has 3 modes to customize the layout in a way that fits your needs. We have 3 options: the comfortable mode, which is exactly what you are seeing right now, the side-by-side mode, and the multilingual mode. Let's talk about the comfortable mode. Well, it's primarily used for translations. It has these 4 main sections that we just saw, and you can switch from this mode to the other 2 modes by clicking on this button here, clicking on the menu icon at the top left of the translation editor. Then you click on View here, and you have 2 other options: side-by-side and multilingual. If you click on side-by-side, you will see that there is a change in how you see things. You will see some tips for working with the side-by-side mode, like how to review or make translations. You can also approve multiple translations at once, which is a bulk action that can save you a lot of time if you are a proofreader and reviewing multiple translations. You can switch again to the comfortable view to make new translations if instead of reviewing you want to translate. And that's all, friends, so you can close that now. This mode is primarily used by managers and proofreaders to approve the best translations. It's also used by translators to vote translations in a row. So if you want to vote on the translations and you want to support the best translations, you can do so from this mode. But this mode is not usually used for actually translating. It's more for a review process. We also see 4 main areas. We see an area with the strings, their current status. Here the color tells you the status. And notice that here we don't see the strings in alphabetical order or in the order in which they appear in the file. That is usually why we don't use it for translation. It's not really meant for translation. You will see that the string that we just translated is actually at the bottom. Welcome to freeCodeCamp's curriculum, and we see the translation over here. If we click on it, we are taken to the string in the preview. We can resize this, of course. It's another way of looking at the string. But by default, they will not be in the same order. You can click on them and that will take you to the string in the preview. But they are not in the same order. They're actually grouped by their status. So all the untranslated strings will be first in the list, and then we will go to the translated strings and then approved strings and so on. And here we also see that we have 2 hidden strings, which will be at the bottom. Here at the top we see these options. You can select all the strings for bulk actions on all the strings if you need to. For example, you can approve all the selected strings. You can select them all or just select some of them and approve their translations in bulk. So that's why proofreaders really like this mode. And here you can also search for terminology in the file. Let's see certification. Again, we go to the strings that have this word in the string. Just like in the comfortable mode, that is the search filter. We also see filter strings. We can show all the strings, but by default we see all the strings with the untranslated strings first. The show all option shows all the strings in the original order of the source file. So if we change this to show all, we will see the strings in the order that they appear in the file. That is helpful, but by default you will see this option. You can also choose to see untranslated, not approved, and approved strings, or filter by quality assurance issues, the issues that we saw previously that you can configure. Show the machine translation. You can filter strings by strings that have comments. Strings with unresolved issues, remember that we could mark a comment as an issue. We will see strings with unresolved issues for all languages or for the current language that we're translating. We can also filter by hidden strings or define our own filtering and sorting parameters. Here you can create an advanced filter, but that is a bit beyond the scope of the course. You can dive into this when you start working with crowding, okay? It is helpful. You can use these advanced options. So now let's use this by default. You also see some helpful data about the currently selected string. You have the length of the source and the translated string. You can save it. You can cancel this. You can copy source. You can also edit the string, and you have more options over here, similar to the options that we had in the comfortable mode. You can also choose to pre-translate it via translation memory or via machine translation. You'll find the string details over here and the suggestions and translations and previous translations. You can see the translation and when it was submitted. Here you also have the option to toggle whether to highlight the strings by their status, just like we did before, and if you want to toggle the translation preview like this, show the translated string or not. It's basically a different layout, but it's more optimized for proofreading. Great, so that is side-by-side view. Now let's go to multilingual mode. This mode is primarily used by translators and proofreaders to work on multiple languages at the same time. So for example, if you're a translator and you know multiple languages, this mode can be helpful to save you time. You just need to go here to the menu icon here at the top left and go to View and select Multilingual. Now you will see this. When you are in multilingual view, you can translate a string into multiple languages. So let's say that I want to translate the string into Spanish and Italian, let's say. You just go here to the menu icon, then you go to Languages, and you select the languages like Spanish and Italian. You can choose up to 10 languages at once. You can also search for a language if you have a very long list over here. Then you choose apply. Once you apply that, you will see this change in the layout, which is like very helpful if you know both Spanish and Italian or any combination of languages. You can just take the string, for example, welcome to FreeCodeCamp's curriculum, and write your translation in Spanish here and write your translation in Italian here. Well, I'm not very familiar with Italian myself, but let's say that I was familiar with Italian, I would be able to write my translation here directly. But since I'm not familiar with Italian right now, for demonstration purposes, I will select a machine translations suggestion. Let's take this, for example. If I click here in the icon over here at the right, I will be replacing the suggestion over here for Italian. And I would be translating both languages at once. That can save us a lot of time. That's great, right? So here I have it. It was added by me a few seconds ago. That is also a practical example of how you can add or use a machine translation or translation memory suggestion. Just click here and have that language selected and it will be added automatically. When you're working in multilingual mode, you will also have two different options to view the translations. You will have a list view and a grid view. Right now we are in list view, which is like, personally, I would recommend using this. And this one over here is a grid view. The grid view gives you like more information for each string, and you can scroll horizontally through the strings and through the columns. And you will see like for each string will have a specific key to identify it uniquely in the system. And you will see the string labels, the source language, the translation in Italian, and the translation in Spanish. You will be able to click here on, let's say, Spanish translation, write your translation over here, use the suggestions if you need to, and then save your translation. So that is another way to translate in Crowdin when you want to translate into multiple languages at once. The other parts of the editor and the tools in this multilingual mode are very similar to the side-by-side view that you're already familiar with. So once you are ready and you want to go back to the comfortable mode to continue your translation, let's say that you're just translating one language at a time, you have two options to go back to the comfortable mode. You can either click here on the menu icon, then View and Comfortable, or you can click here. This is like a shorter way to reach the same option. Here in Editor View, you click here and you choose Comfortable, Side by Side, or Multilingual. Right now we are in Multilingual, so let's go to Comfortable. And voila! Here we can see this, and we are back to Spanish over here. And we still have our saved translation. So that's great. Now you know how to switch view modes in Crowdin in the translation editor. Great work so far. Congratulations on reaching this part of the course. Now we will see how you can switch to a different file, because so far we have been working with the same file throughout the course. Now we will see how you can switch to a different file. We will see that in the next part of the course. At some point during your translation or localization process, you will want to go to another file once the current file is translated, right? That is very easy to do in Crowdin without leaving the translation editor. To do it, you just need to click on the main menu at the top left. Then you go to File, and then you go to Open. Here we have other options. Let's just go through them quickly. We see Source File Preview, Translated File Preview. We also see the option to download the file, to export it, to upload translations, to check all the strings in the file. We will see that in just a moment. We can also replace in the translations or in sources. But right now, we're focused on opening a new file or going to a different file. When we click on there, we will see this list of files. And right now we only have one file in our project. That is the currently opened file. If we had another file, we would see it here in the list and we would be able to open it. We just click on it, we click on Open, and that will take us to the file. Just let's click on open and we're there. Great, so if you have a list of files, you can choose one. But another way to do the same thing a lot faster is to click here. If you click on the file name, that will be a lot faster. You will reach the same option and you will be able to choose a file and open it. You can also filter files here if you have a complex project structure. Awesome! Now you know how to switch files. Now let's check how you can view all the strings in your project as a list. You will learn how to do that in the next part, so I will see you there. You also have an option to see a list of all the strings in your project. You just need to go to the main menu here. At the top left, go to File and then to All Strings. If you click here, you will see all the source strings for that file. You will see them as a list. You will also see their current status. Here we see a string that was translated, we see a string that is hidden, a string that is not translated, and you will also see a different status when the string has been approved. Let's say that we want to approve a string as a proofreader. Well, proofreaders will see this option over here, and we can just click here if we want to approve it, like this. And there we go. We see this green check mark that indicates that the string has been approved. This approval can be removed by clicking here, remove approval, and it will go back to the translated status. That is something for proofreaders and for project managers. But that's basically how you approve a string in the translation editor, and you can do that in the 3 different views. And just a quick note before we move on to the translation editor settings is that you can also translate right to left languages in Crowdin. While some languages like Spanish and Italian are written from left to right, other languages like Arabic and Urdu are written from right to left. Crowdin mentions that when translating between left to right and right to left languages, some elements in the translation field in the editor might not be displayed the same way as they will be once the file is exported. To make sure that the translations will be displayed correctly in the exported file, Crowdin recommends clicking Copy Source, this button, when running the translations. This is the first button in the toolbar. Then translating the text into the target language, but leaving any variables or tags exactly the same, even if they do not look the same. They will be in the right position when you export the file. This is an example taken from the Crowdin documentation where you can see the translation of a right-to-left language and how this works. You just need to click on the Copy Source button that we saw that basically copies the original string and keep variables and tags exactly the same while you translate the text. So now that you know this, let's talk about the translation editor settings, because you can also customize the settings of the editor. So we will talk about that in just a moment. Stay tuned and let's go to the next part. Yes, you can also customize the settings of the translation editor. To access these settings, just click on the gear icon located right here at the top right of the translation editor, and that will open the modal for editor settings. You will see a list of settings that you can customize. First of all, you can choose to show translation memory suggestions with a minimum match of a specific percentage. So if a suggestion matches by 70% of the string, that will be shown as a suggestion, but you can change that percentage by dragging this slider. You can also enable QA issues to check the translations for common mistakes like punctuation, tags, spaces, mismatch, missing variables, and other issues. You can show a pop-up that attempts to predict and automatically complete the translations while you enter them. By default, this is disabled, but you can enable it clicking here. You can also auto-approve. If your project role is a proofreader or higher, but you're also translating, the translations added by you will be automatically approved if you enable this option. However, it's always recommended to have an extra pair of eyes just in case you have any typos or spelling mistakes or that sort of thing that can happen. Perhaps after looking at the text for too long, we don't even notice that. So it's always great to have a backup team. You can also choose to automatically move to the next string. That is enabled by default, exactly what happened when we saved our translation. We moved to the next string. You can keep this enabled or disable it. You can choose the theme for your editor. You may choose to use the dark theme, you may choose the light theme, or you may choose the auto theme that synchronizes with your system. You can also change the appearance of some of the elements in the editor, like compact strings view, show only the beginning of the source string so it fits in a single line on the list. You can show the translation preview, and you have different options here, like HTML tags if they display or not. So if you have like HTML files and you're translating HTML files and you have some tags, then by default these tags will be hidden. You can choose to show them, hide them, or just use this auto option, which is selected by default. You can also display non-printable characters or hide them. They are hidden by default. And these are more specialized settings. You can find more information about them, like translation field highlighting and real-time spell check displaying. And of course, you can change the language of the user interface. If you're more comfortable with the user interface in, let's say, Spanish or Portuguese from Brazil, or German or Japanese or French, you can choose that, and you can change the user interface to your language. You can also choose to auto-detect your language. So that can be helpful if it's more comfortable for you. You can customize the settings to fit your needs. And another productivity tip that I think is very important for you would be keyboard shortcuts. To see all the keyboard shortcuts that you currently have available for your operating system, just click on this keyboard icon at the top, and that will show you a list with all the keyboard shortcuts for your current operating system. Right now I'm working on macOS, but we also have specific shortcuts for Windows and for other operating systems. Just click on that button and you will see these shortcuts. You can also change them, because if you click here, you will be able to modify the shortcut. And you can reset them to the defaults or cancel the operation. Now that you know how to actually translate your project manually, let's see how you can download the translated files. Remember that we are showing the basic functionality here. We're not automating things yet, but this is basically how crowding works for individuals who are working on small localization projects. You can choose to automate this task, but we will cover that later in the course. So let's see how you can download your files. We're going to see how you can download your translated files. We're not going to translate our entire file, we just have this string translated. But we're going to choose the settings so that we do download the file with the translation that we have, and the rest will be in the source language. Let's go to our dashboard. We click here on our profile image, then our username. We see a new tab, and we go here. We see our projects. After we reach that, we just need to go to our project, to the Translations tab. In the Translations tab, we will see an option to download the project as a zip file. This might be collapsed, may need to open this, but translations will be downloaded in the original format according to the export settings. If we open this link, we see the export settings. The export settings are exactly what we have here when we saw the settings tab. We can choose to skip untranslated strings, but we won't do that because we do have some untranslated strings in our file and we want to keep them. We can skip untranslated files if we're downloading the entire project. We can export only the approved translations, and we can also automatically fill in the regional dialects. Based on those settings, the translations will be downloaded. We just need to select a target language that we want to download, let's say Spanish, and then we have two options, either build the project or build and download. If we click on build and download, we will see that the build is in progress. Current language, current file. So we see a little bit of the progress. It might take a few seconds depending on the size of the project. And then we will see a zip file. If we open the zip file, we will find a docx file. We uploaded it as a PDF, but when we download it, we're downloading it as a document, a Word file, or a document that we can open in Keynote in macOS, or another text editor. Here we see our file, but we do see the translation replaced over here. So it worked. If we translate all of these strings, we will see the translated version of the file. And that is great. You can download it manually like this, and you have other options to download it, not just the Translations tab. A key thing to note is that the zip file that you're downloading here will have folders for each language if you are downloading all languages like this. If you choose all languages, then you will have one folder per language, and each folder will have its corresponding files. The names of the folders will have their corresponding language codes. Just a tip so you can identify them when you download them. Awesome. And if you need to download all the translated files in just a specific target language, you just need to select the language here, like we did with Spanish. This will download all the files for that specific language. And you also have a third option. If you don't want to download all the files in a language and you just need to download a specific file, then you just need to go to your dashboard tab, choose the language, and then go to that file. If you click on the three dots to the right, you will see additional options, and you can click on download like this. You will see downloading over here, and then you will find a file in your downloads folder. And that file will be the translated version in that language. Remember that we are selecting the language here when we enter this category in the dashboard tab. So Crowdin already knows what we want to download, and that is the translation. Awesome, your download should start relatively quickly, and you should have your files ready in just a few seconds or a few minutes depending on your internet connection. You can also automate this process of exporting or downloading the translated files with Crowdin integrations. Awesome, now you know how to download all the files and individual files in your project. So let's dive deeper into the concepts that we have been working with. Let's see them in practice and how you can work with them in Crowdin. We will start talking about translation memory and how you can create, manage, download, and assign translation memory for your project. Great work so far. Now that you know the basic features of the translation editor and Crowdin, let's talk about more advanced features like the translation memory. We have been working with the translation memory in the editor, but now we will see the details of how you can manage that memory. Remember that the translation memory is like a database of strings that we have translated previously in our project and their corresponding translations. This is helpful because reusing previous translations can save us a lot of time. So, are you ready? Let's begin. Let's start by creating a translation memory. By default, when you create a new project, you will have a new translation memory for that project, but you can also create it manually. You can create one manually. Let's go back to our profile here by clicking here or by clicking on the drop-down menu. If we click here on translation memories on this sidebar, you will see all the translation memories that you currently have across your projects. For example, we see freeCodeCamp project demos TM, the translation memory. This has one record. It's available for these languages, English, Italian, and Spanish. Remember that we added a machine translation for the Italian string. This translation memory is associated to this project. If we click on it, we can go to that project, like this, to the settings. And if we see more options, we can choose to upload the translation memory, as a CSV or another type of format. We can also download it, we can edit it, and we can view all the records in the translation memory. We can see all the records. Over here, if we click here, we will see all the records in all the translation memories. We can also filter the translation memories by those that we own or those that we manage. We can share translation memories, and what this means is that we're going to share all the translation memories across our projects, like this. If we have this enabled, they will be shared, or otherwise they will only have the translation memories that we assign to each individual project manually. We can also choose a translation memory over here. We can select it, and that will enable these options. We can edit the translation memory, view its records, or create a new translation memory. To create a new translation memory, just click here on Create TM. You will find the TM abbreviation a lot throughout Crowdin, so it's best to be familiar with this abbreviation TM, translation memory, and remember that MT is machine translation, they're different. For the name of the translation memory, let's just write demo TM. And this translation memory will be in English, let's say. For now, we're not going to assign it to any specific project, but we can do so by clicking here on the name of the project. If you have multiple projects, you will see the list over here. So you can click on Create, and now you will see this translation memory added to the list. Now you have 2 translation memories. You can select either one of them. And you have your new translation memory in the list, so congratulations! If you click on a translation memory from this list, like this one, you will be able to view all the records in that translation memory. If you click on this View Records button, this will show you the source strings and their corresponding translations in all the languages that it's currently available in. So we have Italian and we have Spanish, like this. We can edit each individual record, like this, English, Italian, and Spanish. Right now, I did remember that this is a machine translation, so it might not be 100% accurate. I'm not familiar with Italian, so I am familiar with Spanish, and this is accurate. But if there is anything that we need to change about this record, we can change it here directly for that string. We can also delete the record so it's not suggested to us anymore when we just translate. If we have multiple records, which is what we usually have for large projects like freeCodeCamp, we can search for specific records here. We can match the case, we can match whole phrase, and we can also find an exact match. So these are helpful options that we can enable or disable and combine to our needs, to fit our needs. You can also upload machine translation. If you already have this structure, you can upload specific files with the source strings and their corresponding translations into other languages. Just click on this upload button and you will be able to upload the file. Here we can see that we can upload translation memory in these formats. XLSX, remember this is a format that we saw in the slides at the beginning of the course, or a CSV file, which is a comma separated values file, or a TMX file. These are the 3 options. You can upload that translation memory and you will have it here automatically and you will be able to use it in your projects. Here you can see a screenshot taken from the Crowdin documentation. This shows you how you can select the matching columns to their corresponding languages when you upload a file for the translation memory. Now you can also download your translation memory as an XLSX file, as a CSV file, or as a TMX file. If you click on download, just choose the format, let's say CSV. You can choose to download all languages or just a specific language pair. So we have the source here, English, and let's say that we want to download the translations in Spanish. We can choose that language pair and that will work. But for now, let's just download all languages to show you the file. If we open the file, the CSV file, this is what we see. We see the source string, the language code, which is English. We see the target language, Italian, and Spanish, and we see the corresponding translation. So that is very, very helpful in case you need to download it and save it locally or upload it to another tool. Another great thing about translation memory in Crowdin is that you can assign translation memory to your project. Here we have our demo translation memory. Let's assign it to our project. Let's go to our home here, then to our demo project. Let's go to the settings tab, and then we go to translation memories, like this. At the bottom, you will find the assigned translation memories. And if you want to assign a new translation memory, a second one, you can just enable this here, and it will have that translation memory for the suggestions in the project. The default translation memory will be marked by the star icon. The translation memory with the gray star is used by default. And you can also set the priority. And one of the key things here about the priorities is that when you assign a few or multiple translation memories to a project, you can set the priority for each one of them. The suggestion from the translation memory with the higher priority will be displayed first. It makes sense, right? But here a higher number represents a higher priority. So if I assign priority 2 here, according to Crowdin, that would be a higher priority than this one. So the suggestions from this translation memory would have a higher priority than this one. You can also view the records from each one of them, but this is a link that will be opened in a new tab. It will take you to that translation memory and its records. Awesome! Now you know how to work with translation memory in Crowdin. This is a more advanced feature, so congratulations! In the next part, we will talk about the glossaries and how you can work with them in Crowdin, so I will see you there. Awesome! Now that you know the most important aspects of translation memory on Crowdin, let's check out the glossaries and how they work. Remember that a glossary allows you to store and manage your project's terminology to help your translators with more context and definitions. Let's see how you can create a glossary, because when you create a project, a glossary is automatically created for you for that project. But you can create new ones that are independent from any project. To create a glossary, just go here to this option on the sidebar, and you will see a glossary for each project that you currently have. But if you want to create a glossary, just click here on Create Glossary. And then you will need to enter the glossary name. Let's say Glossary Demo. And you will need to select the language. Let's say English. You can also assign the glossary to the projects that you can see on this list. You can assign them to projects or not. And if you don't assign them, you can do that later too. Let's create it for now, Glossary Demo. You can find the number of terms here, the languages, and the projects that each glossary is associated with. Here you can click on the ellipses to find more options for each glossary. You can upload the glossaries as XLSX, as CSV or TBX file format. You can download your glossary in either one of those formats. You can edit your glossary, view its records, and delete the glossary. So let's see how you can manage glossary terms. In Crowdin, it's important to distinguish between a concept and a term. A concept is broader than a term. This is what the Crowdin documentation says about their difference. A concept incorporates glossary terms and their variations with multiple translations and other relevant information. So you can see the concept sort of like englobes all the terms and additional information. To add a concept, you select it, you view the records over here, and you will see that the glossary is empty. You can ask translators to create glossary terms or upload a glossary. To add a concept yourself, just click here on Add Concept, and you will see this detailed form for adding the new concept. It has many different options for including information about the concept. Here we have concept details. The definition is the concept definition. The subject is a branch of knowledge that the concept is related to. You can also add short notes about a concept that translators might find helpful. You can add a URL to the web page with relevant information about that concept. And finally, a figure, which is like a URL to the relevant image, if the concept is related to an image. It also mentions these term details because remember that concept is broader. A concept can have multiple terms, and if we need to add a new term, we can add it over here in any language. For each term, we will be able to select its part of speech, like a noun, verb, adjective, the part of speech. The type is like, for example, a full form, an acronym, an abbreviation, short form, phrase, or variant. The status is preferred, admitted, not recommended, or obsolete. You can also choose the gender if the term has a gender, masculine, feminine, common, neuter, or other. You can write a definition for that term. You can also include notes and a related URL to important information. After you create the term, you will see it in the list of terms for the glossary. You can choose what details you want to fill in. You don't necessarily need to write all of this for each concept or term, even though that is recommended if you have all of this information, because your translators will definitely thank you in the future. For now, let's just write the definition and the term, like just to see what we get afterwards. If we create the demo, we get the new term here in our glossary. We can see it here. We can see the definition, concept details, and we can also edit the term and delete it. But notice that here we are seeing the term over here, the term itself, and over here we see the concept that the term is related to. Remember that concept is broader, so this is broader than the actual term. In this filter we can search for specific terms, and here we can also filter by users. With this button, we can change which columns are displayed, like concept details. We may choose not to include it, we may choose not to include English, or we can also hide all the columns. You can also delete a glossary term over here if you need it. Let's just delete it over here, delete this term, and you will see that the glossary is empty again. You can upload or download a glossary as an XLSX file, a CSV file, or a TBX file. Just click on this button and you will be able to upload it or download it. You can also delete glossaries here if you go to your glossaries panel, your glossaries tool, by clicking on the ellipsis and then clicking on delete. Just delete this, and to confirm that you're absolutely sure about deleting the glossary, you need to type a specific number that Crowdin will give you. 419316. Delete. And there we go, we don't have that glossary anymore. Now, how can you assign a glossary to a project? Well, you just go here to Home, you go to your project, you go to Settings, and here in Translation you will find glossaries. Here you will see a list of all your glossaries, and you will be able to select the glossaries that you want to use for your project over here. The glossary with the gray star will be used by default for the project. You can also share glossaries across all your projects by checking a specific option here in Glossaries. If you enable this option, Share Glossaries, which is similar to sharing the translation memory, remember, you will be sharing the glossaries that you create across all your projects. That can be helpful sometimes, so you can enable it, but it is disabled by default. Awesome! Now you know how to work with glossaries in Crowdin. So let's go to quality assurance checks in Crowdin and let's see how they work. This is another advanced feature, so let's dive in. Now let's talk about quality assurance. Quality assurance is essential for every type of project, and this is especially true for localization projects. One small typo or spelling mistake can make all the difference to your users. This is why Crowdin implemented efficient quality assurance features to help you deliver the high-quality translations that your users deserve to have, in our case, the freeCodeCamp community. According to Crowdin, these checks will help you to detect some common mistakes easily and quickly, and you can resolve all those issues before you actually get the strings live. The issues detected by quality assurance check include typos, missing commas, extra spaces, and other common mistakes that you might make while you're translating or that your translators might make. Let's see how you can configure these quality assurance checks. This is done for every project individually. You go to your project, then to your settings tab, and then you go to QA checks in translation. Here you will see all the quality assurance checks that you have enabled, and you can enable or disable them based on your current needs. Once you enable or disable whatever you need, let's just disable some of them as a sample, and then you click on the save button, you will see that the settings were updated. That's great! After you have these settings enabled or disabled or customized to your liking, let's just enable everything for now. How can you check the quality assurance status of your project? Well, you just go here to your dashboard, and over here you can see QA checks. Currently the status of the QA checks is in progress, so the checks are running, they are in progress. If you reload your project, you may still see it in progress, but here you will see the status of your QA checks. You may see them as off when they are disabled. Let's just try to disable them for now. You can disable them by deselecting this and saving your settings. And here, if you go back to your dashboard, you will see that they are off. If we turn them on again like this, we save our changes, and we go to our dashboard, we will see this in progress. And after the checks are completed, we will see a different status. No issues if the checks did not find any issues with our strings, or issues found when there were issues found, and we will also be able to see these issues when we try to approve a string. Let's go to our Spanish translation and let's just to test this add an issue to our translation. Let's add an extra space here. This is looking really bad, right? But let's save our translation for now. And when we try to save our translation, our quality assurance checks are checking if everything is correct, but they detected that the translation contains 3 spaces in a row. We have an option to auto-fix the issue, to save the translation anyway if we are sure that this is actually not an error, or to cancel the operation and we can just change this ourselves. Let's choose auto-fix. This will auto-fix the translation and then we can save it again. What happens if we try to save the translation again? Well, we see this check that says that an identical translation of the string has been already saved, both for the existing translation instead of adding a new one. If we save the string with issues like these, let's just save this with issues, we see that the translation contains 3 spaces in a row, but let's just save this anyway. And we go back to the string, we see that this string has one quality assurance issue. The translation contains multiple spaces in a row. That will be helpful for the proofreader who is going to check and approve the string. And we can also see this if we go back to our project and we check the status. The quality assurance checks are still in progress. But after the process has been completed, we will see that there were issues found, and we will be able to fix them in the strings. That is the power of quality assurance checks. Now, after I approve the string is now in green because it has been translated and approved. This is a sample image from the Crowdin documentation showing what you would see if the quality assurance issues are found in your project. You would see something like this. Quality assurance is a very important step that you should definitely take very seriously during your localization process. So now you know how to enable them and work with them in Crowdin. Let's continue. In the next part of the course, we will see how you can upload existing translations. You will have 3 different options, so we will see them in the next part of the course. I will see you there. If you have existing translations already written in a specific file format, You can also upload them to your project and use them directly. You have three options. You can upload them via the Translations tab over here. You can upload them via the specific language page, or you can upload them via the translation editor. We will see three options. You can upload translations from this translation tab by clicking here. Upload existing translations. If you drag existing translations here, you will be uploading them. And you can upload them from your file system. According to Crowdin, the supported formats for uploading translations include those that have a key value structure, such as, for example, JSON or Android XML, macOS or iOS strings, and there are many different formats. Here you can find a list. Also, CSV files are accepted. And Crowdin also mentions that for file formats that do not have a defined structure, translation upload is handled by an experimental machine learning technology. So when they say experimental, that means that it might not be 100% accurate. Great, that is how to upload it from the Translations tab. You can also upload them from the language page. You just go to the Dashboard tab, then you click on a target language, and then you click on a file. But instead of clicking on the name of the file itself, you will click on the three dots to show more options, and then you will see Upload Translations. You can allow target translation to match the source, you can approve added translations, or you can translate hidden strings. Those are options that you can enable before you actually upload your file. Just click on Select File and you will see your file system, an option to select the file from your file system, and that will upload the translations for your file. And finally, the third option is to upload via the translation editor. If you double click on the name of the file and you go to the translation editor, then you can click on this menu, and then in File you will find the option to upload translations. You will see the same three options and you will be able to select the file from your file system. Awesome! Now you know how to upload translations. There are many supported file formats on Crowdin for all of these operations. Because so far we have mentioned many different file formats during the course that you can work with in Crowdin, but actually Crowdin supports more than 100 file formats. You can view all of these formats in the Crowdin store over here. All of these formats are supported by Crowdin. You can filter the list with this search bar. You can also filter them by author or by tag, and you can sort them by relevance, name, and date. You just need to go to support.crowdin.com/supported formats, and then you click on this button, View on Crowdin Store. That will take you here to this list, and there you will find the catalog of all the formats that you can use and work with in Crowdin, and it's very helpful for any type of project. Great, now you know all the supported file formats, so let's talk about pre-translation. Remember pre-translation? It was a way to translate your project files automatically when you upload them, so we will see how you can enable that in Crowdin. Now let's talk about pre-translation. If your goal is to save time and improve your productivity, pre-translation through machine translation can be exactly what you need. This is an automated process that applies computer-generated translations to your project when you upload a file, and you can set that up in Crowdin. In Crowdin, you can customize machine translation engines to use this feature. You have two alternatives to implement the process. You can do it either manually or automatically. So let's talk about the manual pre-translation. To configure pre-translation for your project, you just go to your project, to your Dashboard tab, and then here you see the option for pre-translation. Remember these acronyms? I told you that their difference was going to be very important because Crowdin uses these acronyms very often and they are very similar, so at first you might find them a bit confusing. But remember, this is translation memory and this is machine translation. If you choose to pre-translate via translation memory, you will be using the database of existing translations from your project. And if you choose via machine translation, you will be generating the translations automatically. If you choose via machine translation, you will need to choose a translation engine. By default, you will use Crowdin Translate, but based on your current plan, you might be able to choose another translation engine like Google Translate or Amazon Translate or any translation engine that you need. You can choose the target languages, you can choose different files, and you can filter by labels and exclude labels. So that is what you can do to set up pre-translation via machine translation. You just choose your target languages, choose your files, and you can see that this enables the button for pre-translation via machine translation. This will give you automated translations generated by a computer, by an artificial intelligence model, that your proofreaders should check before they are approved. But it can save them a lot of time if you automate this process, because they will have something to work with and they can just modify them. You can also enable this for specific target languages if you don't want to do that for all your target languages. And you can do that for specific files. You can use these search filters to filter the list if you have a complex project structure. If you choose to automate the process, the system will pre-translate new content automatically. And another great thing is that you can set up pre-translation via translation memory. If you have to use translations from your database of previous translations. If you have shared translation memories option, if you have that option enabled, all the translation memories from the projects you own or manage are already shared. So you can pre-translate using them. You can select the target languages for which you would like to use this automated process and select the files. You can also set the minimum match ratio to translate only if it's a 100% match. You can skip any approved translations, apply for untranslated strings only. This is very helpful and it is selected by default, so you don't end up translating strings that were already translated. And you can also approve added translations, but only if they have, like, for example, a perfect match that was approved by a proofreader previously, or you can just approve all of them, skipping auto-substituted suggestions, or all of them by default. If you enable this option, you can choose either one of these options. You can also filter by label, exclude labels, and you have these notes for auto-substitution and prioritize translation memories in the settings tab, how you can assign and prioritize the translation memories. We talked about that in a previous section, right? How to assign them a specific priority. If you set this up, your files will be automatically translated. Then you can open the files in the translation editor and just check the automated translations. But you will have something to work with immediately, and that will save you time. Great, that is how you can work with pre-translation. In the next part, we will talk about offline translations, because sometimes you and your team will need to work offline. Crowdin has a great feature for this, and we will talk about that in the next part of the course. Now we will see how you can work with offline translation, because sometimes you and your team may need to work offline. Crowdin has a great feature for this. You can download your files for situations where you may not have access to the internet, or you may like to work with the files locally and then upload your translations. To enable or disable offline translation for your project, you may choose to disable it as well. You just need to go to your project, then to the Settings tab, and then Privacy and Collaboration. After that, you will find this option, Allow Offline Translation. This allows translators to download the source files to their machines and upload translations back into the project. Project owner and managers can always download sources and upload translations, so this is basically for translators and proofreaders. Owners and managers will always have this option. We can enable this or disable this. Each file can be downloaded individually in two different ways. The source files. You can download the source files themselves to translate them locally and then upload your translations. You can download them via the translation editor or via the language page. Let's see how you can do that via the language page. Just go to your project, to the dashboard. You select the language, let's say Spanish, and then in the list of files, click here on the three dots and then just download it. If the file has not been translated, you will see the original source file, because if you assign that task to a translator and no one has ever started translating the file, you can just download it and you will see the original file in English. If someone has already started translating the file, you will see the translated version with the translations that have already been approved like this. But if you haven't started translating the file, that will be exactly the same to the original source file. That is the first option, but you can also download the file from the editor. Let's just go to the editor by double-clicking the file here, and let's open the menu. You will see the option to download from here. You will be downloading the file, you will see it in your list of downloads, and if you open the file, you will see the file over here. With the translations, of course, but if you haven't started translating it, that would be the source file. Awesome! Now you know how to download individual files for offline translation. You can also download all the files for a specific language in your project. If you want to download all the source files, let's say that you need to translate for Spanish, you haven't started translating them yet, then you can click here to download or upload. Download translations, upload translations, and you can export them in this format. Awesome! Now you know how to work with offline translations. That can be very helpful for you and your team. Now let's see how Crowdin can help you if you're working with a team on a localization project, or perhaps you're the founder or manager of an organization that is interested in localizing a product and you will need to work with team members. Let's see these features in Crowdin. First, we are going to see how you can invite project members and contributors. To invite members to your projects, go to your project and then go to the Members tab. Once you're in the Members tab, you just need to click on the green Invite button. You can also click on this button and then you will see the option to invite people. You will need to enter information for these options before sending the invitations. First, you need to select a specific role. Then you need to enter the emails or usernames because you can invite multiple members. And afterwards, you will find a default message here. You're invited to join the project, and then you will see the name of your project here by default. But you can customize it to your liking, or you can just leave it blank if you want to, but of course it's always best to be kind to the new team members, so I would keep this or customize it. Let's see how this works. If you click on Select Role, you should see something like this. You will see all the available roles that you can assign in Crowdin. By default, the translator role will be selected because this is what we will usually assign for team members, right? Translators. They can translate the content and vote for existing translations. You will also see these roles: manager, developer, translator, proofreader, and language coordinator. We will talk about these roles in more detail in just a moment, but here on the right you will see these fields. In these fields you can assign specific languages for which you would like to assign these roles to that member or those members. For example, you could assign the role of translator for a particular contributor for the language Italian, and you could also assign the role of proofreader to that same contributor for Spanish. Or you could assign both languages, Italian and Spanish. So the contributor would have these roles for these specific languages. But if you want to assign the role of proofreader or translator for all the languages that you currently have available on your project, you just leave this empty. We will talk more about member roles in just a moment. Once you're ready, you just click Save here and you go back to the main options. For now, let's just assign the role of translator for all languages, okay? Let's click on Save here and we go back to our Invite People form. Let's just write an email here to send an invitation. You're invited to join the project, freeCodeCamp project demo. If you click here on Invite, you will send an invitation to that project member. But there is another way to invite that member. You can also send invitation links. If you click here on Get Link, you will also have the invitation URL copied to the clipboard. And if you just copy and paste it, let's just copy and paste it on a plain text file to preview it. You can see that it's a URL, a Crowdin URL with your project, and then it has a specific invite code. When the new team member clicks on this link, they will be able to join the project with the permissions that you granted them. And after you get a link, you will also be able to manage links by clicking here, Manage Links. These are the links that you've generated. So far here I clicked on the Get Link button twice, so I have 2 links. You can see that the times are really close. And you can see the roles assigned with that link for that member. And you can also click here to copy the link to the clipboard. Or you can also revoke the link. Let's just revoke this as a test. And it's removed from the list of links that we currently have available. If we click here, we just copy the URL to the clipboard and we can paste it anywhere we need to, like an email or a chat, anywhere where we want to send the invitation to the team member. Once we're ready managing the links, we just click on Done. And let's also test how the invite button works. I am going to send an invite to one of my emails, to one of my accounts, select the role of Translator, and with this default message, let's click on Invite over here. And I see that one invitation was sent successfully. Now, if I go where I received the invitation, like I am seeing what a normal member would see, it might take a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, and then I got the invitation to join the project, to join the translation project. This is what the new team member would see when you send them the invite. Hello! The Estefania demo, in this case, the project owner, invites you to participate in the freeCodeCamp project demo translation project at Crowdin. Here we can see the default message that we sent with the invite. Of course, it would be great if you customize this to invite your team members. And here we see a link, Get Involved. If the user clicks on it, they will be taken to the project and they will be added to the project. So let's open this in an incognito window, because right now I am in my Crowdin account, so I have to simulate as if I have no relation to that account. I am just a normal person. What I see is that I have been invited to the freeCodeCamp project demo project with the following permissions as a translator. I can sign up for free or log in and I will automatically join the project. So if I create that account and I join with that link, I will be able to contribute to the translation project. And just to have one contributor so that I can show you all the different features of how we can handle team members, I'm going to do that with my second account. I have 2 accounts on Crowdin, one with the project and another one to simulate a contributor. So that's what we're going to do next. Now you know how to invite new contributors. You just select a role, you write their emails or usernames like sample@gmail.com, and then you just write the message, send the invite, or you get a link. Great, so I am just going to sign into my other account, accept the invitation, and I will be right back to this project. This is my second account. This is the other account that I created on Crowdin, and this is what I'm going to use to simulate being a new team member. Let's say that I received this invitation by email and I just clicked on Get Involved. I created my Crowdin account, and after I click on that link, I see this: Welcome to freeCodeCamp Project Demo Translations. You have joined the translation team. You can leave this project if you don't want to participate in the translations. So if you click here, you will leave the project. But since you joined, this is what you would see as a contributor. And now that we have this new contributor in our project, let's just go back to our project owner perspective. This is from a contributor's perspective. We just accepted the invitation, we're part of the project now. But what will you see if you are the project owner? That is what we will see in just a moment. Let me go back to my project owner account. Estefania Demo. And here I'm back with my project owner account. Here I can see my project. I own one project, but now we do have an important change. Now, if we go to the Members tab, we can see that we have another account, another member of the team. Right now, Estefania Demo is the project owner account. It's my account, my personal account where I created the project. This is the owner. But this is a translator. I just used my name here, but it could be any team member that I added to my project, okay? What can we do with this? Once we have our team member already signed up for a project roles can play a key role in this platform as well, because you can grant different permissions to your team members. Now that you know how to invite them, let's see how you can change their project role. We can find more information about the different roles that we can assign by clicking here on Invite and then clicking on the role. This will give us more details about each role in Crowdin and what it involves. A manager has unlimited control over the entire project. Developers can upload files, edit translatable text, connect integrations, and use the API. They cannot manage project tasks, members, and reports. That is reserved for managers and project owners, but they can work with the files. Translators can translate the content and vote for existing translations. Usually when you add a team member, the new member will be a translator by default, and then you can upgrade their role to proofreader and beyond. Proofreaders can translate and proofread the content. They are in charge of checking that everything is okay with the translations and with the localization process. And finally, we have Language Coordinator. Language coordinators can manage people of selected languages, because here we can also assign these roles for specific languages, remember. So we can also have language coordinators for specific languages. To assign a specific role to a member, you can either select the role here in the invitation when you invite that team member, and you can also select the role on the member's profile page. Let's see how you can do that, because you already know how to select the role here on the invitation. If you grant manager, the manager role, by default, that will have unlimited control over the project, so all of these will be like marked by default and they are grayed out, okay? But if you go here below, you can assign the different roles individually as well. So now that you know how to do this in the invitation, let's see how you can do that in the member's profile. Here I have Estefania CN. This is the username of my team member. If I double click on this member, I see member info. This is like a summary of that member in the project. It's very helpful. Here you can see the profile image, the username, the roles that it currently has assigned. How you can also click here to contact that member, when the member joined, when it saw the project for the last time, and how many strings the user has translated, approved, voted, and commented. We see that please note that this data only shows current contributions. Removed ones aren't displayed here. Here you have some options for that user. Remove contributions. Remove contribution, you can open profile, remove from project, or block in project. Because yes, if you need to, you can also remove or block members from your project, because sometimes things may go wrong with someone in the project. So if you need to block their access entirely, you can do so from here. And here in the permissions tab, you can also change their roles. Right now, we only have translator selected, but let's say that I want to upgrade this to proofreader, and I want to make this contributor a proofreader for Spanish. I can. Let's say that this team member can translate and proofread in Spanish. So I would just add the language here and select that role, proofreader, and select Spanish over here. And after that, I just need to click on save, like this, and then done. We need to click twice on this button, first to save and then to close this. Done, like this. And now we see that the project role has been updated like this. We see Translator and then a shortened version of Proofreader. Great, so now you know how to change the project role. You can do that on the invitation itself, or if you already invited the member, remember that you can just open the member's info and change the permissions. Awesome! In the next part, we will talk about project managers. They play a key role for the team and for the project, so we will dive into the functionality that was specifically designed to add and manage project managers in Crowdin. We will talk about this in the next section, so I will see you there. Project managers play a key role for your team and for your project. They can have unlimited control over the entire project, and they can help you to coordinate and assign tasks to team members. We will talk about tasks in more detail in just a few minutes in an upcoming section. But now let's focus on project managers. And let's see how you can add a project manager to your project. You can assign the role of manager here in the invitation. You just click on the role and you select manager here. The manager has unlimited control over the entire project. And alternatively, you can also add managers by going here to managers on the left sidebar. And if you click here, you go to managers. You will see that there are no managers yet. Invite project managers who will help you manage your projects in Crowdin. You can modify permissions for a user at any time, and this is where our member account, Estefania CN, will come into play. We will grant our contributor manager role. If we need to invite a new manager for a project, we can click here on Add Manager. We will need to enter the email or username of the manager that we are inviting. We can also write a message, and we can set the manager's permissions. If we want the manager to be able to manage the projects, the translation memories, and the glossaries, we can click this to select all of these. If we had multiple projects here, we would see a list with all the projects, and we could select specific projects for that manager. We can also choose specific translation memories for that manager to manage, and we can also select specific glossaries. All the translation memories and glossaries that are assigned by default to a project are also marked by default. Okay, here we have our only demo project. That is one way of inviting a manager, but we can also promote an existing team member to manager. And we can do that here by going to our project, then going to members, and then just changing the role of that member. We just double click on its username or click here on details. We go to permissions, and then we select this manager. The manager has unlimited control over the entire project. So we save this, we click on done, and now we see the project role of manager. Again, if we go back, we see manager, and now the role has been updated here. If we go to the managers section here on the sidebar, now we see this user as a manager, and it's the manager for this particular project. From this list of managers, we can also edit the manager's permissions and everything associated to that manager. If we click here on the ellipsis, we see edit permissions and remove. We can remove a manager, we can edit permissions, and if we edit permissions, we see this. We can change the permissions for specific projects. Let's say that we don't want this manager to have permissions over this project anymore. We just unmark it, uncheck this. Or if we selected multiple translation memories and now we want to remove those permissions, we can just update this and save the changes. We can also go to that user's profile by clicking here. It will be opened in a new tab like this. So let's just save this, and voila, here we have the updated manager. You can also remove a manager by clicking here on the ellipsis and clicking on remove. We are asked if we would like to remove this manager. We can click here on remove, or we can click on cancel. For now, we're not going to remove the manager, but just know that you can do that anytime you need to with the ellipsis and remove. There is an important difference between a manager and a proofreader. On Crowdin, managers and proofreaders have key differences in their roles and permissions. To explain this in more detail, we can go to Crowdin's knowledge base. You can find that at support.crowdin.com, modifying project participant roles QA. This is this article, managing roles of project members, and then you go down here to Q&A, questions and answers. This is important, I think, to know the difference between a manager and a proofreader. The question says, I'm a project owner. Do I need to invite a manager or a proofreader? What do I need? The main difference between a manager and a proofreader is the following. In addition to approving translations added by translators, managers can also invite and remove project members, so they have higher permissions, upload source and translation files to the project, set up integrations, etc. So they have additional permissions than just approving the translations. If you want to have a project member who should have access to the features mentioned above, you need to invite a project manager. Alternatively, if you plan to manage the project yourself, it will be enough to invite a proofreader. So that is the answer to the question, the difference between manager or proofreader. Awesome! Now that you know more about project managers, let's talk about tasks, because tasks in Crowdin can help you to stay organized and manage your projects more efficiently. We will see them in more detail in the next part, so I will see you there. Let's continue. Organization is the key to success in any project, and Crowdin definitely knows this because they incorporated very helpful tools called tasks on their platform to help you organize your project and coordinate tasks among your team members. With tasks, you can assign specific files to your translators and proofreaders. You can set due dates for specific tasks. You can receive notification, discuss specific tasks with other team members, and even split a task among different team members. You can also track the status of each task in a board where you can drag and drop your tasks from one status to the next. That sounds great, right? It's a great tool for tracking the progress of your project. So let's see how you can actually create them and work with them in detail. To create a task, you just need to go to your project and then to the Tasks tab over here. At first, of course, this will be empty. We won't have any tasks, but don't worry, we will take care of that in just a moment. We're going to create a task. To do that, we click here on the green Create Task button. There we will see New Task. Please note that a task can only be assigned to one project, so that is why we have the Tasks tab within a specific project. All the tasks that you create here will be applied to that project. Let's try to create a new task. What kind of information can we enter? We can enter the task name. Let's say, for example, translate the Welcome to freeCodeCamp file. Let's just add this name, and we can enter a description. We need to translate the Welcome to freeCodeCamp file as soon as possible, just as a demo description. You can, of course, customize this to your liking. Then we see the type. What is the type of task? Well, we can translate the file or complete the translation by our own translators. We can proofread it by our own proofreaders, but for now we're going to translate it by our own translators. We can set a due date. Let's say that, well, right now we're in December 2023, so let's say that I want to have that file ready by December 8th. We can set the time, a specific time. We can change the hour here with the slider, and we can also change the minute. That's really nice, right? We want to have this ready by, let's say, 10:30. Great, so after we have that, we just click somewhere outside the calendar and we can move on. Here we have an option for the strings. The task will be assigned or will be related to all the untranslated strings, or we can also set a specific range, date range for the strings that will be assigned to the task. For example, all the strings that were modified today, all the strings that were modified in the last 7 days. This is helpful for reducing the scope of the task, because remember that you will be assigning this to translators and proofreaders. So they should have a clear idea of what they should be working on. So this just helps you to narrow down the scope of the task. Or you can just select all the untranslated strings and keep the task broad and open. You can filter by labels. You can exclude specific labels for the strings. You can skip strings that are already included in other tasks. That is also very helpful. If you select this, you will be skipping strings that are already part of other tasks to avoid any duplicate work from your translators. So you can select this option, which is broader, but still avoid duplicate work with this option. And then we see the files. Here you will see all the files of your project. You can also filter with this search bar. And to select on a specific file, you just click here to select the file. Here you see the number of words. And you will also be able to assign a specific language for the task, or multiple languages if you need to. Please note that if the task has more than one target language here, then the system will create a task for each language. And just to show you that, I'm going to select, let's say, Japanese and Spanish. We're going to see this. After you select the target languages, you can assign specific team members to the specific target languages. For example, let's say that I want to assign a team member to this task in Spanish. I can click on Assign, and I will see a list of my current team members, of users in Spanish, and I will select this one, my team member account. Okay, so if I select this user, I have it here in the list, and if I have like hundreds of users here, I will see a very long list, and I can search for users here using the filter. I can also like show managers, show developers, language coordinators, proofreaders, and translators. If I just click on one of these, I will be filtering the list. Show translators, show proofreaders. And based on whether we have the check mark here or not, that means that we are showing these roles here. We're showing, for example, here, we know that this is a project manager, right? So you can filter the list like this, and you can also split files. Split files is interesting. It's an interesting option because if you would like to assign multiple team members to the same file to work on different parts of the file, like let's say that you are translating a very long article and you want 2 or 3 team members to work on the same file, but without any overlapping work, you can split the files and assign them to those specific strings. If you split the files, you will see the approximate number of words that they will be translating. And you can see unassigned words. And we can clear the list by clicking here on the trash can. We can also deselect members by clicking on their name. Let's click on apply here. And now we see the profile image of the user that we just assigned, and if we hover over the profile image, we will see the username. Awesome, so let's keep this task as it is. Translate the welcome to freeCodeCamp file. This is the welcome to freeCodeCamp file. So this is like a basic task, but of course you can customize this to your liking. Let's create the task. Great, task created successfully. Awesome. We have 3 different categories. A to-do category, an in progress category, and a done category. These are like the different status that a task can have. For now, we have this task, 1 task in Spanish and 1 task in Japanese. If we click on the language, we will be expanding the details of the tasks, and we will see them as individual cards. We have the same task per language if we select multiple languages, so they will be kind of independent. Of course, they will have a different number of words based on the language and the source files and everything. Let's check out the details of a task here in Spanish. If we click on the task, we will see more details like the language, this is the description, this is the title, this is the number. This is the task number that we can use to identify it. the type of task, we see when it was created, modified, the due date, we also see how many files it has, the number of words, and strings modified if there is a specific time range for the strings. We see who created the task, the username, and if we click on it, we will be taken to that profile. We see the members of the task, assigned words, and how many words are left. And we also see some actions like view strings and export. At the bottom, we find two sections. Here we can see the files related to the task, and we can also write a comment. This is helpful because we can keep conversations related to a task on the task itself. That is very helpful. Let's say we need to work on this file, just as a demo comment. If I click on send here, I can add my comment. I see the username, when it was published, and the comment itself. Here at the top, we see three options: to do, in progress, and done. And that is very curious because those are the three categories that we saw here in all tasks. If we click here, we go back to the main board. To do, in progress, and done. And actually, that is one way to change the current status of a task. If the task is already in progress, we can click here and the task will be updated to in progress. If we go back to the main board, we will see it here in the in progress category of the board. Another great feature is that we can drag and drop the tasks like this instead of changing them inside the details. We can just change their status like this. Or we can do that from here manually and we will see them updated as well. Once a task is done, we can mark it as done here, like this. And we also have the option to close a task. There is a difference between a task being done and a task being closed. It's not the same. The task can be in the done status or category and still you will need to close it. And you will be able to see all your closed tasks if you click here. Right now we don't have any closed tasks, so let's just close one now. And now it's disappeared from the board. We only see the Japanese task. We don't see the Spanish task anymore. But if we go here to the closed status, we see the task over here. If we click on it, we go back to the details and we also have an option to reopen it. If we click here on the ellipsis, reopen. We can also edit the task and delete it. If we click on reopen, we will be reopening the task. And after we go back to our board, we will see it again. Reopen the task. So that is how you can update the current status. We also have other options over here, like exporting and uploading translations. We can view the strings related to the task in the translation editor. And here in the ellipsis, we can edit the task, we can close it, and we can delete it. If we click on edit, we will go back to a form that is very similar to when we created the task. Initially, we see the due date, when it started, when it was resolved. We can filter by labels, change the files, change the target language, assign new team members for a specific target language, and we can also reset the task scope and progress. But the progress for the files will be reset as well, so be careful choosing this option. Great, now you know how to edit and close a task. You can close it directly from here as well. You don't necessarily need to close it from the board. If we click here on close, we will see that the task was closed just as before and we can keep it closed or we can reopen it. Once the task is closed, you will see when it was resolved. You will see all the comments as well. They're all kept there so you can see the previous discussions that you had and you can reopen it like this. That's why it's also great that they're independent, because you can have independent conversations per language. And now let's see how you can actually delete a task, because so far we've created, managed, and closed tasks. So let's see how you can actually delete a task. This is the Japanese task that we created. Let's follow the normal workflow that you would follow for a project. First, you create it as a to-do. Then, let's say that you move it to the in progress status, then to the done status, and after that, you close it. Once you close it, you can keep it here, or you can also delete it. You can also delete it before closing it, but usually when we create the task is something important, so we delete it if we created it by mistake, or if we made a mistake, we can also edit it. So we click here on delete, and we see delete the task, translate the welcome to freeCodeCamp file. If the task is completed, you can close it or mark as done. So for now, let's check how this is deleted by clicking on delete, and we see that the task was deleted successfully. Awesome! Let's see how you can go to the translation editor directly from the task. Let's say that this was assigned to me and I want to start working on my strings. If you need to go to the translation editor, you can just click here on view strings and that will take you to the translation editor for your project. In the knowledge base, Crowdin mentions something very important about tasks. Here we see this question: how do the source file updates affect the existing translation and proofreading tasks? That is very important for a project that is constantly being updated. Like, for example, a platform like freeCodeCamp. We're constantly updating the curriculum and different resources. Let's see. After the source file update, the list of source strings included in the task will be updated in the following way. The strings removed from the source file during the update will be removed from the task. The modified strings that are marked with the Keep Translations option will appear in the task with the new modified text. And the newly added strings won't affect the existing task in any way. If the source file is restored to the revision containing the removed strings, they will reappear in the task. So this is how Crowdin handles these constant updates to the source file. Great, now you know how to work with tasks. As a project owner or a project manager, reports can be very helpful for understanding your team's current progress and activity. Crowdin has a reports feature where you can track and check your project status. To access the reports of your project, go to your project and then to the reports tab. There you will find very helpful and graphical reports about the status and activity of your project. Here, the first thing that we can see is that we have the project status and your top members. We will focus on the project status and the top members. Here we find the size of the project, how many words it has, how many translatable words, because remember that some strings are hidden from translators. They're not translatable. So that is why this number is different. We have the source language, how many target languages we have, how many members we have, and how many managers we have. We also see the progress bar here: translatable, hidden, and duplicates. We also see this bar here with the number of translatable, hidden, and duplicate words. And over here we have interactive graphics, which are like super helpful. Let me show you how they work. You can see your translation activity, proofreading activity, and source strings activity in specific periods. You can filter them by day, by week, by month, or by year. Let's keep the month range. And here we can see the number of translated words and how that has changed in the period that you selected, the number of approved words, new members, active members, and here we have an interactive graph with dates. The blue line, the blue graph, is the number of translated words. The green line is the number of translated words by translation memory. And the light blue graph are the words translated by machine translation over here. So you can see all these three statistics per date. You can also see proofreading activity by approved words and votes. and source strings activity by added words, deleted words, and updated words. And if you ever need to check the performance of your team members and find the top members to congratulate them or reward them, you can go to top members here and you can select a date range in the calendar. You can just select a date range and generate the report. Like this, that will filter the list to give you your top members for that date range. Let's select this one right here, and it's very easy to select the range because once you click on the day and you just need to move your mouse to expand the range like this. Let's start here from November 19th to December 3rd and generate the report, and now you see that the date range has been updated. And over here we can see the users. This is my project owner user or account, and this is my sample member account, like this is a contributor. We can filter top members by language. Remember that we have 6 target languages here. Let's say Spanish. We have this one. And we can also change the layout of the presentation like this. We can choose which columns we would like to include. The username, languages that the user translates into, number of translated words, target words, approved, voted, and if we just deselect one of these, you will see that the column will disappear. This is helpful to customize the layout and the data that you will be getting if you would like to export this report as a CSV, a JSON, or an XLSX file. You have these 3 options to export this table. You can also include the number of plus or positive votes received, number of negative votes received, winning, and joined when the member joined the project. You can also scroll horizontally if you add all of the columns, but by default you will only have the basic ones. The other ones you can add them as well. And you can change the page here if you have multiple top members by clicking on these arrows. Right now they're grayed out because we only have one, but if you had multiple pages, you can change the page here. And you can also filter the user by the username by using this search bar. Great. Another great thing about the project status here is that you can choose the unit of this report. If you would like to measure the performance in words, you can do so, but you can also change that to strings. Number of strings. Now instead of words, we will see translated strings, approved strings, and everywhere where we had words, now we had strings instead. And the data will be updated appropriately. We have strings, words, characters without spaces, and characters with spaces, but by default, words will be selected. In the Crowdin knowledge base, in the project reports article, you can see a sample of these graphs for an active project, like this one. You will see the 3 graphs, the total translated words, the words translated by translation memory, and the words translated by machine translation. This is what a project like freeCodeCamp would look like, for example, once it has some activity during a time period. And for source strings, you will see it like this: number of added words, deleted words, and updated words in blue. That's also very helpful, but now we see it as a sequence of bars instead of a line graph. Awesome! So now you know how to generate reports on Crowdin and how to export them when you need to. You can export your list of top members if you need to and check your project status. So let's dive into conversations in Crowdin, because communication within a team is very important, and you can communicate with your team members directly on Crowdin with this feature. So I will see you in the next part of the course. Let's talk about conversations. Communication is essential for any successful project. You and your team members can communicate directly on Crowdin with the Conversations feature. With this feature, you can communicate with one or more team members in a private chat. Each conversation has a subject, so you can easily find them among all your conversations. So let's see how this works. To access your conversations, you just need to click here on this icon. We see no unread messages right now, but that will take us to create a conversation. To create a conversation, first I need to search a user by name or username. I can also filter users by contacts or by the users of all my projects. I can filter my users by their roles as well. If I know that I need to talk to, for example, a project manager, I can just select all the project managers. I can select translators, and I can also filter by language. If I want to get a list of all my translators for Spanish, let's say, I can do so, like this. Right now I don't have any. I have one manager, which is my other account, to show you all of these features, how this works with two crowding accounts. Once I have that user here, I click on the user, and this is added to my list, and then I click on Go. I can remove the user if I don't want to include it by clicking on the X. Then I click on Go, and now I see a new conversation. The conversation can have a subject or a title that you can use to filter and find that conversation. So let's say that I want to talk about creating a new glossary, for example, just as a demo. I can write create a new glossary as the subject, and I can save my subject, create a new glossary. I see it here in my conversations, and I see that this conversation only has one invited member, which is my other account. And here I can just click on the gear icon to change the subject. It's like editing the title, okay? And over here I can see that today Stefania Demo, my main account, created the conversation and added one user, like this. I can also see the time when this happened. And if I need to, I just write my message over here. It's very intuitive. Let's say, do you think that we should create a new glossary for the project? And after I write my message, I click here on send. And there we go. I have my new message here. And just like a normal chat application that we use every day, we will see all the messages vertically in the order that they were sent. And we also have additional options for each message. We can share a message, we can mark it as unread for us to review later on. We can edit the message, and we can also delete it if we are the ones who sent the message. We cannot edit or delete messages sent by another user. Let's say that I need to edit my message. I can just edit it here. Let's just add the word hello. Hello, do you think that we should create a new glossary for the project? Here. And if we edit the message, just know that this will be added at the end, edited. And we can also delete the message, like this. If we click here, we will see a confirmation message. Delete this message. The action cannot be undone. So we just delete it, and it just disappeared. Another great thing is that we can filter conversations. We can search for something in conversations by writing the text that we're looking for in the search bar. And we can start a new conversation by clicking here on Create Conversation. Again, the same process. We filter the list, we write the name or username, we select the users, and then we click on Go to start a new conversation. So that is basically the conversations feature and how it works. Great, so now we're going to start diving into integrations. What are integrations? How can we use them? How can we add them to our projects? And what free integrations can we use in Crowdin? Let's see. Here we have our previous project, the freeCodeCamp project demo, but for this demo I'm going to create a different project so we can actually work with the integrations and import our file instead of uploading it manually like we did before. We're going to create a new project really quickly, project name, integrations demo. freeCodeCamp integrations demo, like we saw over here. Public project, visible to everyone. You can restrict access to specific languages after the project is created, so that is very important too. Let me zoom in over here so we can see the text better. We already created a project previously during the course, so I'm going to work through this a little bit more quickly. Source language English, and let's make the target language Spanish in this case, okay? We're going to make the Spanish, and then we're going to actually create the project. FreeCodeCamp Integrations Demo. Public project. I already have one private project, so I cannot create more projects because I have the free plan. I activated the free plan after the trial, so I'm going to make this public by default, okay? This option will be grayed out. Then I create the project. Of course, we can always change these settings. Now we see that we can add files for translation to this project. But we're going to do that through an integration. When we have our project over here, like we saw before, we can go to the Integrations tab, and with the free plan we can add one integration. How can we do that? We go here to this button, Add Integration. There are hundreds of integrations that you can choose from. It's very important to choose the right one because on the free plan you can only use one at a time. So for this example I'm going to show you something that is very commonly used, like Google Drive. We're going to use the Google Drive integration so you can import and export files directly to your Drive folders that you can use with your Google account. If we click on the integration, we will go to the description page where you can find an overview, the features at a quick glance. You can also find usually like a tutorial recorded by Crowdin and how to set it up. You can import and export translations manually, but it just takes a few clicks, so we will see how to do that in just a moment. It's free, so we just need to click here on install and we will install it. Install. If we install this application, Google Drive, the application will have access to our projects and it will be displayed in the project menu Integrations, Google Drive. Select the users that will be able to use this app. You can choose if only you will have access to this app, all project members, or you can also select specific users. If you had more users here, you would see a list, you can select them and you can filter them. Then you would click on select or cancel. For now, let's select only me. Then select the projects where users will be able to use the app. Projects you own or selected projects. This will allow you to use this integration in all the projects you own. Or you can also select specific projects. Let's just select the FreeCodeCamp Integrations Demo because we don't want access to this in the project demo. So let's select this, selected projects, and then we install it. Let's install it like this. And we see a confirmation message, installed. Awesome, right? Then, of course, we can click here again if we need to uninstall it at any time. After that, we have it installed. Let's go back. Now, if we go back to the overview of the apps and integrations, now we see that it is installed because we see this uninstall button. Awesome. So after that, we just click on the X icon, and if we refresh, we should see our integration over here in the Integrations tab, Google Drive. If we click on Details, we can see this over here. This will prompt us to log in with Google Drive. Here I'm working with a demo email, a Gmail account, so I'm going to log in with Google Drive. After that, I select the email that I want to link. I click here, and then I see that Crowdin integration wants access to my Google account. When you allow this access, Crowdin integration will be able to see, edit, create, and delete all of your Google Drive files. So make sure that you are granting this permission, knowing what the application can do on your account, okay? Make sure you trust this integration, and then continue. After you have the integration set up, you will see this. It's actually quite easy. You will see the content of your drive. Here I have a folder that I created on my drive manually. And if I expand this, I see the Welcome to FreeCodeCamp PDF file. I can just select this file if I want to translate it on my project, and then select Sync to Crowdin. After I click on Sync to Crowdin, it might take a few seconds to actually sync to my Crowdin account. You will see like this loading animation. You can also select all the files of a folder by selecting that folder. And voila, here we have the content on Crowdin. Select content for synchronization to Google Drive. This is like a back and forth process. We first select the files on Google Drive, then we sync that to Crowdin, and then once we have the translation, we will sync it back to Google Drive, and we will have the translated version. Let's see how you can do that, but first let's also check out these options that we have at the top. We can see error logs with the most recent error logs for this application. Right now we don't have any because we just installed it. Here we have the settings. If we want to schedule synchronization for pushing sources and translations, we can push sources and translations every hour, every 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours. And we can also show shared with me files from our drive. If we don't want to show files that have been shared with us on our Google Drive account, then we just disable this. And then we can save and close this. If we ever need to log out, we can do that and log back in with a different Google account, with a different Gmail. Great, so now we have this on Crowdin. And we can see, if we expand the folder and the file, we can see that we are going to translate it into Spanish because this is our target language. If we go back to our project and we check on sources, now we see a folder that says Google Drive. Integration demo, welcome to freeCodeCamp. We see the file over here in our sources tab. And if we go to our dashboard, we will see Spanish as a target language, and then we will see this, the file ready to be translated. If, again, we double click on this file, we will go to the translation editor where we can start translating. Let's translate this first string again. This is how we translated it before, so I'm going to select this option and save the translation. And then we are going to select this translation memory string again, and then we are going to save it. We're just going to translate the first 2 strings of this file so you know how this works. Remember, we already saw all the different details of this translation editor, so you should be familiar with these details. You can continue translating the file, but I'm going to show you how you can synchronize this back to your Google Drive. We will have the first 2 strings in Spanish. After we have that saved, we can go back by clicking on the arrow, and then we see that we are getting some progress on the translation, 7%. Awesome, right? But we want to synchronize that to our Google Drive. We go to Integrations, Details, and then we can sync it manually, or we can set the synchronization time, like we saw before in the settings, to a specific number of hours. If we want to do that manually, we go here to synchronize it, and then we synchronize it. We can either choose to synchronize the entire folder, the file, in all the languages, or synchronize a specific language. Let's choose Spanish here, and then when we select the file and the language, we can click here on Sync to Google Drive. If we sync this to Google Drive, let's see what happens. Again, we may need to wait for a few seconds until this is synchronized, and we see that the file was exported successfully. What happens now? Well, let's see. If I go to Google Drive, now I see this. Welcome to freeCodeCamp with the Spanish letter code, the 2-letter code. And I see that it is in a docx format, because remember that Crowdin converts the file formats when we're working with PDF into a format that is easier to edit and work with individual strings. So if we double click on it, we will be able to open it in Google Docs, and we see the translation. We see the first string translated, and we see the second string translated. Awesome, right? Crowdin added this language code to differentiate the files automatically. So if we have multiple languages, we will have different files with their corresponding language codes. We can do all of this manually like we just did, or remember, if you go to Settings, you can set the synchronization schedule to an hour, 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours. If you're translating your files gradually, step by step, or with multiple team members, you can synchronize all of those changes to Google Drive. That is an example of an integration that can be very helpful in Crowdin. We have many different integrations. In the next section, I'm going to show you some of them, so you have an idea of the kinds of things that you can do with this amazing integrations feature. Now that you know how to actually install and use the integration, let's see how you can uninstall it. If you click here on details, first I would suggest logging out here, where you can log out of your account by clicking on log out, and then it's just the same process for logging in again with your Google Drive, just like we did a few minutes ago. And then if you go to add integration, you can choose here to uninstall it. Let's uninstall it and see what happens. We see, are you sure you want to uninstall Google Drive application? Well, you can uninstall it like this. And we see uninstalled successfully. If we refresh this page, then we don't see any integrations, and again, we can always install a new one. There are tons of free options to choose from. If you want to filter the integrations by a specific criteria, you can do that by category, features, CMS, marketing, e-commerce, development. Specifically, this is very helpful for development if we are translating a website, like we are going to do in just a few minutes. We can add the GitHub integration, GitLab, Bitbucket. In addition to the integrations and apps, you will also find guides over here and others that are tagged with system over here. So there are different types of resources combined in this. Very helpful. You can also filter by author, by tag, search for a specific app or integration, filter by category, sort by relevance, sort by name, sort by date published, and you can always reverse the order. Great, so let's go into the next section where we will take a look at some of the apps and integrations that I think would be most helpful for you if you're planning to translate your files or your website if you're working on development. I will see you in the next section, and then we will start working with the GitHub integration and working with other integrations to actually translate your website. So I will see you in the next part. First, we will take a look at the integrations that you can use. So let's go there. Let's dive in. Before we dive into other specific integrations like the GitHub integration and the Visual Studio Code extension, I'm going to show you some of the integrations that I personally think would be most helpful for you as an organization or as a representative of an open source project or an educational project. First of all, of course, we find the GitHub integration over here. If you click on the integration, you can find more details about it, like an overview, and here you can find specific details, like the permissions it requires and how it will be registered. So it is very helpful. You may also find other tutorials by Crowdin and how to set it up. Specifically, we will cover the GitHub integration and we will see the Visual Studio Code extension. They also have a Visual Studio Code guide over here in the apps and integration section. Over here, a guide of how to use Crowdin for VS Code. We will see that step by step with a sample React app. Then we also find other tools that you may find helpful, like Google Sheets integration. If you're working with Google Sheets to create your glossaries or to translate content that you're storing on a Google Sheet, you can also install this free beta integration. Right now it's in beta, it's in a testing phase, but when you're watching this video, this may be out of beta, so it might be more stable. You can install it by clicking here to synchronize multilingual Google spreadsheets. If you're storing your files in other services like Dropbox, you can also install this free integration, the Dropbox integration, to localize your files like we did with Google Drive. And since artificial intelligence is increasingly becoming more important in every area of development and translation, Crowdin also included an AI assistant, ChatGPT Gemini, to take your localization to the next level. Right now it's a free integration, it's in beta, and you can install it by clicking on this button. You can find more details about it and how it works here in the overview. Another integration that I would suggest checking out is the Suggestions Div Checker. This integration compares two translations and sees the differences between them. So this is an integration that's especially helpful for proofreaders and for translators, that compares two translations and shows the differences between them. So that can be helpful because sometimes when we are checking the translations, we may miss small details, and this just highlights everything better. It's a free integration that you can install with this button. Remember that with the free plan, you can only use one integration at a time, so make sure to choose that carefully. But they are all really nice. We also have a glossary editor. We can add and change the terms from your glossaries directly from the Crowdin editor if we install this integration. It's also free. We can install it like this. We can just edit the terms directly from the Crowdin editor without having to go to the glossary tab. That can be helpful to save you time. And if you're an organization that's also sharing educational or free content through video resources, you may find these two integrations super helpful. You just write here captions and you will see this extension, Video Captions Translator. Translate captions, titles, and descriptions from YouTube videos. Video captions localization with Crowdin. You have the tutorial over here and you can learn how to set it up. But it's always very easy. They're usually very similar to what we just did with Google Drive. They just have different purposes, and that's also very helpful to synchronize the files automatically. And I would personally suggest, if you're working with video, using this integration, Video Preview. This is an integration that lets you preview the video that you're translating when you're translating the subtitles for additional context. This is always very helpful if you watch the video when you're actually translating the subtitles or the captions. So these are some of my personal suggestions for apps and integrations. I had an overview of the integrations, and these are the free ones that I do think would be worth it for any type of project. Specifically the last two if you're working with video. But there are hundreds to choose from, and many of them are free. So take advantage of that. You can use one integration with the free plan. If you're working on mobile development, we also have Android Studio, a plugin for Android Studio, and many more. Congratulations on reaching this part of the course. It's great to have you here, and now we're going to dive into the Crowdin Enterprise features. Why Crowdin Enterprise? Well, because that's the plan that open source projects and educational projects get for free with Crowdin. First, let's start with the basics. Let's start with how you can actually get a free license from Crowdin if you are an open source project, an educational project. Let's see. If you go to crowdin.com, if you go here to pricing and you quickly scroll down to the bottom, and you reach the frequently asked questions, you can see here at the bottom, do you have plans for open source projects and educational institutions? Yes, they do have them. So if you want to use Crowdin for an open source project, you can sign up for a free account, set up your project, and then send them a request. They will grant you the license. You can also apply for an academic license if your project has educational purposes. Each granted license will include an unlimited number of projects, strings, and members. Here you have the links for requesting that license after you set up your project and you follow all the steps that we saw in the previous part of the course. For that, you will need to choose either open source or academic license. For either one of them, you can open them, and here you will see, if you are an open source project, the setup request form. Crowdin is completely free of charge for open source projects. Before submitting this form, where you will request the license, you will need to ensure that your project meets the following criteria. Here you have the list. This may change. This may be different when you're watching this course, but initially you have to create a translation project in Crowdin. The project that you are currently owning, the open source project, has to be licensed under an approved license from an open source initiative. Your project's source code has to be publicly available for download. You do not have any commercial products related to the open source project that you are requesting a license for. You are the project lead, so remember this, you have to be the project lead to actually request this license and submit the form. You have been working on your open source project for at least 3 months. You must have an active community of collaborators. You keep the news section of your website up to date. and you release updated builds on a regular basis. So it's not like a project that you just released once and then you don't update anymore. It has to be updated on a regular basis. Please note that as an open source project maintainer, by submitting the form, you are agreeing to join the Crowdin beta group, so you will test the latest features. And you will also contribute your project translations to the Crowdin Global Translation Memory to gain access to Crowdin Neural Machine Translator. This is the form that you have to submit the project name, project license, project website URL, describe your project in as much detail as possible, your email, your name, your Crowdin username, and your Crowdin organization name, specifically for Crowdin Enterprise if you're currently on a trial. All your information is kept secure and protected, so after that you just submit your request and the Crowdin team will contact you. That is for an open source project. But what about academic projects? You just go here to the second form and you will see a form that is very similar with some differences. This is an academic license project setup request form. They are intended for educational purposes only. They can only be registered with the educational email address of your institution. They must match a school's domain name. Here you can see the different features. You can have open or private. Open licenses are provided for public access projects, and private licenses allow you to limit project access due to confidentiality. So you can choose between an open license or a private license, and here you can see the differences in the features. The most important one is that here you have private projects. If you choose private, the open license does not have private projects. Open licenses are completely free of charge. Here you can see the form, the name of your educational institution, your project name, project type. It can either be open or private. Describe your project in as much detail as possible, your email, your name, and your Crowdin username. Then you submit your request with this form. This is how you can get a license if you're the project lead of an open source project or an educational institution. Awesome, so after you have your license, let's see how you can actually create an organization in Crowdin with Crowdin Enterprise. This is more advanced than the Crowdin.com account that we have been working with. It has more features and it's usually used for large organizations or teams that will be working with many team members or using the power of crowdsourcing by engaging collaborators. To create an organization, you just need to go to here, login or sign up. If you click here on sign up, you will go to where you can actually sign up for an account. But by default, Crowdin.com will be selected. This is like the basic account that we have been working with so far. When you get a license as an organization, you will be able to create an organization through Crowdin Enterprise that has more advanced features. And you can also try it for free for 30 days to see if the features match what your organization needs. To sign up, to create the organization, we see this short form. The organization name. You will need to choose an organization name that will end with .crowdin.com. In our case, we have an organization called freeCodeCamp Course Demo, .crowdin.com. If you go to that URL, you will be able to check your organization. Then you need to enter your work email. That's usually an email granted by the organization or the project, then your username and your password. After that, check this checkbox to agree to the terms and conditions and the privacy policy. You will also see a verification from Cloudflare. And if you click here, you can create an organization. I already have my organization created, so I will click here on Enter an existing organization. To enter an existing organization, you just need to enter your organization's URL. In my case, that would be freecodecampcoursedemo.crowdin.com. It's very important to write the name with dashes, okay? If you forgot the URL, if you click here, you can find your organization with your email. They will send you a confirmation email and find existing organizations you've joined or can join. But for now, since we are just logging in, we are going to enter our organization's URL. Then you will see this, the name of your organization. Then here you will enter the email or username that you used when you created that organization, and then your password. If you don't want to use your password, and that's usually what I do, I can click here on the magic link option. It's super helpful. It will send you a link to your email. And you may also need to enter a second verification code, but it's helpful because you don't have to actually remember the password. You can either click here on login if you enter the password, or click here on magic link. I'm going to show you magic link because it's very helpful and I love this feature. Just see your email here, confirm that it's your email, the one that you entered before. You can also choose if you want to stay logged in, then send magic link. You will get a magic link on your email and you will be able to click on a login link that will open Crowdin on a different tab. And this is what you will see when you enter your organization account. It's very similar to the Crowdin.com account, but it does have a few more advanced features when you get the full license as an organization. But we will go through that and you will see the similarities and differences in just a moment. Over here, the first thing that you can see is the sidebar. It's located to the left. The first section is the workspace, where you will see your projects or groups. Groups are like folders that you can use to categorize all the different projects of your organization. A project is the set of files that you're going to translate for a specific project of your organization. But a group is a way to group your projects. We will create a project and a group in just a moment. For now, let's just have a quick tour of these options because you will find them very familiar if you already watched the previous part of the course. Then after workspace, we find start projects. If you have many different projects and you want to just select your favorite ones or your most used ones or the ones that you're actively working on, then you can click on the star icon in the project, start them and find them all here. That's very helpful if you have many projects. Then here you can find notifications. You will see a history of all the notifications like in a timeline, and you can mark them as read or unread. You can also find archived notifications, and you can filter them. You can show all notifications, just unresolved issues, or notifications without a reply. Here you can also mark all your notifications as read, but I already did that here, so that's why this is grayed out, but you should have this enabled if you have unread notifications. Then after that we find the messages. Messages is where you can create conversations. Remember conversations from Crowdin.com? Yes, it's basically the same with Crowdin Enterprise. You can start a conversation with individuals or invite multiple members. You can search for members by their name, username, or email. So here you can enter a username and email and you will find your member and start a new conversation. Here we also find tasks. Tasks here work a little bit different because in the general view of this organization, tasks are like shown globally. You can create tasks within specific projects and they will all appear here. You can also assign specific people to each workflow step and enable project notifications to avoid creating tasks. But that is something very specific. It's outside of the scope of this course. You may dive into this if you don't want to create tasks for specific team members. Remember, we create the tasks directly within the projects and they will all appear here. Because we're not actually within a specific project, we're within the organization's account. That's something that you should keep in mind when you're in this main dashboard. Great, that's the first category of tools, and then we find more advanced tools that we have seen in the previous hours of the course. Here we find managers. I created the organization, so I am the owner, I am a manager here. It shows when I joined and the teams I belong to. I can also search for specific managers here if I have many different managers in my organization, and I can go to different pages and choose how many rows I want to see per page. That's great. I can add managers from here. You will see this helpful description on the bottom right, and you can either click on Got It, learn more, or actually use that additional tool. Here we can add a manager. And adding a manager is very similar to what we did in Crowdin.com. You just need to enter the name, username, or email here, and you will be adding a manager. Then you click on Done, and that's it. You will be adding a manager for a specific subgroup or project. Then we find workflow templates. We have not really covered workflows during the course because this is something that is more oriented towards enterprise accounts and organizational accounts. They're basically a sequence of steps that the content of your project should go through when you start your project, like translation, proofreading, and quality assurance, all the different steps that you would follow in a translation process. Here you can find some workflow templates that you can start with, that you can edit and customize to your needs. If you need to search for a specific workflow, you can always search it over here, and you can sort them by their name or by the date they were modified. You can also reverse the order over here and change this to list view if you don't like the grid view. I personally like the grid view because it's more visual and I can actually see the workflow here. They do have some similarities with flowcharts because they describe a process and a sequence of steps. If we click here on, let's say, crowdsourcing, because that is an example of what a nonprofit organization like an open source project would usually use. Crowdsourcing, remember, is the practice of engaging your community in the translation process. So if we click on it, we will enter like the workflow editor and we will be able to customize each step. Let's have a quick overview of this so you can understand this better. This is the workflow. You can, if you click on the left mouse button, you drag it. You can also zoom in and zoom out with these controls here at the bottom left, and you can click on each individual node over here in the workflow to learn more about how it's being configured. For example, how can we read this workflow? We start here, we start the process, and then we see that the strings are untranslated. Then they go through a process of translation memory pre-translation. Here we see that we need to select the target language, so it does need some specific setup or configuration to start the process. Auto substitution off, 100% match for the translation memory. So the automated suggestions have to be a 100% match to actually translate it. Then the strings that are untranslated go to the crowdsourcing phase. Here we can see more details about this phase. Engage your community in the localization process, collaborate with volunteer translators, and reward their efforts in a way that works for both of you. All projects with this workflow step will be publicly accessible, and translation resources will be shared with all volunteers registered in your organization. So you can see that we have some description of these steps. And below them we have some settings that we can configure. But for that we need to edit the workflow, and we will do that in just a moment. Finally, here we see proofreading. And once the strings are approved, because everything is translated, you can see here we have translated strings, then we just need to approve it. Then the strings are approved and the process ends. Since we don't have any target languages, yes, we need to select a target language. This is the basic crowdsourcing workflow. We have other templates. Let's see how you can edit the workflow. On the left sidebar, when we edit the workflow, we see many different steps that we can add to this diagram. And we just need to drag and drop them, like this. Let's say that I want to add an extra proofreading. I can just drag it onto this area, and I need to connect it with the previous node in the process. So let's say that I want to have a second proofreading phase. I am very careful with my translations and I want the team to have a second proofreading phase. What do? Well, I just disconnect these two nodes, and then I take this node, I click here at the bottom, you will see a plus sign, and I connect it over here, creating this flow. Once the strings have been approved, I just take this at the bottom and voila, I connected with the end, like this. And I can readjust the location of the nodes or the different steps in the process over here in the diagram. And I can also configure it. So let's say that the output of this phase will be an approved string. So that is already marked by default because it's a proofreading node. And the output could also be approved by the assigned users. And that would change the output of that node. We can select specific languages for the output of that node or what that phase will involve. Great, that is a proofreading step, but we have many different types of steps. We have source text review, custom code, switch source language, translation memory pre-translation, machine translation pre-translation, translation by vendor, translation by APIs, proofreading, and proofreading by vendor. Those are all the steps that we have right now, and since we're already using the crowdsourcing step, we see that it is grayed out because only one crowdsourcing step can be added to a workflow. So they do have some limitations based on the logic of the step. Let's see how, for example, we can configure this translation memory pre-translation. We can select the language, we can turn on or off the auto substitution, or we can use project settings, and we can also set the minimum match ratio. How good should the match be for the translation memory to actually assign a translation to the string? In this case, we're saying that it has to be a 100% match, but we could decrement this number so we can actually find a match that fits our needs. Or we can also ask the match to be perfect to actually translate the string before the crowdsourcing step. And in this case, I would suggest keeping this off, but you can automatically approve added translations. You can choose to approve the added translations if they are a perfect match. You can approve all of them, it's always recommended to actually have someone reviewing that translation before it goes live in your project, because it is automatically generated or it is selected from a database of previous translations that may not be appropriate for specific context. So it's always great to have a proofreading phase before approving them. But with perfect match but approved previously, or you can also replace all but skip auto-substituted translations. So these are the settings that you can customize. After you have your workflow ready, you can choose to save it. You can also undo or redo the changes. You can find more information here in this question mark. And if we see the tips, we see drag workflow steps to the working area to get started. That's exactly what we did right now. We can drag the workflow steps. We can set the connection between all the selected steps. We can select the target languages and configure step settings. To make each step work, you need to set it up. Click on the steps one by one to define target languages and other specific settings. Workflow configuration is almost done, so you can click Save if all the steps are correct and if all the steps are connected to each other. Like this. And over here in the gear icon, you can see the workflow settings. You can change the name of the workflow. You can change the description. The template already has a description that you can customize. And you can also choose Don't center the selected workflow step when editing. You can enable or disable this, and after that you can save your workflow by clicking here. That's basically the workflow editor, and you can customize this to fit the needs of your organization. Here, if we go back to the workflow templates in our organization, we go back and we can see additional options over here in the templates. If we click here on the information button, we will see the name of the workflow and the description. So we can see more about the workflow before we actually enter the workflow editor. And if we click on the ellipsis, we can preview the template. If we preview the template, we see it over here. And then we can click on edit. We can also go back. We can edit it directly. We can duplicate it and we can delete it. If you want to customize a template but you don't actually want to change the template itself, then you can duplicate it and then customize it to your liking. And you can also delete it. Another option would be to create a new workflow from scratch. If you want to do that, then you just need to click here on Create. And then you can create a new workflow template. Projects within an organization can share the same workflow template or have different ones. Each step can be assigned to different people and include different languages. So we are creating a new workflow template because over here, all the workflows that we have are templates that we can assign to multiple projects. So we can create our workflow once and reuse it as many times as we need to. We are writing the name of the workflow and the description. Once we have that, we just click on Create and that will create our workflow. We can assign it to the projects we need. Awesome, now you know how to work with workflows. So let's continue with these options. You will find them very familiar because they are familiar. We saw them previously. The translation memories, we don't have any yet because we haven't created a project, but here you will find your translation memories, your glossaries, and your machine translation. The translation memories can be created over here with the create button. And if you create a new translation memory, you will need to enter the name, the language, and you can drag files here, or you can select files from your file system if you want to actually upload a file with the source strings and their translations into different languages. This can help you to speed up the translation like we did in Crowdin.com. The glossaries can also be created here with the create button. You just write a new name. You assign a name, you select the language of the glossary, and you can also drag glossary files over here. Machine translation has a few different options. By default, here you can see Crowdin Translate. The engine is Crowdin Translate. And it supports 24 language pairs. You can see them over here. English to all of these languages, French to English, and Chinese simplified to English and Japanese. So you can check if the language pair that you're looking for is available here on Crowdin Translate for the machine translation process. If you click on this ellipsis, you can edit the machine translation, clear cache, or delete. And you can change the view by clicking here on select columns. If you want to show all of these columns, just check them. If you want to hide any of them, just uncheck them, and you can customize the user interface to fit your needs this way. You can also hide everything or show everything over here with all selected. Great, and you can also, over here we go to the bottom right, you can add a machine translation engine. You will see it added over here below as a second entry here. To add a machine translation engine, you can use an existing integration or a custom integration, and here you can select the engine: Google Translate, Microsoft Translator, Amazon Translate. Then you assign a name to your translation engine and you select the applicable languages. You can leave it empty for access to all languages. And you can enable the machine translation in specific projects. Here you would be able to select your project. You can leave it empty to enable it in all the projects. After you have all of this set up, or if you want to set up a custom integration, you can do that and then click on Create. And you will have your new machine translation engine. That's for machine translation. If you want to go to reports, then you click here on reports and you will see basically all the information that we had in Crowdin.com in a different view or presentation. The organization overview, number of words, languages, the percentage of strings that have been translated by users, translation memory, machine translation. We have unresolved issues, quality assurance issues. We have charts, different charts and graphs of the proofreading and translation activity. So you can have a bird's eye view, a general overview of everything that is happening in your project, and you can keep a close track on your theme. It can be super helpful. Remember that you can change this to show you, for example, a number of words, number of strings, characters, or characters with spaces. So you can get as granular as you need for your organization. And you can also expand the range, the time range of the summary from 30 days to 24 hours to last year, or you can narrow it down to the last week, depending on the data that you actually need to analyze. They're very, very helpful. And with this option, the purple option, you can also generate a list of translators based on a specific period of time to see who contributed the most to your project's translation. If you click here on generate, you will get a list of your top members. That's always helpful to know who has contributed the most to your project. After that, we find here the store, which is an interesting area of the organization because it's already incorporated into the organization. If we click here, we will see all the different applications that are available in Crowdin. If you see this little arrow here, that means that the extension is free to download or free to incorporate into your projects. And they do have many, many different applications in their store. You can filter them by author, by specific authors. You can filter them by tags. Those are the two options, author and tags. You can also search for them in the search bar. You can filter by categories and by relevance, by name, by date published. So basically you have many different options to find exactly what you need. And additionally, you can also reverse the order. Over here, we also find something very interesting. If you want extra quality assurance checks, you can go here to QA check templates and you can add them to your project, like colors mismatch, date format consistency, find duplicate words, emoji mismatch, extra phone number, forbidden characters. It's just great to know that we have all of these extra quality assurance features that make the translation process a lot easier. So I recommend checking this if you are representing an organization. It will help you and your contributors a lot. It will save you a lot of time. And finally, we reach user management. User management is where you can manage users and teams. I can see a summary of all my users, when I joined, when I last saw the project, my name, username, the permissions I have, and I can select my row and perform other operations on me, like on that user, which is really me, but it could be any user that belongs to my organization. I can edit the user, first name, last name, pronouns, time zone, and the email. And I can also view the user. Crowdin is currently working on a feature that is coming soon, working on. So you can expect this feature to be available perhaps when you're watching this video. It seems like it will show you the task that the user is currently working on. So that's great. I'm looking forward to that feature. From the bottom right, you can also invite users. If you want to invite people to your organization, you can use their emails. You can send multiple emails, just separate the addresses with commas. So if you write the emails here, like sample@gmail.com and demo@gmail.com, you will then see that I'm adding all of these emails, and I can also remove them here by clicking on the X. If I click here on this button, send invite, I will be sending the invites to those emails and they will be able to join my organization. Now that we covered all the tools that we have here on the left sidebar, let's go to the settings. Because in Crowdin Enterprise, we also have settings that we can customize, just like in Crowdin.com. We will go through them real quick. First, we're going to start with the account settings and then the organization settings. For the account settings, we can see our personal information like photo, first name, last name, pronouns, the platform language. We can change this to English or Chinese simplified, our username, and our email. Then we have security features like the Authenticator app, connected applications, device verification. They have many different ways to keep your projects safe. Then we have notifications. We can configure if we want to get in-app notifications or email notifications or custom notifications. Basically, we can get notifications for many different things like collaboration, integrations, new strings, language progress, content issues. It's really great to know that we can customize this to fit our needs exactly. I encourage you to go through all of them and check what you would like to enable or disable from the notifications panel. And over here we can also find personal access tokens that we may use with the Crowdin API, command line interface, and some of the integrations and plugins. They may ask for personal access tokens. You can generate a new token over here, clicking on this button. And that's the account settings in Enterprise. If we go to organization settings over here, we find even more settings that we can customize. We have the name of the organization, we can change that, the logo, public organizations. This section is unlocked when the organization has at least one public project. A public project in Crowdin is a project that has a crowdsourcing step in its workflow. Remember, we just talked about workflows and we had a crowdsourcing step. So we have to have that step to enable these settings. Public description, default public project view, and featured projects. freeCodeCamp is an example of a public organization. You can see this over here. We have this view, we have different projects, and we also have the name, and we can have a description here in about. And finally, we see a custom domain. You can enter the custom domain over here and save it. Then we see authentication. We see different apps that we can install from the store, and we can also install private apps, custom QA checks, what we just saw that we can add from the store. We can configure webhooks, custom languages, custom placeholders, and much more like security logs and legal and compliance, but that's beyond the scope of what we're trying to do over here. Those are all the settings that we can configure. If we go back to the workspace now, let's go through these options that we have here. We have the search bar where we can search for projects. If we have many different projects, they will appear here and you will be able to filter them to find them quickly. Here we can see notifications. Over here we can go to conversations. It's the same as clicking here. And here we can find more information like support, help center, community, cookies, keyboard shortcuts, and what's new. You may see some differences between what I am showing you right now and the state of Crowdin Enterprise when you take the course. But they will be small updates or additions or modifications, but overall, the functionality should be basically the same. Great, now you know the basics of the Crowdin Enterprise user interface. So we're going to create a project in Crowdin Enterprise to show you how it works and how we can also create groups to group your projects by category. So I will see you in the next section to continue with this topic. Let's say that I am representing an organization and I'm creating the project in my organization's account. How can I do that? How can I start a new project? We're going to be looking at how this works with a basic example, the PDF file that we worked with in the previous sections of the course, but this process will apply to projects of any complexity. Okay, I'm just using the PDF file to show you all the basics. If we click here on Create, on this button here at the bottom right, we will see two options. We can either create a project or create a group. What's the difference between a project and a group? A project is the set of files that we are used to working with, but a group is like one level above the concept of a project, because it's like a folder that organizes related projects under the same area or space in the workspace. If we create a group, we can also create subgroups, groups within groups of projects. And that's very helpful to organize our projects because they can share resources. Within the same group, we can share translation memories, we can share glossaries, we can share machine translation engines and workflows. So creating groups and organizing your projects like this can save you, your contributors, and your team a lot of time. So let's create a group. Let me show you how we can create a group. New group. Let's name this Android. Let's say that we are an organization and we are developing an Android app. Like freeCodeCamp has its own Android app. If we are planning to have multiple projects for Android, then we can create a group named Android. And then we click here on Create Group. If we create that group, we can see it right here, Android, the group is empty. But now we see the workspace. We can filter our groups and projects by their visibility, by public and private projects, by their translation status, and by the workflow status. We can also filter by their name and sort them by their name, by when they were added, by their last activity, and we can switch between list and grid view, but I personally prefer the grid view, so I recommend it, but it's really up to you. If we click here on the group, we will be inside the group, inside the Android group. We can see it here within our workspace, and currently we have no projects in this group. All projects that we add to the group will appear over here. Just to show you how this works with multiple groups, let's create another group. Let's say web, for all our web application projects. Create group, web, and let's create another group, iOS. Let's say that we are developing an app for Android and for iOS, and we also have a web version, like freeCodeCamp. So we have three groups here that are all empty right now. If we go into the groups, we will see them over here. We see the overall workspace structure, and if we click here, we can go from one group to another without actually returning to the main workspace. This is quicker and it can save you a lot of time. Awesome, so you know what a group is, you know how to create it, so let's actually create a project. Let's create a project in Crowdin Enterprise for your organization. To create a project, you click here on Create, and then you can choose if you want to create a project or a group. A group is like a set of projects. Here we created the groups, Android, web, and iOS. Right now these groups are empty, but we can always add new projects to them. Let's select project here, and let's see what we need to choose and customize. We need to customize the name, so let's name this freeCodeCamp tutorial. The project languages are going to be source language, English, and target language. Again, we see the same list of languages that we are familiar with from previous steps, and we can choose Spanish. Let's say that we are going to choose Japanese, Bengali, Hindi, and French, just to add a few target languages for our project, but we will be mainly working with Spanish. Like always, we can always click here on the X if we want to remove that language selected from the list. Then we can also click on clear. We can create custom languages, or we can pre-fill the list with the top 30 languages on Crowdin. We have all of these options. Then optionally we can choose a workflow. By default, you will see the in-house translator's workflow, but you can remove this with the X and you will be able to set up a workflow later. You don't have to do that at this particular step, and you can see all the 4 templates that you already have predefined. Let's say that we choose a crowdsourcing workflow, just as a sample, because if you're representing an open source project or a nonprofit organization, you will be working with crowdsourcing. So let's see how this works. We can also enable this, delay workflow start. Delayed workflow start allows you to upload existing translations and resources like translation memory or glossaries even before the project becomes available for translation. So if you want to upload any existing resources to your project, just enable this. Okay, for now we're going to keep this disabled. And then we create our project. And here we can see our project in Crowdin Enterprise. It's a bit different than what we saw in Crowdin.com, but the functionality is essentially very similar. Let's go through the main aspects of this. First, here we find the name of our project, and we can search for projects if our organization has multiple projects. We can also star our project. If this is a project that will be used very frequently, we can start it here by clicking on the star, and you will see it in the star projects in your organization. That's helpful if you want to keep track of the projects that you're currently working on or your most popular projects, so that's like a quick way to have them at hand. Here you can see that we have the crowdsourcing workflow, 5 target languages, 0 source words because we haven't uploaded any resources yet, and the last activity was a few seconds ago. We can change our project's logo in the settings. That's always helpful to create a friendlier tone for the organization and for your volunteers and contributors. First, here we find the dashboard. In the dashboard, we find our target languages with a very similar user interface that we had before. We have the translation and approval percentages. We can see a more detailed breakdown of the different steps of our crowdsourcing workflow that we chose. We see this automatic step, we have the crowdsourcing step, and we have the proofreading step. And we can go to the editor very quickly. Or we can close this for every individual language. If we click on the language, we go to that particular language, and here we would see the source files. If we go to the details, we can see all the managers, and if we have any members, project members, we will also see them here. We see their role, the project ID, when it was created, the source language. We can change that by clicking on the gear icon and then choosing the language again. We can change that over here if we need to. And we see how many project members we have. We also have the option to upload, download, or pre-translate. Right now, our workflow, in the second tab here, in the second step, we see the workflow scheme. Here we can see that we have the same workflow that we had for crowdsourcing before, but now instead of being a template, it's actually customized to our project. Because now we do have target languages selected: Bengali, French, Hindi, Japanese, and Spanish. So instead of being just a template, now we do have specific translated languages. And here we click on crowdsourcing. We also see a special page. This is your crowdsourcing settings page. Here you can configure the appearance of your project on the public page, what your volunteers will see. Set up branding and build a community by sharing an invitation link on your website or social media. That's basically what freeCodeCamp does for our community. Once confirmed, publish your project to make it visible on your organization's public page. If we go to freeCodeCamp, we can see that this is the translation page for our organization, for freeCodeCamp. We see the featured projects, all the projects, we see an about page, and we can also share links to our organization on our website. So basically this is what freeCodeCamp has configured. We can customize our logo by uploading a new logo here, change the public project name, use a catchy title to inspire your contributors. Then we see the public project identifier, the public project URL, how people are going to be able to reach your public project, and your description. This is optional. You can also choose a custom domain. If you click here, you will go to this part of the settings where you can set up your custom domain, your organization settings. Now, if we go back to the project, now we know what workflow is, we know the crowdsourcing step. In the crowdsourcing step, we also see the README. We can edit the README with the Markdown format, add links, quotes, and images. Everything to get your community excited about this new project that they can contribute to. You can also activate gamification, but that feature is coming soon. It seems like it's going to be a great feature. You can activate reward system to encourage contributors. That's a very interesting feature. Looking forward to seeing it. It might be enabled by the time you're watching this video, so make sure to try that for encouraging your community. Then you can also see the status image. This is something that you can embed in your project's README. The localization status, this one right here. The general documentation or any other service that you use for the project, like GitHub. This is a preview of your status image. It will show the percentage of the translation of your project. You can embed that status icon with this line of markdown here for HTML, this line of markdown for your README or markdown file, and you can also share this image URL. You can copy it by clicking on this button and it will be copied to your clipboard. You can also invite a developer if you need help with any of these steps. Another thing that is very helpful for crowdsourcing is assigning proofreaders and manager roles. Proofreaders and managers participate in discussions, they help you find the best translations, and basically organize the localization community. So you can invite people here, and you will be inviting them to contribute to this particular project. And finally, we see building community, direct link. This is a link that you can use to invite people to your crowdsourcing project. You can share it directly on your website or send it via email. It's grayed out, but you can copy it here, and it will be copied to your clipboard. Please read the privacy policy notice so you know everything that Crowdin is sharing with you here about the privacy policy when you share this link. And here we can also see a website pop-up. You can see that Crowdin is thinking about everything that can be helpful to engage the community for these types of crowdsourcing projects. You can also add the website pop-up, the Crowdin web widget. Encourage visitors to your website to contribute to the translations. This widget allows browsing visitors to translate and vote for strings shown in a random order directly on your website. This way, more people can contribute to your project's translation. You can enable translations via the web widget over here if you click on it, and you can add this JavaScript snippet to your website pages where the widget should be displayed. You just copy it right before the closing body tag, and you will see the widget where people can contribute. Please note that each person who clicks on the widget must choose from the list of all the project target languages before contributing. If you want to skip the step, predefine the target language at the beginning by adding the language code to the snippet. Members will also be able to change the language in the widget settings. This is an example of what a snippet with a French predefined language would look like. Here we can see this data language code. We can see FR, which is the 2-letter code for the French language. So that's very interesting, and I highly suggest diving into these options because they can be super helpful for engaging your community, especially this feature that is coming soon, the gamification system, to reward your contributors. Great, so after we know about that, let's go to sources. Here we find files and strings. Files is where you can upload your files. It's very similar to what we saw in Crowdin.com. But we have a few different options. Here we see upload files from the device, from your device. You can also upload zip archives. You can use samples from Crowdin to explore how the platform works. You can set up integrations with your repository or other supported systems like we did before. And you can invite developers to help you with the project setup. Currently, we have no files to translate, but I'm going to upload our Welcome to freeCodeCamp sample file just as a test. Upload file. Welcome to freeCodeCamp. It's uploading the file. And you may need to wait for a few seconds while it's being uploaded. And also remember that this has to be converted into individual strings, so it might take a few minutes or a few seconds while it's being processed. Also, since it's a PDF file, it will be converted into either HTML or docx files. It's automatically converted. So now we close it, and if we double click on it, we see a preview of the file over here. If we click on these three in the ellipses, we see all of these options: preview, open in editor, settings, download source, view progress, view strings, update, move, rename, and delete. Basically, the essential functionality that you would need for any file. And I'm showing you this with a basic docx or a PDF file because the functionality will be exactly the same for projects of any size or complexity. Okay, so I'm focusing here on the basics to be as general as possible so you can understand how this works and apply it to any project that you're working with. Let's select this file and let's see what we get here on the right sidebar. We see the details, the number of strings, number of words, when it was last updated. We can preserve folder hierarchy for export. That is also important if we want to keep that hierarchy when we export the files. We can click here. We can also download the translations for selected languages. And we have a history of revisions made to the file. We have 24 strings added. None of them were updated and none of them were removed at this point. Then you will see like a timeline, a vertical timeline being created as you work on the file. Great, revisions 1. And you will be taken to that timeline. You will see all the different revisions of your file. With this arrow, you can also set the priority. Right now it says medium priority. If we click on it again, it will turn red and it will have a high priority, or right now, if we click on it again, it will go to a low priority. So you can help your translators choose what to translate first by giving them this particular priority. Great. Over here, we also find the search bar. We find an option where we can create a branch if we're working with version control systems like Git and we want to create different branches. We can also create folders and we can add new files. We can upload them, we can create strings vault, or we can set up an integration to upload them or import them automatically through an integration. Now, if we go to strings, now we can see all the strings that we had from that particular file that we just uploaded. We can see the key for that string, the context, and the source in English, the text on the string. So we have all this detail, and for each individual string, we can edit it, we can hide it, or we can assign a label to it. We can manage labels if we click over here and assign labels to individual strings. It goes to a very granular level, this tool and how Crowdin presents the information. We can filter strings because you can see that right now I only have one very simple file and I already have all of these strings. For a real project, this would have like thousands of rows or millions of rows potentially. If you want to filter them, you can filter them by strings with issues, with comments, with screenshots, or with different visibility, only the strings that are hidden or visible. You can also search for them by the source string, by the context, or by anything you need to filter in this list. You can edit the string that you currently have selected by selecting that string with the check mark over here and then clicking here on edit. That's another way of editing that string. You can also hide it or you can manage that string's labels. These are like shortcuts to the options that you have over here. We can also add a string, add a source string ourselves, if we need to, if it's a string that is not in one of our source files. Here at the top, we also see all files. We can filter the strings by the files that we want to check. For example, if we had multiple files, we could only show the strings for this particular file. And here we can search for that file if we have hundreds of files. So we don't see all the strings here in an endless list of rows. We can just go to the strings that we're interested in. And over here we have an option called labels, where we can manage the labels that we can assign to specific strings. We create a label and then we can assign it to a string very easily with this option, label as. Let me show you how to create a label. We go to labels, then let's say that we want to create a label that says that the string is important, let's say. We save it. Now we have that label. We can edit it or delete it. And now if we go back to sources, strings, and we select a specific string, we are going to label it as important. We mark it, we check it, and then we apply it, like this. And now that string will be marked as important for that label. It's a great feature if you want to categorize your strings. Great, so after that we go to the next category, translations, where we can upload existing translations if we have them, download them as zip. It's very similar to what we saw in Crowdin.com. This one is really very similar. You can download all languages or specific languages. This will be languages from your target languages for that particular project. Target file bundles that you can generate. And you can have over-the-air content delivery, but this is beyond the scope of the course. This is more advanced. If you want, you can dive into this option. You also have an option to preview translations as a CSV file, an XLSX file, or you can also preview them in the browser. If you click on preview in the browser, you will see like an overview of all the strings that you currently have. And since we haven't translated them, they are just a repetition of what we had in English. But when we translate them, we will see them there. Then we find screenshots that you can add and upload for additional context. You just click here on upload, you select your screenshot, and then you can add that to your strings. You can also create tasks for this particular project. And it's important to remember that you are creating the tasks for that particular project. When you go back to your Crowdin's dashboard, your organization's dashboard, by clicking here on the Crowdin icon, you will go back to your workspace. This workspace has all the projects of your organization. And if you go here to tasks, this will show all the tasks of all the different projects in your organization. It's like a combination of everything that you're working on. All the tasks will be there. But this is different from the tasks of an individual project. When you're inside the project view, these tasks will be the task for that particular project. These tasks are for the project, and the other tasks are in general for the organization. So you will see all the tasks of all the projects in your workspace. Great, so let's create a new task. You can see that it's very similar to what we did in Crowdin.com. Translate by your own translators, by proofreaders. Source language, the strings, if you want to translate all the to-do strings or the strings that were modified in a specific time range. You can filter them by labels. For example, if we have the important label, here we can choose to translate all the important strings in that file. Or you can also exclude labels. You can add a due date and select it from the calendar. And this option is also very important to make sure that your team is working productively. Skip strings already included in other tasks. If you select this, you will be skipping the strings that have already been assigned to other team members. So you will be avoiding any repetitive work. Then you can select the files that you want to assign, the target languages like Spanish, Japanese, and then who is going to be assigned to that particular language. I'm going to assign users for Spanish. Then I can select the user here and click on Done. I also have the option to split files and tell that user or that contributor how many words will be translated approximately. So we are going to just disable this. We're not going to split the file for now. We're going to click on done. Then we see summary here and description. Here you can write a more detailed description of the task. I'm going to assign myself to Spanish and Japanese. So you can see that the same contributor can be assigned to multiple languages. Let's check this. Let's also add we're not going to have any due dates for now. We're just going to create the task and we're going to create it. You can see that after you create your first task, you will have like the dashboard that we had before in Crowdin.com, where you can drag and drop your tasks and you will have one task per language. Here we have Japanese and here we have Spanish. When the tasks are pending, when they are not completed, they will be in the to-do column, then in progress, and then they will be done. You can also close the task. It's basically essentially the same with a different presentation here. Very helpful to keep track of everything. You have who created the task, when it was created, the current status. You can open the task in the editor, the percentage of completion of that task, and who is assigned to that task. You can also add comments here and start a discussion. You can filter tasks as well with different criteria. You can search for specific tasks, group by language. And this is very, very nice. You can group tasks by language instead of seeing them like this in a board, all of them combined. You can group them by language. So if you're looking for a task in Spanish, just open this and you will see all the tasks that you currently have for Spanish. And you can just reorder them. And the effect will also be reflected if you change the view to the dashboard again, like this. It's very, very helpful. You can also see all the tasks for that particular project here in all tasks. And you can choose to move to a different status, to edit the task, close it, or delete it. Now we go to members, and this is basically the same that we have been working with, the members tab. We have the members, we know their roles. Here I am the owner. When we gave them access, if they belong to a team, and here we can find more details about the user, how many streams were translated, approved, voted, or commented. We can also remove members over here in the trash can, and we can invite people. If you want to invite people to that project, this is similar and yet a bit different from what we did in Crowdin.com. You can enter the user's email, username, or team name. You just need to write the email, so let's say sample@gmail.com, but don't worry, I'm not going to send the invitation there. And there I can assign the role: manager, developer, proofreader, or language coordinator. I can also just send the invitation without enabling any of these roles if I just want the contributor to be a translator. But I can enable this if I want to. Okay, manager, developer. If you want to give access to that contributor to the project as a proofreader, you can enable this, and if you click on this arrow where you see all languages, you can restrict the access, because sometimes we don't want to assign a proofreader to all the languages. We want to assign it to a particular language that we know he or she is proficient in, right? So we will disable this access to all the project languages, and then we can select a specific language like Spanish. And after we select that language, we can select multiple languages like, let's say, Spanish and Japanese. We can also restrict in the access of that particular proofreader to the steps of our workflow. If we want to assign that proofreader to all the steps in the workflow, existing and future, we keep this by default. But if we only want to assign that proofreader to specific steps, we can do so by clicking here. If we had multiple proofreading steps, for example, multiple phases of people checking the translations, we could assign them to the first step, for example, or the second step. And we could choose this very granularly to restrict the permissions as needed. That is very helpful as well in Crowdin, that we have the granularity in the permissions to avoid any misunderstandings or anything that could happen when you're working with a team of volunteers. Great, so we're going to remove this proofreader access for now, and you can see that with the language coordinator it's exactly the same. Language coordinators can manage people and teams of the selected languages. So they have a higher level in the hierarchy than proofreaders when it comes to their permissions in the platform. Because proofreaders can translate and proofread the content, but language coordinators can also manage people and teams of the selected languages. By default, you will see all languages, like with proofreaders, but you can disable this and select a specific language. Let's say that I want this contributor to be a language coordinator for Bengali, Japanese, and Spanish. I can just select these 3 languages, and now I see that I will send an invitation for these 3 languages. And if I, instead of sending an email, I want to get a shareable link, I can also get a shareable link. I click here, and then I get the shareable link. I can see that it expires in 1 week, and I can change when it will expire. If 1 week is too much for me, then I can set it, the expiration to 1 day or 1 hour, or if it's too little, then I can set it to 1 month, or I can set it to never expiring and just keep that invitation open as long as it needs to be. If I click here on copy link, I will be copying it to the clipboard. That's another way of sending the invitation. This one will send the user an email with the invitation. When you're ready and you have everything set up exactly like you want it to be, you can send the invite. You can invite multiple members at once. You just need to add them here to the list. And if you want to remove them, you can just click on the X to remove them. That's basically how you can invite people to your organization in Crowdin Enterprise. When you're ready, just click on invite. I'm going to click here on escape so we can go back to the project. And again, here we have our famous integrations. Remember in Crowdin.com that we used the Google Drive integration? Well, this works exactly the same in Crowdin Enterprise. But here, if you have the license for an open source project, an educational project, you will be able to add multiple integrations. That's basically the difference. If you click here on Add Apps, you will see basically the same view that we had before with all the applications from the Crowdin store. There are hundreds to choose from, and with the Crowdin Enterprise plan, you can choose and install multiple integrations at once. Here we also find reports, because if you're going to manage an organization, you will also need to view the reports. And this reports tab or this reports feature is different from the reports feature that we had here in the main workspace. Here, remember that we also had reports in our main workspace. This report is for the organization. Remember that we can have multiple projects per organization. If we need to see a high-level overview of the performance of our organization, we can go here to the reports in our main workspace. But if we need to check specific statistics about our project, we go here to the reports tab or the reports section of our project. It's basically the same, but the data will be specific for our project. We can see the overview, the project size, and we also get the top members feature where we can have and export a report of our top members, which is always helpful to encourage your top contributors. Finally, we can also see the activity. Here, this is like a timeline of the changes or updates made to the project. We see tools over here, tools that you can work with, like the Crowdin API, the command line interface, Crowdin in context, and other helpful tools. And here at the very bottom, we find the settings. You can customize a ton of settings. There are many to choose from and customize, like customizing the project logo, project name. You can also transfer ownership if you need to, and you can delete your project. But be very certain that you want to do this, because deleting the project at least cannot be undone. You can also change the privacy. This is something very important, this feature over here. This is something that I really wanted to highlight, because if you're planning to manage contributors and volunteers, this will be helpful for you. Task-based access control. This means that your project members can work with tasks they are assigned to, even if they do not have full access to the language. Basically what this does is that it allows you to create tasks and assign contributors to specific tasks without giving them access or full access to the language. So they can work on the specific files they are working on, they are assigned to, but not on files they are not assigned to. If you enable this, that will limit contributors' access to the overall project. If you're translating, for example, articles from your blog, or you're translating specific parts of your website or your platform, and you want to be able to assign contributors to specific files, then you should enable this and create tasks and assign them to tasks. This is something that we are adding to our workflow at freeCodeCamp. And over here we see notifications. You can enable notifications for translators when there are new strings to be translated. You can notify project managers and developers about new strings. And you can notify project managers and developers when a language has been completed, when the translation or proofreading process have been completed. That's always helpful. You can change the source and target languages. You can also customize your quality assurance settings. Here you can disable, but it will be enabled by default, the QA checks. They are always helpful. And you can change how many approvals are needed to clear the quality assurance checks. 1 approval, 2 approvals, 3, 4, 5 approvals. You have a maximum of 5 approvals. In the quality assurance checks, we can check for omissions, translation length limit, tags, and basically everything we had in Crowdin.com as well. And we can change if they're errors or if they are warnings. We can also set up custom quality assurance checks, but we can add them in our organization settings if we want to add some custom quality assurance checks. Here we can also enable translation memories and customize them. We can set up machine translations, glossaries. We can customize settings for importing and exporting files. I highly encourage you to go through these settings to know everything that you can customize in Crowdin, including the labels. And this is a bit more advanced, the parser configuration, and finally, file processors. This has been a general overview of what you will find in your project when you start working on Crowdin Enterprise. It's very similar to Crowdin.com, but you will be working with an organization and you can manage contributors in a more efficient way. You can manage your team members in a more efficient way. And you will have additional tools like workflows and workflow templates. And that's Crowdin Enterprise. Now let's talk about Visual Studio Code and how you can use the Crowdin extension for Visual Studio Code to localize your web application. Or any application really, because the extension works for basically all the types of files that are supported in Crowdin. Here we are in Visual Studio Code. I have a folder named My App, a very general name that is intentional because you can use this with any application. And inside my app folder, I have the locales folder. This is usually how you would structure a localization project. Somewhere in your project structure, you would have a locales folder where you would store the translations and the original strings of your project. And that is what you would upload to Crowdin to translate in the translation management tool of your choice, or the localization management tool. Inside locales, we have this folder. Visual Studio Code is just abbreviating this because I only have one folder inside that folder. So it's compacting it into the same line. This is another folder named EN from English. And this is where we will store the original strings in English. Inside that folder EN, I have a file called main.json. For this part of the course, I'm going to assume that you are already familiar with Visual Studio Code, you already have it installed, you already know how to create folders like this by right-clicking here on the Explorer, create new folder, and you are familiar with the JSON format. If you're not familiar with this format, a quick overview is that it's a lightweight format used to exchange data across the web. It's very popular and it's also used for translation projects. We will use it when we use the I-18 Next framework, when we actually translate a sample website, which we will do in just a few minutes. So here, we're going to keep this example simple to show you how the extension works, but of course you can apply everything you learn here in these next few minutes to applications of any complexity. I'm just going to show you the main functionality of the extension. For our demo, we're going to use the main.json file. You can name this file whatever you want, like messages or notifications, and the content can be anything that it would be valid in JSON format. But the key thing about the JSON format is that it's wrapped within curly brackets, and within the curly brackets we have key value pairs. The key is separated from the value with a colon, and the pairs are separated from each other with a comma. What you would usually do in an application is writing everything that appears in your application, everything that the user can see here in JSON files, instead of your actual HTML files. So it would be like avoiding hard-coded values. You would keep everything in the JSON files. And you would have one JSON file per language. So when the application loads or the user changes the language, the correct translations will be applied. And for that, the keys that we have over here are essential. These are the keys that we will be writing in our application to replace them with these strings in the corresponding language. All the JSON files that we're going to create in all the different languages will have the same keys. So our application will know exactly what to look for in the corresponding language folder. That's the basic principle of how we structure these localized applications. We take everything out and instead we have it in the JSON file, and that is replaced automatically by our localization framework. We will see that in just a moment in a practical example with a simple React application. I'm just giving you a quick overview because that's how we're going to structure our project here for the extension. We can see the title, Welcome to freeCodeCamp, and the mission is to help people learn to code for free. We will be localizing these two strings, and in theory they would be replaced automatically in the application. Right now we don't have any other files, we're just focusing on the locales folder. I will show you how you can upload these strings to your Crowdin project and how you can download the translations directly within Visual Studio Code with this extension. To install the extension, you just need to go here to the extensions option in the activity bar to the left and write Crowdin. If you write Crowdin here and you click on Crowdin, you will be able to click on this button to install it. I'm installing it right now, and you can also find more details here in the documentation of how to use it and how to set it up, but I'm going to show you that step by step. You could also go to the official GitHub repository for this extension, Crowdin for VS Code. Great, so after we have it installed, I can see now that it is installed. I can go back to my Explorer, and now I see this new option, this new icon here, Crowdin. Let's see what we get. We get 3 new panels in this tool. We see upload, we see download, and we see progress. Yes, we will be able to check the progress of the translations directly within Visual Studio Code. So let's do that. After you install the Crowdin extension, you need to follow these steps, because the Crowdin extension will add some commands that you can use from the command palette. First, you need to sign in to Crowdin. So we will open the command palette with Command-Shift-P or Control-Shift-P on Windows. Notice here we have all of these new commands. We have sign in, select project, focus on upload view, focus on progress view, focus on download view, and create configuration. So first of all, we need to sign in. I'm going to click on sign in, and this says that the extension Crowdin wants to sign in using Crowdin. So we're going to allow that. Do you want code to open the external website? I'm going to open this, and I want to continue the authorization request. Here I'm going to sign in again because my sign in just expired. So I'm going to sign in again. I'm going to log in, and then I see my authorization request for Crowdin.com. Crowdin for VS Code requests additional permissions. This application needs access to your projects. It grants access to manage projects a user has access to. So we're going to authorize the extension to do this for us. And then we're asked if we want to open Visual Studio Code.app. Then I click here on open it because I want to open it. And then we are going to accept allowing Crowdin extension to open this URI. Open. And there we go, we have the extension configured. But we also need to create another configuration file and select the project that we are going to be synchronizing from our local files. So, first of all, we need to create a project on Crowdin.com. I go to Crowdin.com. I go to my main profile or dashboard, and then I'm going to create a new project. Again, I'm going to name this freeCodeCamp VS Code Extension Demo. I'm going to name this, it's going to be a very long name this, but freeCodeCamp VS Code Extension Demo. Again, it's going to be public because I'm on the free account, so I can't create any more private projects. The source language will be English, and the target language, let's say that it's Spanish right now. Of course, I can always add or modify the target languages, but for now, let's start with Spanish. And I say create project. Project created successfully. freeCodeCamp VS Code Extension Demo. Currently, it's empty. But now we can choose that project from VS Code for our extension. After we have that created on Crowdin.com, we go back to VS Code, and now we can run that command. We open the command palette again with Command-Shift-P. We write Crowdin, and then we select the project. It's going to load our projects, and here I have my 3 projects from my account. I'm going to select this project, freeCodeCamp VS Code Extension Demo. Crowdin could not find a configuration file. Yes, that's something that we are going to create right now. And the project, I can see this message, it was selected successfully, so now I can close these warnings. The configuration file is another thing that we have to generate. First we sign in, then we select the project, and then we create our configuration file. This will tell the Crowdin extension what files are our source files and where we want to store our translations. So I'm going to open the command palette again. Yes, there are a few commands. And the third command that we are going to run is create configuration. Once the command runs, the file will be automatically created, crowdin.yml. This is a configuration file. We see a warning that the file source is empty in my app. And that's true. The source and translation fields, the keys, are empty. So we are going to change that in just a moment. What is source and what is translation? We will keep seeing that error or the warning until we just remove this. So I'm going to just add a letter here to avoid that warning. Great. But we do need to write something meaningful there in source and translation. Source will be the path to the files that we want to translate. Where are we storing our source strings? Our source language is English, so where are we storing our source strings in English? That would be main.json here. We have the keys and we have the corresponding strings in English. So we have to write the path to this file. How can we do that? Well, we are in locales, then the en folder. Remember, it's in English. And then this is something very interesting that Crowdin supports. We can use a wildcard. This asterisk match any file name that ends with .json. That's basically it. We're not writing any specific name, we're just matching any name that can be here within the en folder. That's the path to our files. And then for translation, I'm going to do this. We need to write the path to the location of our translated files. But how can we customize this for every language? Let's say that we have multiple target languages. Well, Crowdin supports using placeholders for this. So we can create a folder for Spanish with ES and a folder for French with FR if we need to translate our files into multiple languages. Or for Italian, that would be IT, or Japanese, JP. We can use the 2-letter codes with this placeholder. 2 letters code, like this. The only important key aspect here, the only key thing that you have to keep in mind is that you need to surround the placeholder with 2 percentage symbols. That's what tells Crowdin that this is a placeholder. And then we can assign the original file name with this placeholder as well. So if the file name was main.json, this will also be named main.json with this placeholder, but it will be within its corresponding folder with the 2 letters code. If it's French, that would be FR, and within FR we would have the main.json file with the French translations. That's what's so powerful about this configuration file, that you can do all of that with just one line using placeholders. And this will also keep the JSON extension. We will see that in just a moment. So now we have our configuration file, we have our folder, and now let's go to Crowdin, to the new tool that we just installed in the activity bar. And voila! Here we have it. We can see it in upload and download. And we can also see the progress bar here, like this. So now we know that we signed in correctly and the configuration file was correct as well. Now, before we do anything, if we check crowdin.com, we refresh the page, we can see that we currently don't have any files to translate. That's because we haven't actually uploaded any of our files. To do that, we just need the configuration file that we just wrote, and then we go here to upload, and we have 2 options here. We can refresh, and we can upload all our source files. This is very helpful when we are sure that we want to upload all the source files that we currently have in the path. But if we don't want to do that and we want to select them individually, we can just click on the arrow next to them, or we can upload the folders. Here we can also edit the configuration file if we click on the gear icon. Let's upload main.json. I'm going to click here to be more specific. We see uploading file main.json. And after that, if I check the web version and I refresh this, I should see, yes, I do see it. It's here in the locales folder, English main.json. So I was able to upload the file following the folder structure that I had in Visual Studio Code. I can then take that file and translate it to my target languages. Let's go from the sources tab where we are right now. We're going to go to dashboard and we're going to translate the 2 strings into Spanish. I click on Spanish, then I click on this file, double click on the file, and then I see the 2 strings here that I can translate. Crowdin is smart enough to know what parts of the JSON file have to be translated. It's not going to translate the keys, it's going to translate the values. So I'm going to translate this as Bienvenidos a freeCodeCamp. I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to translate this string. Ayudar a las personas a aprender a programar de forma gratuita. This would be the Spanish translation. Help people learn to code for free. Ayudar a las personas a aprender a programar de forma gratuita. Then I'm going to save this translation, and you can see that the 2 strings are translated, so now we finished translating the entire JSON file. If we go back to our dashboard into the Spanish section, we see that the file is 100% translated. So let's go back to our VS Code project, and now we can go to the download part. We can also check the progress here in Spanish, and we can see that if we refresh this, sometimes you will need to refresh the progress tool to actually get the current progress. You can see that previously it was 0, now it's 100, and only after I refreshed it, it showed 100. So this has been 100% translated, but 0% approved. Let's approve them just really quickly. Since I'm also a proofreader, here I'm going to go to the string and I'm going to approve it. And here I'm going to approve it too. Then I reach the end of the file. They're all translated and approved. And now if I go back to VS Code and I refresh this, I see that it's 100% translated and 100% approved, the Spanish language. So that's great, and now I can download my source files in Spanish. And this is the true test for the configuration file. When I download these new files in Spanish, they should be within their own ES folder. It should keep the same JSON file, the same name, but they should be translated and they should have the same keys and they should be within their own ES folder. So we're going to test that. We can always change the configuration file if we need to. But let's download them. You can also resize these tools if you need to, okay? If we hover over the My App folder, we see the option to download the project translations, we see the option to download source files, and we also see the option to edit the configuration. That opens this file, the configuration file. So we have a quick access to that file if we need it. Here, if we click on Download Project Translations, let's see what happens. Downloading translations. It might take a moment depending on your internet connection and the current state of the system, but if you go next to the Explorer, here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. Now we have two folders, English and ES, which is the two-letter code for Spanish. We have our folder. Now it's collapsed, but if I expand it, I see main.json. So we are keeping the same file name in the two folders. And that's usually a convention that we use. We keep the same file name, but we keep them in different folders with their translations. And then in Spanish, if we open the file, we see that they are keeping the same key, title and mission, and we are only translating the string associated with that key. These are the translations that we wrote and approved in Crowdin.com in the online platform. So you can see how this workflow can really save you time. You just go there to Crowdin.com, or your translators go there, your team goes there, your organization or your community translates the files that you need, and then you can synchronize them in Visual Studio Code. So it's very, very helpful, and it's basically automated because we are already defining our source files and our translation files and the location where we want our translations to be in. This will use the standard two-letter code for the language. So if you have 3 or 4 languages, you would have all of them here, and you would have the main.json file with the corresponding translations. You can always repeat the process, upload any new files, download them, and you can check the progress for every language, how much it has been translated, how much it has been approved. Awesome! Now you know how to work with the crowding extension for Visual Studio Code. It's really powerful. Again, I encourage you to review this part of the course if you would like to continue working with it, and install it if you haven't so far. Let's continue. Now we're going to start diving into a more realistic example of a React application. It will be a simple application, but we will be working with the IIT Next localization framework, and we will see how we can use this extension to translate the files, and we will also use the GitHub integration. So you can translate your repositories using crowding integrations. So let's continue. Congratulations on reaching this part of the course. Now you know the fundamentals of a localization process, and you know the fundamentals of crowding for individuals and teams. So now we're going to start the actual developer-focused part of the course. We're going to translate a React app, this very simple React app, but you will learn the fundamentals of the I18 Next framework for React, called React I18 Next. We will use that framework to create this simple app, but we're going to be able to change the language, like this. We can go from English to Spanish and vice versa with this drop-down menu by just selecting the option. We will be working with JSON files, and I'm going to show you how you can use the Crowdin extension for Visual Studio Code to translate your JSON files like we did before, but now we are going to apply this to a React project. So you will learn all the fundamentals, and of course you can apply these principles to applications of any complexity and applications in different contexts like mobile development, web development, and other types of applications. I kept this application simple on purpose intentionally because I want to focus on these fundamentals. So let's begin. If we go to Visual Studio Code, now we see the Localized App folder. This is where I'm going to create my React app with Create React App. You can also use Vite or any other tool that you can use to get the starter code for a simple React application. To create that, I'm going to use this terminal, and I'm in my Localized App folder, and I'm going to run npx create react app. And here, instead of writing the name of the folder like my app, like we have in the sample documentation, I'm going to write a dot. That tells the command that I want to create the React app directly in the folder where I am currently located. So I'm going to press enter and the process will start. I'm going to assume here for this part of the course that you're already familiar with React. We're going to make some changes to the main app component, and then we're going to localize that specific component. We are going to wait until all the packages are installed. In case you would like to review the fundamentals of React, we also have other courses on the channel. I'm going to keep this app simple, so the fundamentals of React should be enough if you know them. This can take a while to reach the end, so I'm going to speed things up a bit to start working. And here we go. We have our React app, our starter React app with all the basic files and the folder structure. If we check this, we have all the files within the source folder, we have the resources within the public folder, we have our node modules, the basic node modules. We're going to install some to add support for the localization framework, I18 Next for React. We also have a package.json file with all our dependencies and a README file with the license for this starter code. The project was bootstrapped with Create React App. Of course, you can also use any other tool like Vite. That's totally okay, and the principles that I'm going to show you here will still apply there. So now I'm going to refresh my terminal and I'm going to start the application with npm start. And here I can see the app that I'm getting by default with the starter code. We're going to edit app.js and we're going to save that to get our new application. We're going to build that step by step here. We're also going to make some changes to the CSS file, but we're gonna do that really quickly because we want to focus on localization, right? So I'm going to hide my terminal for now, hide it for now. Great. I'm in app.js. What are the main changes that I'm going to make to this app? To get the user interface that we are looking for, first of all, we need to change the logo. We're going to use freeCodeCamp's logo. You can get that logo from freeCodeCamp's official style guide. I want to replace this React logo with the freeCodeCamp logo, so I'm going to put it on the same path. Right now, this logo is over here in the source folder, so I'm going to put my freeCodeCamp logo here. I'm going to drag and drop it. I already had it in my folder, in another folder, in my file system. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to basically swap the logo with this one. I just need to change this path to FCC primary large. Instead of an SVG file, it's a PNG file. Logo over here, and since I don't need this logo, the React logo anymore, I can just delete it. It's an SVG file. Delete it. You can keep it if you like, but I'm not going to use it. This is what the preview looks like. It's just spinning over there. So let's go to the CSS. We're going to make it stop spinning by removing this last keyframes from the CSS file. And here in app logo, we're going to assign it a height of 50 pixels, and we're going to just remove all the animations for that logo, like this. So if we go back, now we see the freeCodeCamp logo in a more reasonable size. You can, of course, customize this to your liking. After that, we want to edit the text. So we're going to replace the link and the text. We're going to replace all of this with an H1 text. This will be welcome, and then we are going to add 4 paragraph tags over here. The text will be in English by default for now until we actually implement localization. Then we are going to replace that with the corresponding keys. But as a placeholder, we're going to use the text. Build projects, earn certifications. Learn to code for free. Build projects, earn certifications. That's the text that we actually have on the landing page at freeCodeCamp. And then we are going to add a 4th paragraph tag. This is just for demonstration purposes. And it's going to say that the language is currently set to English. This is going to change dynamically. We're going to show this with a strong tag. The strong tag is usually used for text that is more important, and I think that is important because it highlights the language of the application, the current language. You can of course customize this. I'm going to choose strong, and then we will be replacing this by a variable using a hook, a state hook. The state will be the current language. We're going to assign this ID to the paragraph, language text, so we can change its specific style. And after that, within the header tag, we're still within the header, we're going to add a select element. This select element is going to be named language. In a future iteration of this project, you may want to separate this into multiple components. I'm just keeping it simple so we can do all the localization here in the app component. Within the select element, we have the option. This option will have a specific value, en, and this value will be essential. This value is going to tell our entire application what language we have selected. English, then we have another option, value Spanish, and we're going to write all the options in English. Right now we could write Español here, which is Spanish in Spanish. But I'm going to keep things simpler, so they're all in English, so everyone can understand them. And then that's our select element. So let's apply some styles, and then we're going to add the functionality. But before we do that, let me add a suspense element. The suspense element is very helpful in React because it gives you a way to show something while these components or elements are being loaded in the application. So it's just like a backup or a fallback in case this takes a moment to load. And with translations, that can happen if you are, for example, fetching them from an external API, which Crowdin actually has. You can fetch your translations from an API, and that can take some time. So if we fix the format here with Command-Shift-F or Control-Shift-F, we get the code nicely formatted. And you can see that suspense was already imported automatically from the React module. Let me just move this to the top. Great, so after we have that, let's add style, because if we see the application right now, it's very basic. It doesn't have like any custom style, but it's still there. It's taking some interesting shapes. Let's go to app.css, and here, to save us some time, I'm going to copy and paste so we can move faster, but you can of course pause the video at any time if you would like to check these styles and reproduce them yourself. I'm also going to include them in the repository, but I'm copy pasting them one by one to make sure that you can see them clearly, and you can always pause to know what I'm doing and what I'm changing here. Here I'm going to change the background of the application to match freeCodeCamp's style guide. This is one of freeCodeCamp's main colors. We're going to keep all the other styles here. We may not need them. For now we're going to keep them. Maybe in the future we're going to remove them. For now we're going to keep them. And finally app link, and we have this color. Great, so that's our CSS file. Let me go back to control, and now we can see the same style that we had in our application preview. That's ready, and we see the two options, English and Spanish. But right now, this is not working because we haven't actually implemented anything in JavaScript yet. in our JSX file. So we're going to start doing that in just a moment. Let's dive in. When we change this to Spanish, these strings should be replaced by the corresponding Spanish translations, and we will be translating them in Crowdin with the extension. We will do that in the next part of the course, so let's continue. So let's start implementing the actual localization functionality, because so far we've been just building this basic React app. Let's start with I18 Next. First of all, how can you get I18 Next? Because right now it's not installed, it's not part of our dependencies. We need to install it and add it to our package.json file. We can do that with npm. We just need to start a new terminal here, that could be CSH, and after that we will need to run npm install. Let's close the explorer so you can see it here, and npm install I18 Next. That will install the I18 Next framework as a dependency. We will actually install 3 different variations of this framework. I18 Next. We will also install React I18 Next, and then we will install I18 Next HTTP backend. This is based on Node.js, and it's a way for the framework to send us the localized versions of the files, the translations as a JSON in JSON format, through the server, the local server that we will be running when the React application runs in the browser. If we don't install this, if we don't use this, then we will not be able to preview those translations. You can always choose a different backend, and I18 Next also has the documentation of the different backends it supports. Like, you can call an API, you can get the translations from an API, you can also use other backend calls, so you can use different backend approaches. For now, we're going to work with local JSON files to keep things simple. So again, we press enter, we're going to install it, and there we have it. We can kill that terminal now, but we have to keep this terminal alive if we want to keep the React application running. We close the terminal in the X, and again, if we go to the Explorer to the package.json file, now we see that we have I18 Next HTTP backend as dependencies, and we also see React I18 Next. So we will be working with the 3 of them right now. After we have them as dependencies, we will need to import them. We go to app.js, and we're going to import specifically I18N from I18 Next. We're also going to import HTTP backend from I18 Next HTTP backend. We see that it's auto-completing, so that's really helpful. And then we're going to import 2 things, actually, from React I18 Next. You can see that we are using these 3 dependencies. We're importing I18N, we're importing HTTP backend, and we are importing 2 elements here that we will be using. I promise you, we are going to add them. That will be initial React I18 Next and use translation. This will be like a hook to use the translations where we need to. We're going to use this to replace the hard-coded strings directly within the JSX elements. If you want, you can divide these import statements into a different block, because they're all related to localization. That really depends on your personal style and the guidelines that you're following for your team. And to finish off our import statements, we're also going to use useState. So we're going to import it here. This is a normal hook from React. Great. So we can of course readjust these import statements as we need to if we want to group them. For now, we're going to keep them all together. And then before the app component, we have to set up the localization. How are we going to do that? We're going to use the I18N object that we have here, that we imported from I18 Next, and we're going to call a few methods on this. We're going to make it use the HTTP backend We're also going to use init react I18 next, and we're going to initialize this to a few options. Within init, we have the curly brackets. This is going to be an object with different options. First, we have a fallback language. This is the fallback language in case the user of the application selects a language that is not available or we don't have the translations. If anything happens, we will fall back into English. And we also configure the backend. Where are we going to load these translation files from? Where are we going to take them? Well, they're going to be available at a specific path. Remember the path that we saw in the previous section when we started talking about the extension. In a folder named Locales, and then a folder for that particular language. Like this would be EN for English or ES for Spanish, JP for Japanese. And for that, for replacing that particular language here as a placeholder, we use these double curly brackets. That's a standard in I18 Next, the 2-letter code. And then we are going to store them in a file named main.json. We need to set that up in our file structure, but for now we are configuring it in our JavaScript file. So now we have our backend set up, we have everything set up, we're using HTTP backend, we're using React I18 Next, we have our fallback language, and we are setting up our backend. Where are we going to look for those files that we want to serve with the local server? We have everything ready to start actually working on the app and replacing those strings, like this. First, we're going to set up our event. Our goal is that when the user clicks on one of these options from the drop-down menu when there is a change, we want the entire translation to be replaced, right? All the strings. So we need to listen to that change. We need to have an event listener. We're going to add that to the select element. OnChange, that's the event. And how are we going to handle that? With the onChange function. We define the onChange function over here within the app component, const onChange, and here we have it. We are going to use an arrow function for this. This would be the event, the parameter. We can also call this E. It's a normal standard. I'm going to call this event. And just to test this, I'm going to print this value. The event has a target. That is the drop-down menu, the element. And the target has a value. That value will be the value of the option that we are currently selecting. So if we select Spanish, the value will be ES, the value that we are setting over here. That's the value that we are going to get from that event, from the target. If we select English, we're going to get EN, and that will be fundamental here to handle the change. So let's test this and see if it works. Let's see if it works. Here we are in Chrome. I just have it full screen, so that's why this is still the browser. If we right click and we click on inspect, we can see the console. And let's change this to English. Now we see EN. If we change this to Spanish, we see ES. So it is working. We are reacting to that event. But how are we going to actually handle the event? Because we don't just want to print this value. We want to do something with it. When we change the language, we want two things to happen. We want the localization framework to know that the language was changed, and we also want to update the language over here. Remember that this is still hard-coded, it's still a fixed part of the string. We want this to be dynamic and be replaced by the language. So I'm going to take a relatively simple approach here. You could also increase the complexity and handle multiple languages, but since we only support 2 languages right now, I'm going to use a ternary operator. To change the language in the I18N frameworks, to know that we have to load the new translations, we call the change language method on I18N. This is the same object that we imported here from I18 Next. Then we call change language, and then we pass as the argument the value. That would be en or es or the value that we are setting for that option. That is the 2-letter code for that language. That will handle that from the framework side. But we also need to change this value over here, English. We want to set it to English or Spanish. And we're going to use a state hook over here to do that. So we're handling both the framework and the text update simultaneously. If you're familiar with hooks, you know the state hook. We have, let's say, language. This would be our state, set language. And with the use state hook, we're going to set English by default. We can set the language over here. So language, and then if we have that state, we can replace it over here. Instead of just writing English, we can replace this with language by wrapping it with curly braces. Next, the next thing that we need to do is that when there is a change, we just update the language. And we're going to do that in a very simplistic way for this for this tutorial. We're going to just call set language, and we're going to take the previous language that we had in the previous state, and then we're going to check if it's English. If the language was English, then we are going to change that to Spanish. If not, we're going to just keep English. So that's our approach. Of course, if you're supporting more than 2 languages, you may need to use a different approach, but for simplicity purposes, since we're actually focusing on the framework, I'm going to update this in a simple way. So how are we handling this right now? Well, you can see this working. If we change this to Spanish, this changed to Spanish. If we change this to English, this changed to English. So we are handling that change appropriately. But we don't see that these strings are changing in any way. For that, we are going to replace the text that we have over here. Because if we just write the text directly in the component, the text will never be modified. It won't be dynamic. We need to change that to something that can change when the framework detects that the language has been updated. To do that, we just need to add a hook over here. We need to have access to a hook named T. Usually the name is T, and we're going to get that from use translation. Remember that we imported use translation from this React IAT Next. We're going to use this use translation to get the T hook, and then we're going to use T. This will be essential. This 1-letter identifier here is going to make all the magic come true. Because we're going to replace these strings with something that we're going to get from the T. And for that, we need to set the JSON file up first. We want to remove these hard-coded strings from our JavaScript file. So for that, we need to start creating our JSON file and get all the English strings or the source strings over there. Usually you will find the locales folder, like we have over here, in the public folder. So we create a new folder, we name it locales, and then within locales we create a new folder named en for the English strings. Within the English strings, we create a new file. Make sure that you're clicking here on en instead of locales because the file has to be here in en. And we're going to name this main.json. You could choose a different name, but I'm going to name this main, so we have all the main strings over here. Make sure that it's within en here. And then within main.json, we're going to define our JSON file with the key value pairs. Let's say that we want the key to be welcome here. Welcome, and then we want the first line to be the key. The key doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the same as the string, okay? It's just like a way to identify that particular string. So this could be name and this would be the name, or this could be address and this could be the address. It doesn't really have to be exactly the same text itself. It's a way to identify that string across the different languages. Remember that the keys will be shared across the JSON files in all the languages. So they will stay in the language they were written in. They will stay in English. This would be the first line of the text that we want to show. This would be the second line. We need to separate them with a comma. And this would be the third line. These are the keys. They could be more specific, but I'm just writing them like this: first line, second line, third line, for simplicity purposes. You can, of course, make them more descriptive. So now that we have them in the JSON file, we can remove these hard-coded, these fixed strings from our app.js file. Instead of just writing welcome here, we can make this dynamic by wrapping it with curly brackets and then calling t. Within parentheses, we pass welcome as the argument. This is the key of the string that we want to replace over here. This is this value, welcome. Welcome. It's the key. And that will tell the app, our app, that we want to use the string that corresponds to this key in whatever language we currently have selected. That's what we are configuring here. We're making this dynamic, but since the key is shared across all the different JSON files in every language, this is a fixed value that we can use in our app, and we will still be dynamic. Then we're going to do exactly the same thing for the next component. But now instead of welcome, what do we want to replace here? This string. The key for that string is first line, so we are replacing it over here. Then we do exactly the same, but now we have second line. And then third line. This could be more descriptive if you're working on a more complex application. I'm just keeping things simple here because we only have 3 lines. Like this. And how will the framework know when the language was changed and what language it has to select for this particular key? Well, it knows because here we are calling change language. And this will be the 2-letter code for that language. So it knows that it has to look in that particular folder and get the corresponding JSON file. That's how we set things up over here when we are defining the local path. It will look within the language folder for the file named main.json. If we check the application, we should see the strings replaced. Voila! Now we don't have any hard-coded strings. Let's see this. In our application, let me close the Explorer right now, we don't have any strings over here. This final paragraph, we are going to keep it this way because it's updating automatically. It's in English, so it helps us to keep track of the current language if we don't actually know the text. So I don't know, it's just, I think, a small little detail that I would like to include or keep this in the demo. So if you want to translate everything, you can also take the challenge of localizing this as well. But these 4 lines that we are focused on are being replaced automatically. But if we change this to Spanish, we see that nothing happens, right? That's because we don't actually have a JSON file for the Spanish locale. We only have the English folder. So how can we actually create the Spanish folder and translate that in Crowdin? Let me show you that. Let me show you this. If we go to the Crowdin extension, we see welcome back Stefania demo. That's because I'm already signed in to my account. You will see this message if you're already signed in. If you're not signed in, remember that you can go to the command palette, search for Crowdin, and you can click sign in. You will have a sign in command. Right now I have a sign out command. And it's helpful to know this too, that you can sign out anytime you like. And then, of course, you can create a configuration file as well. So for now, we're going to create a configuration file. Create configuration. The file is added over here to our React app structure at the root of the project. And here we need to configure source and translation. How are we going to configure that? Where are our source files, the files that we want to translate? We already extracted all the strings into our JSON file. And that's where our source strings live. That's the source language. So we have to write the path to our source. That would be locales, then en, and then main.json. And then the translations would be a bit different. They would be similar to the path that we wrote previously. Locales, then we would use the placeholder of 2 letters code. Now you can see why the placeholder is very helpful, especially for React. This will create the folders dynamically like we had before when we installed the extension, remember? And then we're going to keep the original file name with this placeholder, like this. So we have our source and we have our translation. We should double check these paths and they look okay. If we have to make any adjustments, we can make them afterwards. And then, since we need a project on crowding, let's go to crowding. I'm going to log in again because I spent too much time outside of the platform, so I was not logged in. Great, so I'm back here and I want to create a new project. This will be, of course, a public project. We're going to name this freeCodeCamp React. Public project. The source language is English and the target language right now will be Spanish. We can add them later on, create project. And I don't have any sources, but remember that we can upload them. We do have the target language in Spanish. But now I can select my project in VS Code. I have my configuration file ready and I can open the command palette with Command-Shift-P. Then go to crowding, select project. It's going to load all my projects. I'm going to select freeCodeCamp React, like this. And then, voila, here I have the files that I can upload, the files that I can download, and my progress. Right now it's 0% because I haven't uploaded anything, but I can upload my files over here. I'm going to change this to the asterisk JSON. If we only write locales here, it's not going to work because it's within the public folder. So I'm going to write public over here. And now you can see that it is being displayed. So I see public, then I see locales, and I see English. And then I find my main.json file. That's the JSON file with the strings that I want to translate. So let's upload the file. Upload source file. Remember that I'm already signed into my account. Uploading file main.json. Once the process is completed, if I refresh the browser, I can see this. In the sources tab, I do have a public folder with the English folder and main.json. I can change the settings of that file within crowding and I can start translating Spanish. Then if I translate, let's say, welcome, bienvenidos. I'm going to save this translation. This will be Aprende a programar gratis. Then this will be Construye proyectos. And then this will be Obtén certificaciones. This is the text that we have on the main freeCodeCamp landing page. Then I'm going to approve these strings just for demonstration purposes so we can download them to VS Code like this. And I reach the end of the file. So I have it 100% translated and approved. You can see it here. If we go back to Visual Studio Code, now we can download the translations by clicking on this arrow. Here we will also need to add public before the locales folder to actually reach that path. We need to write like the full path to that folder. Public locales, and that's when we can actually download our files. We can click here, download project translations. It's going to download the translations. And after that, if we refresh this, you should have something like this in locales. You see English and you see Spanish, and inside Spanish, you can see this main.json file. We have the same keys, but the strings are translated and we translated them on crowdin.com. And we did all of that through the crowding extension. And of course we had to go to the online editor, but it's super easy to synchronize your localized files with your local project. The locales folder can be inside the public folder or it can be inside the source folder. It really depends on your personal preference. The public folder is for files that should be available anywhere, like the fab icon or any JSON files. Some developers prefer to keep the locales folder inside the source folder, so it's really up to you. But you just need to update the paths to reflect that change. Great, so now we have the Spanish translations and we have the keys. Now, if we go to our application and we change the language to Spanish, Here we can see the translated strings. They are replaced automatically when we change the language with our method in the app component. We see that the language is currently set to Spanish, and then if we change that to English, we see all the strings in English again. Those are the fundamentals of how you can use the IAT Next framework for React and Crowdin to set up your translation workflow as a developer. This is very helpful, and you can also automate this further with other integrations that can help you to automate the process even further, but these are the fundamentals. So great work! You're taking big steps into this world of localization. If you want to add any other languages beyond these two, you would need to change the logic of the app.js component, of course, because here we're only handling two languages to update the text. And if you want to have more languages, you would have to add more options here in the drop-down menu, each one with its own particular value, its two-letter code, the standard code, and then you would also need to have a main.json file for each language. You will need to translate that in Crowdin, add them as target languages, translate them, and then download the translations. Awesome! Now that you know how to translate your application or website in VS Code with the Crowdin extension for VS Code, we're going to start diving into the GitHub extension. Because this is a way to keep Crowdin and your GitHub repository synchronized if you're planning to host your project on GitHub. It's like a way to automate the process. It will make it so much easier. Let's go to crowdin.com to my profile, and I'm going to create a project. Of course, this will be a public project because I am in my free account. So, freeCodeCamp GitHub. This will be the name of my project, freeCodeCamp GitHub. We're going to test the GitHub integration to see how it works. This is a new option that Crowdin added from the previous parts of the course. They're constantly adding new features and things that you will see in the platform compared to when I recorded the course, so don't be surprised if you see anything marked as new. You can also enable string-based project, but right now we're not going to work with that. The source language will be English, and the target language, let's select Spanish for now. Let's also select Japanese and Italian, just as an example, just to select a few of them. Let's create the project. Project created successfully, freeCodeCamp GitHub. And right now we don't have any projects to translate. That's intentional because we're going to import them through an integration. We're going to add an integration. Remember that with the free plan you can only have one integration at a time. And the integration that we're looking for is the GitHub integration. We click on it and we install it. This application will have access to your projects, and it will be displayed in the project menu, Integrations, GitHub. The users that will be able to use the app will be only me. You can also customize this to fit your needs. Select the projects where users will be able to use the app, projects you own, or selected projects. I'm going to choose selected projects and only on freeCodeCamp GitHub. I'm going to restrict the app to only work on freeCodeCamp GitHub. So I'm going to install it, and I see that it was successfully installed. I can also uninstall it. But for now, let's close this, and if I refresh the page, now I see the GitHub integration here. And I need to set up the integration. To set it up, I need to click here on Setup Integration. There are two different modes for this, Source and Translation Files mode and Target File Bundles mode. This is actually new, and we can find more information about this. It says that it exports sets of strings in one of the selected formats. If we go to this article in the Crowdin knowledge base, GitHub integration file-based, we will see the specific description for these two file modes. For the source and translation files mode, this will synchronize source and translation files between your GitHub repository and the Crowdin project. This is what you'll use most of the time. And they also have another mode called Target File Bundles mode. This will generate and push translation files to your GitHub repository from the Crowdin project in the selected format. In this mode, the integration pushes translation files, and doesn't sync sources from your repository. In cases when you perform a source text review in your Crowdin project and you want to get updated source text to your repository, you can add a source language as a target language, which will be pushed to your repo along with translations. This is a quick overview of what the Crowdin team explains about these modes, but I highly recommend going here to their knowledge base, to the GitHub integration article, to learn more about them. For now, we're going to stay with the traditional mode. Here I have my GitHub account. I am going to authorize Crowdin. You will need to do exactly the same. You should read the permissions very carefully. You will be granting access to your public and private repositories, including your code, issues, pull requests, wikis, settings, webhooks and services, deploy keys, and collaboration invites. The repo scope also grants access to manage organization attributes and organization-owned resources, including projects, invitations, team memberships, and webhooks. So I am going to authorize Crowdin here and use my authentication code. Now I'm being redirected and I can see the GitHub integration. I will select my account over here, then the repository. The repository that I will be working with is Localization GitHub integration. After I select the repository, I have different options that I can customize. Select branches for translation. I only have a main branch right now, so I'm going to select that. And this service branch name just means the name of the branch that will be created when Crowdin pushes the translation. Crowdin will create a pull request with the updated translations with a new branch, so you can check the translations before you actually merge them. This is ready, but you can also change the branch configuration. In the project, we see that this is ready because we already had a crowdin.yaml file in the repository. This is basically the React app that we worked with in the previous example with the Visual Studio Code extension. I removed the Spanish translations, but I kept the crowdin.yaml file. So that was already configured. If I click on the pen, I can see the source and the translation paths. They're exactly the same as we had before. We had public, locales, English, and then the wildcard.json. We can also change this to main.json. If we don't have this YAML file already created in the project, we will be able to create it by customizing this path. And we can preview the source files. Here we see that it's in public, locales, English, and then main.json. And then for the translated files, where we want to store our translations, we're going to store them in public, locales, then the 2 letters code, and then the original file name. Here we have public, locales, and this would give us a preview of how we're going to store the translated files in our project structure. This would be Spanish, main.json, Italian, main.json, and Japanese, main.json. So this is very helpful to work with different placeholders. If you click on this eye over here, you can see a list of placeholders that you can use to set a translated file path and a name. Like this, we have the original file name, the original path, the file extension, file name, language, 2 letters code, 3 letters code, the locale, locale with underscore, Android code, OSX code, and OSX locale. I encourage you to dive deeper into these placeholders because they are helpful to customize where you're going to store the translated files. You can also select multilingual files. So then we are going to save this and we can add a file filter. This is a more advanced function. We see that the configuration will be saved as crowdin.yaml file in the main branch. So we save this and then we find more settings. This setting will help you to deal with branches efficiently, to set how you're going to handle duplicate strings across different branches. Because you may have the same keys and the same localization files, the same source files in different branches. How are you going to handle those duplicate strings? You have many different options. You can show them and translate each instance separately. You can hide them. You can share the same translation across all the duplicates. It's really up to you what you do with these options, but for now I'm going to keep the default, so translators will translate each instance separately. Then I see these options over here. I see one-time translation import after the branch is connected. I can choose to always import new translations from the repository. These two settings over here are related to how we are going to import our source files. By default, we see that we're going to have a one-time translation import after the branch is connected. When we connect it right now and we click on save, we're going to import our source files. We can also push changes, any changes made to the source files on Crowdin back to your repository. If you make any changes to the original source strings, you can also push those changes back to your repository automatically, but by default this is disabled because you will be changing the content of your repository, and that's not always what we need. And this is very helpful for automating the process of synchronizing Crowdin with your GitHub repository. This is the sync schedule. It will set the frequency for pushing sources and translations to the repository. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours. You can set your synchronization schedule. The source files changes made on the repo will be synced with Crowdin continuously. To reduce the number of the pipelines, configure the commit message parameter in the configuration file. This is a bit more advanced beyond the scope of the course, but you may dive deeper into this article if you click here on Learn More. And you can choose which branches you want to synchronize automatically. And the default configuration file. Configuration file name for automatically synchronized branches. If it's not defined, then the crowdin.yaml configuration file is expected in the branch. We do have that configuration file in our main branch, so for now we're not going to customize this. We're going to set our synchronization schedule to 1 hour, which is the default. So we're going to click on save over here. And what this will do is it will start to synchronize the source files to Crowdin, and it will show us the status. It has been synchronized. With our main branch, we can pause the synchronization process, we can edit this or delete the integration, we can sync our repository right now manually by clicking on this button, and we can sync our translations back to Crowdin if we already have some pre-existing translations. If we click here on the data for that particular branch, we see that it's when it was last synchronized, the status, and we can synchronize that particular branch, synchronize translations to Crowdin, or we can change the branch configuration. We can also see any issues that may arise when Crowdin tries to synchronize the translations. Now, let's see what happened with our project, because so far we're just configuring the integration, but we can see that it was successful. So if we go to our dashboard and we check our target languages, now we do see the main.json file over here. You can see this in the sources. Tab 2. If we go to main, because we're in the main branch, and we go to locales, English, we see main.json. That is awesome, right? And what happens if we go to a specific language like Spanish, and let's say that we are going to translate a few strings. We have 4 strings over here. Welcome, let's translate this and save it. Let's translate a few strings, and then we're going to synchronize the translations back to the GitHub repository. Bienvenidos, yes, I'm going to approve this. Learn to code for free, build projects, earn certifications. I'm going to approve all of these translations, and then I'm going to synchronize these translations with my GitHub repository to see what happens. Here I am in my GitHub repository, and I can see that in my GitHub repository, Crowdin already created this branch, the internationalization main branch, like this. This branch is 3 commits ahead of main, and I can see that some new commits were created. If I go to my commits over here, I can see that I have a new translations main.json for Spanish, for Italian, and for Japanese. These files were created automatically by Crowdin over here, but they will be replaced by their corresponding translations once I start to translate in the platform. So let's do that. I have that file already translated into Spanish and approved. So if I go here to my integrations, and I really don't want to wait that hour that I set up to synchronize the new translations with my repository, I can click on Sync Now. I'm going to sync it now, and I will see that the status will be syncing, and it's still syncing. It might take a while. And if I go to my GitHub repository, I see a new pull request, new crowding updates. New translations for main.json in Spanish, Italian, Japanese, and here I have Spanish. If I go here to my branch, I can see that now it's 4 commits ahead of main. I had a new commit when I synchronized that branch over here, and if I click on it over here at the bottom, I can see that now these strings were replaced. Previously they were in English by default, and now they are in Spanish with the translations I submitted and approved. Now I have them in my branch over here. The branch is 4 commits ahead of main, so I can check my translations very carefully before I decide to merge them with the main branch. Then, when I check them, I can compare this branch with my main branch, and I can see that they are able to merge, so they can be automatically merged in GitHub. If I want to, I can just merge the branches in the pull request. I click on View Pull Request over here, and then I can merge the pull request. I can also change the description over here of the pull request, and everything was done automatically. If I merge the pull request, I will be merging the translations into my main branch. And I will be able to keep those files in the locales folder. You can see that these files were added, and this is located exactly where I want it to be. Public locales Spanish main.json. Now you know how to use the GitHub integration. Remember that it will send you a pull request. It will send a pull request to your repository that you can merge to your main branch. And it will send it to the localization main branch, or the name that you assign to that particular branch. It's very helpful because that way you can check the translations before you merge them in the live version of your project. This is basically how the GitHub integration works. If you want to check your branch configuration, you can click on the ellipsis, branch configuration, load configuration from crowdin.yaml, continue, and then you will basically see what we configured when we set up the integration. You can change the source and the translation path. Like this. If you click on it, you will be able to change the source path and the translated files path with the placeholders that you can see over here. They're all very helpful to create the path that you need for your application or for your project. Remember, you can preview the source files and the translated files and how they will look and where they will be in your project structure. If you want to pause sync, you can click here on pause, and you can resume whenever you need to, like this. You can also edit the settings for the GitHub integration like this to change the sync schedule. Let's say that I want to change this to 3 hours. I can do that and save it. And I can also delete the integration, so I don't use it anymore. If you want to delete the integration, then you can click here, delete integration, delete this integration. Well, first I would suggest pausing the sync, just in case, and then deleting the integration. Remember that you can only have 1 integration per project if you're on the free plan. So I'm going to delete it so you can see how this works. And then, well, you can start from scratch again to set up the integration with the mode that you choose. But this is basically how the GitHub integration works in crowding. It's great to automate the process. Basically what we were doing with the VS Code extension manually, now we can do that automatically through GitHub. I hope you found this helpful, so let's continue to the next part of the course. Congratulations on reaching this part of the course. Now you know how to translate your website or application in VS Code with the GitHub integration, and now we will see a third option which is actually a bit simpler, and it may be a good alternative for static content like a blog or a landing page, a personal portfolio, that type of website that is mostly static where all the content is already there when you load the page. And that option is called a JS proxy. a JavaScript proxy. We will be translating the strings from this sample website. You can see that we have some strings in English that we can translate, let's say, into Spanish or into other languages. We also have some lorem ipsum placeholder text over here, but we won't be translating that in this example. We will translate the strings that we can translate here that are not placeholders. So let me show you how this works. It's very easy to set up with a Crowdin integration. For that, we need to create a Crowdin project. We're going to name this freeCodeCamp.org proxy. You can see the project address. It's a public project. The source language will be English, and the target languages will be Spanish, Chinese simplified, and Hindi. Just to select some languages, of course, you can always change this list or modify it afterwards. But it's just to get started with a project, and what we're actually going to do is translate them into Spanish. Great, so we have our project freeCodeCamp.org proxy. The next step would be to add the JS proxy integration. We go here to the integrations tab, and remember that with the free plan you can use one integration. You can add one integration per project. So you click here on add integration, and then you browse the list. JS Proxy Translator. This is a free extension that allows you to translate content with proxy translation technology. And what is a proxy? A proxy is like a server that acts as an intermediary in resource requests from the client to another server. So we're basically adding like an intermediary in the process of actually retrieving that website and seeing it. This will be translating our website very easily. It will basically crawl the website, extract all the strings that can be translated. We will be able to translate them in Crowdin and then synchronize that so people can see it live on our website. You can see it here. It will crawl your website and extract all the translatable text. In your project, you will find a new file with text for translations. Once the translations are ready, you can add them to your website using over-the-air delivery. We will see how this works in just a moment. You can also find more information here in the apps and integration section. We're going to install this, and we can see that it will have access to our projects. Who should be able to use the app? Only me in this case. Only me again. And where will we be able to use the app? Only in the selected projects, the freeCodeCamp.js proxy project, like this. We're going to install it, and here we can see that it is installed successfully. That's great. So after we have that integration installed, if we refresh the page, now we will see the JS proxy translator integration. Let's go into the details where we can set up the integration. Remember, this is mostly used for static content. It's content that will not change while the user is actually reading or seeing that information. It's not for dynamic applications, it's more for like blogs or landing pages where the content is already there. It might take a few seconds, but it will load. And here we can see how to set it up. Synchronize all source files with your project and send new translations from the project to your website immediately. So let's take a look at these settings, how we can set this up. Remember, our goal is to get these strings, which are hosted here on my GitHub subdomain, my personal subdomain, in this path, Localization JS Proxy. This is a project that I created in a repository on my personal account. So let's see. The first thing we need to do is to specify the site URL. This app will crawl your website and extract all translatable text. In your project, you will find a new file with text for translation. So we have to go there where we are hosting our website, copy the URL over here, copy it, and then we paste it over here, like this. Then in application mode, we have two different modes. Server side, which is default, the application will scan the content on the visible pages of your website. Or client side, your website administrator needs to add a JavaScript code snippet to each page. This mode is useful for internal pages with authorization. Then, if we check the site settings, we can also configure the different site settings, like separate files for each page. If you want to have separate files for each page, you can enable this option. Otherwise, all the text will be imported into one file. That's interesting. That's something to keep in mind. It might be a very important setting. We can also have a page limit when you are testing the technology, because website crawling takes time. You can set the limit of how many pages you actually want to translate. The default is 10,000. You can also specify the IDs of the HTML tags that you would like to be skipped during the sources import. It's very important in case you don't want to actually import some of the elements, the text, from specific elements on your website. Use commas to separate the IDs. You can also ignore the text or elements by CSS classes. That can be helpful too. And you can specify which paths you would like to crawl. If this is not specified, then all pages will be imported. These are some examples of paths and how you can include them, like about, page, article, comments, if you have multiple pages. Right now, this is a simple one-page portfolio website. Okay, we just have a basic information, contact information like recent work, some links, articles, testimonials, and some contact information over here. Here we have internal links. They are not links to other pages. But if you do have multiple pages, you can configure this directly in Crowdin with the paths. And you can also exclude paths. Finally, we can see language detect type. This setting is basically how the language will be detected. It can be a query parameter, this is the default. It can be a subdomain, like EN here. Some websites use a subdomain for the localization, for the internationalization process. This would be the English version, then you would have ES for Spanish, and then you would have your website.com or your main website domain. Or you can have a subdirectory, like for example /en, like this. In this case, we're going to keep the default for now. Maybe we need to change this in the future, but we're going to keep the default. And here we can see that after we add the JavaScript snippet, which is a snippet that we will need to add to our code, we need to make sure that we add this class in the body tag to avoid swapping, translation swapping on page load. How do we want to sync the source? Manually or daily? This is very important for automating the process. If we do it daily, we can auto-import once a day. If we do that manually, we can import it now. And we also find options for publishing the translations. The latest translations will be available for over-the-air delivery for your website. You can sync the translations manually or daily, once a day. And this is another tool, Crowdin in Context, which allows you to translate directly over the website that you're translating, but that is beyond the scope of this part of the course. We will talk about it in the next part. But if you need to publish your translations, just click here on Publish. Here you can import the strings, and here you can publish them. Again, you can do that manually or automatically once a day. And finally, here we see the language switcher. This will be a JavaScript snippet that we can add to our website like we do with Google Analytics. This will let your visitors see the language switcher, which is like a very small box at the bottom right of the website that users can use to change the language. Remember, you must add the scanner snippet for each desired page. So this snippet that we will see right here after we import the translations should be in every page that we want to translate. Let's import our strings now. Yes, we have the right site URL, so I'm going to import them. Import now. We're starting the crawler. Let's see what we get. This may take a moment, might take a while because the crawling process is time consuming, so it will scan all the pages of your website. You can see that now this says distributing, and we can see that the publish process has already started. Let's see what has changed in the project. We may need to wait for a few seconds or minutes until the publish process is completed. But while that is running, we can go to our Sources tab and check if we have anything new there. We can see that it is loading, so the process is still running. If we go back to the Integrations tab, now after the process has been completed, we will see this. JS Proxy generated and imported a source file, /stephaniacn.github.io.json, with your website text into the project. It was last imported a few moments ago. Here you can also read more about translation strategies. But if we go to the bottom here, we can already see that we have the script that we have to add to each page that we want to translate. This is the language switcher, and we will see it in action in just a moment, but we can copy it here to our clipboard. Now, if we go to sources, we will see a new JSON file. And if we go to dashboard, we just need to go to our target language, Spanish, click on it, and then we will see all the strings that the web crawler extracted from our website. And notice how easy it is to start translating. Let's translate a few strings like this: about me, projects, testimonials, contact. We're going to translate the first 5 strings of the website, and I'm going to show you how you can have a partial translation and translate it step by step, and then synchronize the translations back to your website. So we're going to approve these strings because you should approve them before you actually send them to the website, to the live version of the website. You can also check the quality assurance issues. If you're sure that the word is actually written correctly, you can just approve it like this. And that's it. We have the first 5 strings translated. If we go back to the dashboard, we can see some progress in the translation for Spanish. So if we go back to the integrations, we go to the JS proxy translator, or if we go back to our project, we won't see any changes. What Crowdin just did was crawling the website, and it extracted all the text from the website. But how can we actually switch the language? We need to add the language switcher. We need to do that. In my case, I'm storing this in a GitHub repository. So I will add this language switcher to my HTML file. This is a basic website built with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I will add this to my HTML file and push a commit to my GitHub repository. I will copy the script, then I will go to Visual Studio Code, like this, to the actual project, and over here, in head, here we could add it at the bottom. Let's add a comment that this is from Crowdin. We can format this nicely in the head tag. We're going to add a script, and we're going to add this style. And over here we also see in site settings, remember that we saw that for hiding translation swapping on page load, after adding the JavaScript snippet, make sure to add the JS proxy blur class in the body tag. So we're going to add this class to our body tag. This is something that is a bit like hidden here when you expand the site settings. But it might be important if they are mentioned in this, so we're going to do this to avoid any potential issues. JS proxy blur. Great. So now if we check source control, yes, we have the new script, we have the new class, and that's what we're going to commit to our repository. So let me commit this with the terminal. I'm going to add a new commit to my repository, and I'm going to describe it as adding a JS proxy. Adding the JS proxy script. Then I'm going to close this, and I'm going to push it to my main branch in GitHub. You might have to check if there is sensitive data that you may not want to publish here in the HTML file, something that you might like to keep to yourself. Okay, so after we have that in the HTML file of the repository, the site may take a few minutes to build again. Here we can see the status, the pages build and deployment status is in progress. So we just need to wait until this is completed. We see that it is pending, and if we refresh it, now we do see this little language switcher. Look at this. It's really, really nice. We see that it's powered by Crowdin, and it has our target languages: Spanish, Chinese simplified, Hindi, and our source language, English, which is the current language. Let's see what happens if I switch this to Spanish. Right now, nothing is happening. Why? Because we need to publish our translations. We chose to publish them manually, right? So we have to click here on Publish Now. publish now. It might take a few seconds or a few minutes to update, and you may need to refresh the website a few times while you're waiting, but eventually you will see the strings replaced over here. Amazing, right? We have this in Spanish. This is a string we translated, and we have the other 4 strings here: about me, projects, testimonials, and contact. Great, the language switcher worked. Here we are in Spanish, and if I switch to English, they are replaced automatically, like this. Spanish and English. It's amazing, right? We also see this string being replaced, English and Spanish. You can continue the same process until you translate your entire website with all the different pages it currently has. And you can see that the language switcher is adding this to the request. It's adding the language that we are requesting as an identifier for that JavaScript, the JS proxy. The JS proxy is acting as an intermediary between the server and the client, the original server of this website and the client. If we try to continue translating, let's say that we are going to translate additional strings, like let's translate a couple of them. We see students, so let's translate it and see how we can again publish our new translations, and we will see them in the website with the JS proxy. Right now we're doing all of this manually because we haven't set up the automated synchronization to daily, but we're going to continue doing this manually for now for demonstration purposes, but you can automate this and do this daily. After we publish them, we will see them. Since I'm activating that blur, you may see it blurry while you're refreshing while the translations are being loaded. And here you can see this. This is a string that we translated, student, in Spanish. Now if we switch back to English, you will see the original strings in English. So it's as easy as that. I would suggest practicing this with other languages or with different projects, but it's actually quite simple for translating static content. Remember, this is not for dynamic content that will change over time. All the content should be available before you actually start to crawl the website, so you can get the full list of strings and translate them appropriately. With the JX proxy integration, you also have some additional options here that you may like to work with or customize, like reviews. Strings to review. You can import all of them, you can clear the process cache, import it and delete it. And right now we don't have anything to display here, but we may have some strings that need review. We also see variables. You can create patterns to replace similar strings with a single string containing placeholders. For example, replace strings like hello John, hello Jane with a single string like hello name. You can set the pattern here with add pattern, like this. Then you can use a title for a placeholder that provides translators with a clear understanding of how the rest of the string should be translated. The placeholder would be this, like username, and it should be within double curly brackets. That is an advanced feature, a more advanced feature that you may like to dive into, but I'm just showing you this in case you would like to use it in your project. We can also see logs displayed over a period of 2 months, and here you can find help for this integration. This is also very helpful, and actually there is something that I would like to highlight here. We know how it works right now. You can read more about this to understand the details and the different modes, but over here we find something quite interesting. We can see the language switcher customization. Yes, you can customize the language switcher to change the position, submenu position, and a class if you would like to add a specific custom class to the language switcher. You can set that with these parameters over here. You can see them here in the script that you will need to add to every page that you would like to translate. Here we can see position, top right. If you want to customize that for a sticky position. Then for inline position, you can also use inline, left, or right, or any of these values for sticky position. The submenu position, you also have these 4 options, and then the class would be some value for your custom class. Any class, any custom class that you would like to assign to that language switcher. And here you have more information in case you would like to add a callback to the language switcher, which will be invoked when changing the language on a website. This is helpful to detect when the user is changing the language so you can react to that, so you can handle that appropriately. The callback can pass two arguments, language code, 2 letters language code. For example, here we have the script again, but here at the bottom we also see the callback. In the callback, we are defining a JavaScript function. We have the language code as the first parameter and the 2 letters language code as the second parameter. And over here we're just printing that the language changed, and the message is descriptive because it's using the values of the parameters. But you can customize this to fit your needs in case you need to do something in your code when the user changes the language. So you can customize all of this. I encourage you to read this help article when you install the JS Proxy integration. Awesome work! Now you know how to use this integration for translating static content. Great, now let's talk about crowding in context. This is the last technique that we're going to cover in the course for translating a website. Crowding in context is great when you want your translators or your community to translate the strings that you currently have in a project in crowding directly on top of that website, app, or platform. They can basically click on the string, translate it, see a preview of the translation live on the website where it should be, and the changes will be automatically synchronized between your application and crowding. So I will show you the basics, the fundamentals of how you can synchronize that and how you can set it up. Here we have our localized app example. This is our basic React app. Here it's already running, so I'm going to open this in my browser. And we can see it over here, freeCodeCamp, welcome, learn to code for free. I just made a few modifications because now we will need to support multiple languages, because we will have a pseudo language to configure all of this functionality. A pseudo language will be like a template with additional information about the strings that crowding is going to use to get the information it needs for the translations. So instead of here saying English or Spanish, I am just showing the 2-letter code, English, Spanish, and we're going to use Afrikaans as a pseudo-language. The pseudo-language should be a language that you're not planning to translate your content into, okay? So if I'm not planning to translate my website into Afrikaans, then I can use that because the language itself will not be available. It will be used for placeholders that crowding will need to get the translations live and synchronize them. Let me show you the changes I made to the code compared to the previous versions, because now we are supporting multiple languages. Here in the onChange method, now I am setting the language to the value of the current target, the option that the user selects from the drop-down menu, and it will be one of these values, EN, ES, or AF. I added this third option for Afrikaans, because to enable crowding in context, you or the user, the translator, has to select that particular language to activate the entire functionality. Okay, so that's one of the changes. And the other change is here in the initial state. Instead of English, now I have EN, which is the 2-letter code for English. Since all of that is set up, we need to go to Crowding Enterprise. And here I have a project named freeCodeCamp in Context Tutorial. These are the target languages I selected: Bengali, French, Hindi, Japanese, and Spanish. This feature is available for Teams and for Crowding Enterprise. If you're representing an open source project, an organization, or an educational project, then you will be able to configure this in your project. To do that, go to Sources, and here we need to upload the file where we are storing the strings that we want to translate. We're going to do that manually for the purposes of this demo, of this simple example, but you can automate this with the techniques we've seen. You can add the GitHub integration and synchronize all the files you need automatically. For now, I am just going to go to this folder, or I can also go to my VS Code over here, where I have my files, and I'm going to take my main.json file where I'm storing all the strings, the original strings, the English strings. To upload the file by dragging and dropping it, I am going to right-click on it. I am going to open it or reveal it in Finder. I'm using macOS. In Windows, you also have an option to see the path to the file and open it. And here I'm going to drag and drop it to this area. That will start the upload. And once the upload is completed, you will be able to go here to the tools. In the tools, you will find In Context over here. If you click on it, you will reach this part, In Context for Web. Crowdin In Context tool provides an overlay for your application. Translators can make translation in context and instantly preview them. By default, it will be disabled. If you want to enable it, just click on this button, and then it will change to enabled. And here you see the 2 steps that you need to follow. It's actually quite simple, let me show you. The first step is to integrate a new language into your application. Since localization and translation is very technology specific, there are many ways to do this. I'm just showing you a simple example with a React app and the IAT Next framework. But this will depend on the technology that you are using for your application. To enable in-context localization, you will have to switch your application to this language. So if you have some way of switching the language of your application, like a drop-down menu or a query parameter or any other approach, then you will need to switch to that language that we're integrating here. This is a pseudo language, like you can see over here. We need to integrate that, but we have to choose it first. This should be a language that you're not planning to translate your content into. So in this case, I'm going to choose, just as an example, Afrikaans. You could choose any other language that you're not planning to translate. You can choose if you also want to translate hidden strings or disable this. I'm going to keep it enabled. It's enabled by default. And you can see here the 2-letter code of the language you selected and the locale code. This option should be disabled if hidden strings are used for metadata and should be original for the web or the app's functioning. Okay, something to be aware of. So after that, we click on download, and then we open a folder that we downloaded. This will be a zip file. We just need to unzip it. The folder will be named AF when you unzip it. And inside that folder, you will have a main.json file. This is a file that you have to add to your application in some way, depending on how you're structuring your file, where you're storing your translations and your locales. If we check the content of the file, you will see that it's actually quite interesting. If we go back to Visual Studio Code, we just need to drag and drop this folder here into my locales folder, which is where I'm storing all the translations. It should be at the same level as my English folder. Let me just make this full screen. Now we have 2 languages. We have English and we have Afrikaans. If we open the Afrikaans JSON file, you will see that it's not actually translating them into Afrikaans. It's just giving them crowding specific identifiers for crowding in context. So that's why you shouldn't plan to translate your application into this pseudo language. So choose it carefully when you set this up. After you have that, you also need to make sure that the application will handle switching to this language appropriately. Right now, if I go to my application, I can see that I added the option for Afrikaans, and it will handle it correctly, like this. Now if we switch to this language, instead of the translations, because we don't have them, we see just the crowding identifiers. But this is not working yet, because we need to take a second step. If we go back to Crowdin Enterprise, now we go to the JavaScript snippet setup. We need to paste this JavaScript snippet in our head section, in the head section of the HTML document or the document that you're working with before any other scripts. Every page, it's important to read this, every page with the localizable text should contain this script. You can also include this JavaScript snippet only when the pseudo language is active. So let's copy this and let's paste it where we need it to be. They mentioned that it should be in the head section of the application. In a React app, that would be in index.html. This would be the head element. So after that, I'm going to place them below the title here, and I'm going to fix the indentation like this. It's just this couple of script tags, and that will create all the magic. You can see that we have like a code for the project and a domain. And we also see this script with a specific source. from Crowdin CDN, the Content Delivery Network. So now, if we go back to our React application, now we see something special over here. You may see this warning first because there is nothing to translate with Crowdin in context because we're not in the Afrikaans language yet. By default, we are in English in the application. So if you ever see this, just click on close. You might also read this to know what would be causing it, but if it's not an issue really, you can just close it. And here you can see this preview. We see this preview and we can move it anywhere we need to. And what are we seeing here? Well, we see all the strings that we can translate for that specific page we're in. We can also type to search for a specific string. We see like a summary for the left panel of the Crowdin editor tool, but it's right there directly on top of our application. We can also click here to take a screenshot of the current screen and upload it to Crowdin. And we also have some settings. You might also get a sign-in screen the first time you launch your application, where you will need to choose your target language and you will need to log into Crowdin and then go back to your application. I've already done that in this computer, so that's why it's not asking me again to sign in for the same application. But here I do see Crowdin in context, and I can change those settings here in the Settings tab. The language, the target language is Spanish. I can also change this if I'm going to translate to a different target language at the moment. I cannot select a workflow step from my enterprise workflow. I can change this, preview the translations or not, highlight them, and list only text from the current page. I can also log out from my account, and let me show you this. I'm going to log out momentarily and then log back in so you can see how this works. I'm going to log out, and this is exactly what you will see when you launch your application. This is the target language. You need to choose it and the workflow step, and then you log in with your Crowdin account. You will be redirected to your Crowdin account. You can send a magic link if you want to, and after you click on the magic link, you will be redirected to your React application where you can start translating. Exactly what we had before, right? But now when you start translating, what happens if you switch to Afrikaans, which is the pseudo language? Well, the pseudo language will enable the overlay on your app, and you will be able to click here on this little icon next to the string that you want to translate. This will open like a more compact version of the editor where you can submit your translations. You will need to use cookies. You can customize them, reject them, or accept them. I'm going to accept them. And here you can write your translations. Let me translate this, welcome. I'm going to translate it like this, and then if I save my translation, you will see what happens. Instead of being red, now it's green because I translated it. And if I have the permissions, I can also approve it as a proofreader. Once it's approved, I will see a check mark. I will see all the revision history here as well. And if I go to my project in Crowdin Enterprise, now if I go to the dashboard, I can see that there is a progress here, 9% in the Spanish translations. Let me continue translating this. I'm going to save this. Then I'm going to translate this like this, and then I can just approve them as a proofreader, and it will be synchronized automatically. Now you can see a green dotted line around the strings in the overlay, and we can see the preview over here. If we switch the language to Spanish, we are not seeing this, the translations, because right now we don't have that locally in our project, but we do have them over here in our project. So if I choose to download this JSON file in Spanish, like this, main.json, I can just download it. I'm doing all of this manually, of course, but you can automate this with all the tools you learned before. I can drag and drop the file in Spanish over here to the folder. And now, if I refresh this in the application, I will be able to switch to the Spanish version very easily with the translations I just saved. But Crowdin in context will be activated for specifically Afrikaans when you select Afrikaans. If you want to translate into another target language, let's say Japanese, Now I can change this to Japanese while I'm still selecting the Afrikaans language in my app. If I want to change the target language, I need to make sure that I click here on change. Okay? That will change the strings that the status of the strings that I'm translating, because they will be the same for all the languages, but their statuses will be different or might be different. Let's say that I'm going to translate into Japanese. I personally don't speak Japanese, but I'm going to use this machine translation. I'm not sure if this is 100% accurate, but let's save it so you can see how it works. And now I submitted it and approved it, and you can see how the status is being updated. Now, if we go to Afrikaans, we can see the preview of the translation in Japanese. And if we go back to our project in Crowdin and we refresh this, we see a progress in Japanese. We see 9%. Now, if we go to main.json in Crowdin, we can see that this translation was successfully saved and approved. And we can also work from here from the main editor in Crowdin or in Crowdin in context. So we have these two options, and it's always great to see what we're translating in the context of the real application. Great, now you know how to set this up. This process is a bit more detailed, and it really depends on how you structured and configure your app and the framework that you're using for internationalization. In this case, I was using i18 Next for React i18 Next. But for every framework, you just need to check where you're storing your translations, then choose a pseudo language, download the file, upload your original strings files, then download the file for your pseudo language, the pseudo language that you chose from Crowdin, and then follow the steps that we just saw. Please feel free to review this part of the course to set this up in your own application. And the Crowdin team is also available if you need help. Here in the tools panel, if you go to in context for web at the bottom, you can see that if you need assistance with any of the stages above, you can contact the Crowdin team if you need any help. But these are the two main steps. Awesome, now you know how to work with Crowdin in context for web. Awesome, congratulations on reaching this part of the course. Now that you know how to translate your project on Crowdin, let's see how freeCodeCamp's community is translating the content into many world languages. We'll see this from a potential contributor's point of view, emphasizing how to translate our content on Crowdin. So this time we will see this from a contributor's point of view, how you, as a contributor, can translate resources for freeCodeCamp. If you are a contributor who is interested in joining our translation effort, where should you start? You should start by reading our contribution guidelines. Here we are in our contribution guidelines, contribute to freeCodeCamp.org. You can contribute in many different ways, but here we're focusing on translation. So you would click here on Help Us Translate, and you will see this. We are localizing freeCodeCamp.org to major world languages. You can see all the languages that we have available right now. If you're interested in translating, here is how to translate freeCodeCamp's resources. So you can click here on this link, or you can click here on the sidebar on Work on Translating Resources, and that will take you to this article. First of all, prepare yourself for contributions. There are no speed limits. You can start by reading this announcement. We recommend joining our community forum and our Discord chat server. If you click on these links, let me open them right here so you can see them. You can find Quincy Larson's announcement. Quincy Larson is the founder of freeCodeCamp. He wrote this article to help you join the localization process, how to help translate freeCodeCamp into your native language. You can read this announcement. This has the major steps that you should follow for the localization process. And after that, you can also go to this link over here. This is the community forum. The community forum is where you can ask questions. We also have a Discord server that you can join. You just need to choose your name and click on continue to join. You will need to register, and you will be taken to our Discord server where you can ask questions. We have special rooms where you can talk about the localization process and get started. You can translate as much as you want, when you want. It's only a matter of how much time and energy you are willing to invest as a volunteer translator. We just ask you to understand the following. Translations are a team effort. It is a fun and rewarding experience, but it works best if you involve your friends and colleagues who speak the same language as you. We also have the goal of providing education in as many languages as possible, but it costs quite a lot to keep the engines running. So freeCodeCamp is committed to providing these for free as always, but we need to prioritize resources for those who need it the most. For translating the curriculum, once a language reaches at least a few certifications, we can begin deploying the language live on our Learn platform, where you can find the curriculum. We looked at our user base and added more than 30 most widely spoken languages to the list of enabled languages on the translations platform, which is Crowdin. We are definitely looking forward to adding more languages to the list, but it would only be feasible if we get enough momentum around a language. I am covering all of this really quickly. You can go here to this link to how to translate files on freeCodeCamp's contribution guidelines to learn more about this and read this in more detail. I'm just giving you a general overview. Now we go to the overview of crowding, but of course you just watched this course, so you know a lot about crowding. Let's just go through this really quickly. To help us with this massive effort, we have integrated our open source codebase and curriculum with Crowdin, a tool to help us localize our codebase. We use a different tool and workflow for translating articles in the publications, okay? So Crowdin is being used for the curriculum and code base. The translation workflow is split into two main activities, translating and proofreading, and we saw those roles during the course, right? So now you're seeing all of these concepts in a real-world project. Everything that we saw as a part of the course is being applied here in a real project that is live with a global community. We translate curriculum files, documentation, and UI user interface elements like buttons, labels, and other elements. You can sign up to our translation platform and contribute with any of the 30 languages, more than 30 languages enabled in the platform. You can also be a proofreader to verify the translations. To get started, you should say hi in our Discord where we publish updates, then head to our translation platform and log in. Okay, let's open up our translation platform here. If you click on this link, you will see that. Once you're in here, in Crowdin in our project, you will see these three featured projects: coding curriculum, user interface, and documentation. We also have other projects, but these are the main ones. You will also find an About tab where you can find more information about freeCodeCamp. In the open projects, you will need to click on one of these projects. Let's say that you want to contribute to the coding curriculum. Once you're in there, you will find many different elements. First of all, you will notice a list with all the languages that we have enabled, more than 30 languages, and you will see their status here on their status bar. Here you can see the number of words to translate in each language. You can see the progress here on the progress bar. You can see that the green bar represents how many strings have been approved. Approved means that they have been translated and proofread, and then the proofreader approved the string to be live. And we also have a blue bar that represents how many strings have been translated, how many words have been translated. Let's say that we want to check the project for Spanish. If we click on this language and we see Spanish Modern, we go into that project specifically and we can see all the files that we can translate. We see the project structure. If you need to collapse or close a specific folder, you just click here on the small arrow and you will be able to expand or collapse that folder. The files will still be there, but you will not see them. It might take a while, but after that you will see the progress of each file as well, and you can see them here as numbers. And if you want to start contributing or translating, then you would also need to choose a file. To choose a file, let's say just to click on a random file. Let's choose one from this certification, Scientific Computing with Python. Let's just click here, and if you click here on a file, you will be taken to a login page. You can log in over here into Crowdin Enterprise, and you will need to log in into Crowdin Enterprise to have access to freeCodeCamp as an organization and to contribute to the project. So you enter your email or username, you enter your password, and then you log in. You can also click here to get a magic link. And you can log in with Google, Facebook, GitHub, or your X, Twitter account. If you're new to the project, then you will need to sign up. You can sign up by clicking here, and then you will need to enter your email, username, and password, agree to the terms and conditions, and you may need to do some extra verification here for Cloudflare, and create your account. I already have my account, so let me just sign into this. If you log in and you already have an account, Crowdin will ask you if you want to stay logged in. We can remember your session, so you wouldn't need to log in as often. You can choose to keep me logged in or not now. I'm going to choose one of these options, and then I go into the file that I selected, because remember that we were in the freeCodeCamp coding curriculum project. We clicked on a file, and now we go to that file. And we're back at the user interface that you are already familiar with after taking the course. That is how you can start translating our resources. Technically, how you can actually get to the resources. If you go to our project again, once you're logged in, you will also be able to choose the project. You can log in from here. After you log in, if you don't see your profile here you will see a login button that you can click on, and after that you will see your profile image, the organizations that you manage or that you're part of, and your notifications as well. But here, let's say that I am in my account, I already logged in. I can go to the coding curriculum, I can choose a file, and now I will see some changes if I am logged into my account. I will see go to editor, and I will see these files. It might take a while to load the progress of the files. If you click here on Hide Completed, you will not see the files that have been 100% translated and approved. Like, for example, here we have one of these files. If you click on the button, you will hide them. That can be helpful as well to save you some time and reach a file that needs your help. After that, you also have the option to go to the editor. If you click here, you can go to the editor and help with strings that need help. Great, that is how you can start translating our coding curriculum, but we also have other projects like the Learn user interface and contributing documentation. If you go there, you will see the same project structure, you will see the different managers, you will see the same list of languages, but you will see different files because that is the version of the documentation that we are currently reading in the course. Okay, if you would like to help with this, you can also help us with this. But the interface is very similar for all the projects. Now, how can you translate the Learn interface? Let's go back to our documentation if you would like to help translate the Learn user interface, like the buttons and the labels. If you don't want to contribute to the curriculum and instead you would like to help translate the interface, we also have a project for this. And our documentation mentions that to translate the Learn interface, the interface relies on JSON files. Remember JSON, this is another format that we talked about during the course. It is loaded into an internationalization. This is a numeronym, the internationalization plugin to generate translated text. This translation effort is split across both Crowdin and GitHub. So if you are going to translate the Learn interface, you will need to read a little bit about this. These JSON files contain information that need to be updated to reflect your language, but they cannot be uploaded into Crowdin as the content isn't something that would be a one-to-one translation. So these files will have to be maintained by your language lead, but you're welcome to read about how to translate them in this link. On Crowdin, it's also important that you do not edit the following files through a GitHub pull request. Like these JSON files, intro and translations are translated on Crowdin in the project that we have for Learn. Translating them can be a bit tricky as each individual JSON value appears as its own string and sometimes the context is missing. But the context information provided by Crowdin over here can help you understand where the string fits into the larger structure. If you have any questions about a string, you can reach out in the contributor chat. That is about translating the Learn interface, because we have 3 main projects, remember. You can contribute to the coding curriculum, the Learn interface, or the documentation. Translating the documentation is another essential task because this is the main resource that we use to explain contributors how to join freeCodeCamp's mission. We share information, steps, and guidelines, the information that you are reading right now. But we do have certain guidelines for translating our documentation. Our contributing documentation is powered by Docsify, and we have special parsing for message boxes like this one. So if you see this kind of string, these words should not be translated. And if you have any internal links, you have to make sure that you replace them properly when you translate them, because the internal links will be broken if you don't replace the ID of the target section with the ID of the translated document. Here we have an example here. Just make sure that the ID matches the ID of the element in your markdown files, even after the translation. So in the documentation, we have many different details. I'm just giving you a general overview of what you can expect. Right now, we are focusing on these 3 main projects. And finally, we also find some best practices. Do not translate the content within the code tags. They indicate text that is found in code and should be left in English. Do not add any additional content. If you feel a challenge requires changing the text content or additional information, you should propose the changes through a GitHub issue or a pull request that modifies the English file. If you think that you need to change something in the challenge, please do open a GitHub issue. And do not change the order of the content, okay, to be consistent across languages. If you have any questions, you can also reach out on Discord and we will be happy to assist you. At some point, you may also want to become a proofreader, right? But how do you become a proofreader on freeCodeCamp's translation effort? If we go down here, we can find a section called Becoming a Proofreader. If you have any questions or you're interested in becoming a proofreader, feel free to reach out in our contributors chat room. We will typically grant you proofreading access if you have been contributing to freeCodeCamp for a while. So you'll need to contribute as a translator and then we can grant you proofreader access. Please note that Crowdin by default will allow you to approve your translations if you become a proofreader. However, in general, it's best to allow another proofreader to review your proposed translations as an extra safety measure to make sure that there are no errors. Awesome! If you have any questions on the localization process or you would like to join our translation effort, you're welcome to join our Discord chat server. Let me go back here. We go to work on translating resources, and here you can find the link, Discord chat server. There you can sign up, create an account, and contact us if you have any questions. Once you create your account and join the server, you will see a welcome message with the Start Here localization channel. Congratulations on reaching this part of the course! You just completed the course and you're more familiar with the fundamentals of localization and how you can translate a project on Crowdin, our localization management platform. But the application that we built and how we use the IIT Next framework is just scratching the surface of everything that you can do with this amazing framework. So here is a helpful tip for you. You can go to iitnext.com to find the documentation for this framework. There you will find a lot of information about the different features that it supports. You can see that IIT Next is an internationalization framework, written in and for JavaScript, but it's much more than that. It goes beyond just providing the standard features such as plurals, context, interpolation, and format. It gives you a complete solution to localize your product from web to mobile and desktop. Here you can find a brief tutorial, and you can see that this framework is compatible with many different JavaScript frameworks and libraries. It works with React, Angular, Vue.js, and many more. You can also use IIT Next with Node.js, with Deno, with PHP, iOS, Android, and other platforms. If we go here, we can see all the supported frameworks. The list is not officially maintained, so information here is contributed by the library maintainers themselves. You can find more information here. We can see that Flutter also supports this for development, for mobile apps, React, Svelte, Next.js, Angular.js. Angular, here you can see that we do have some variations of the IAT Next framework. For example, for React, we worked with React IAT Next, and each one of them will have their own documentation. But from the central website, you can reach all of that information. You have specific for Angular, for Vue, jQuery, HTML5, and many more, Ember, .js, and the list just goes on and on, like PHP, Rails. It's very versatile, and you have an entire ecosystem of libraries and frameworks to work with, which is always great. If we dive deeper into the documentation, we can see that we have a tutorial to get started with the framework. You already know the basics, but we used a very simplified approach for translating, because our application was quite simple and it was a simple single-page application. This will give you more details about how you can use the framework, like how you can use the API here, init, and the different methods that you can call on the IAT Next module, like this. Here you can see a list of all of those methods, and if you click on them, you can quickly scroll down or jump to that particular part of the documentation, and they even include an example over here in JavaScript. We also see the configuration options, how we can pass the options, and a callback function. You can find a lot of information about each one of these options over here, a description. We also see plugins and utils over here, and we see TypeScript because you can use this framework with TypeScript as well. Here we also find information about the translation function, like essentials, interpolation, because with interpolation you can integrate dynamic values into your translations. That is great. Notice here, like the basic interpolation example that we see over here, we have the keys, the key here, and the string, right? But once we call t, we are going to pass this object, and the value over here will be replaced where we find this interpolation in the original string. So that is a great feature. Working with data models as well, you can also pass entire data models as a value for interpolation. Like this, we have the author, and you can pass it for interpolation over here. There are many additional options that you can choose to work with. You can find them in the documentation. We also see formatting, built-in formatting like plural rules, list format, display names, number format, locale, and date time format. This is interesting because it will give you more information about how we can format these values. We also see plurals over here, how to handle the plurals with your keys, how to handle nesting, because with nesting you can reference other keys in a translation. You can also add a context to differentiate the different translations. For example, you can provide gender-specific translations, and you can also work with objects and arrays to be used by third-party modules localization. So you can find all of this information in the official documentation. In the course, I kept the example as simple as possible to make it general and as broad as possible for a wide community of learners to get started. But from here, you can take this as your first step into the world of localization. There is a lot to be covered here, and you may dive into a more advanced course on IAT Next. I'm showing you like the basic principles and concepts that you need to know. You can also find best practices here that you should follow. We also see translation resolution, fallback, namespaces, and more advanced concepts. This is for the IAT Next framework in general. But if you want to dive into a specific version of this framework, like for example React, you can go to react.iatnext.com. And here you will find the documentation and more information about this framework is specifically made for React and React Native. It's based on IAT Next, so you can find the general information over here in the general articles in the documentation. But you will also find specific information like the use translation hook that we used in our application. You also have different components like the trans component, and you can find a step-by-step guide on how to integrate it. This is specifically for React, but you can also go to the documentation of the framework for the technology that you're working with. And after you dive into all the details of the localization framework, you can also find more information about Crowdin, where your translators or yourself are going to be working on the translations, by going to Crowdin's knowledge base. You can go here to support.crowdin.com/online editor, for example, or translation process overview. This is the first article in the documentation here. Crowdin KB, where KB stands for knowledge base. It's like their documentation where they keep all the details of their features. And if you ever have any questions or doubts about how a feature works, you can go here and check that in more detail. You can see how to create a project, how to upload source files, and they do have very helpful screenshots that you can check as well. You can find translation strategies, how you can manage a project, project settings, the translation process and the different features they have, integrations as well. And for translators, you can also find more information, like a quick introduction to Crowdin, information for volunteer translators, and more information about crowdsourcing, their account settings, and how to join a translation project. This is helpful as an overview of the basic features for volunteer translators to get them started and ready to start translating your content. They can also find more information about the translation process, like the online editor with helpful screenshots and visual information. So if you ever have any questions, just go to Crowdin's knowledge base and there you will find the answers, or of course you can always review the content of this course. Thank you so much for taking the course. I hope you liked it, and I hope you found it helpful for your localization project. I will see you in a future course, and I hope you have a great day.